Prepare for total domination.
If they betting against us, we coming. Running with steppers and trumpets and drummers. They want the beef, you could call me a hunter. Putting in work every night till the sun up. If they betting against us, we coming. Running with steppers and trumpets and drummers. They want the beef, you could call me a hunter. We putting in work every night till the sun up. Completing the mission, I'm getting right on it. And stay on my pivot, no knocking me off it. We ain't worried about that, they just talking. Know you the one when you link up with bosses. And we stay in the gym cause we ballin'. Calling them out cause it's shots that I'm calling. Where they at, bring them out, now they stallin'. Do them however, whenever they want it. Get to the bed cause that's all I be wrong. Stepped in the arena, show me my opponent. We unstoppable, so that mean you can't tell us what not to do. Take them out, that's exactly what I'ma do. We invincible, but we know how to move just to get to you. Give our L's in the shoe who we give it to. Planning to win and that's just what we sticking to. We came marching in, they ain't have to invite us, we barging in. When we shoot then they know where the target is. We do nothing for free so we charging them. If they betting against us, we coming. Running with steppers and trumpets and drummers. They want the beef, you could call me a hunter. Putting in work every night till the sun up. If they betting against us, we coming. Running with steppers and trumpets and drummers. They want the beef, you could call me a hunter. Putting in work every night till the sun up. Get to the bed cause that's all I be wrong. Stepped in the arena, show me my opponent. We unstoppable, so that mean you can't tell us what not to do. Against us, we coming. Running with steppers and trumpets and drummers. They want the beef, you could call me a hunter. We putting in work every night till the sun up. Completing the mission, I'm getting right on it. Stay on my pivot, no knocking me off it. We ain't worried about that, they just talking. Know you the one when you link up with bosses. We stay in the gym cause we ballin'. Calling them out cause it's shots that I'm calling. Where they at, bring them out, now they stallin'. Do them however, whenever they want it. Get to the bed cause that's all I be wrong. Stepped in the arena, show me my opponent. We unstoppable, so that mean you can't tell us what not to do. If they betting against us, we coming. Running with steppers and trumpets and drummers. They want the beef, you could call me a hunter. Putting in work every night till the sun up.
Catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
stars up in the sky. Directions hard to find. Under the stars up in the sky. I don't wanna take this, I don't wanna break this. We're living in the moment, we're living in the moment. Your head is on my shoulder, we're never getting older. Baby, it's you and I. Yeah, we're stars in the sky. Oh, yeah, we're stars in the sky.
Incoming transmission.
Let's go.
What is up, everybody? Welcome. We're finally here. Tonight, we will be crowning a GSL champion. It's been an amazing season. I know it's been a bit of a speed run here for StarCraft 2 in general, with EWC just around the corner. Of course, EWC and StarCraft 2 announced later than everything else. So we were kind of starting out from behind here. Also, beyond getting a GSL champion, there is the possibility we cast an extra best of 5 to see who. This is very circumstantial, but if we get the 2 Protosses advancing, that means that then Rogue and GuMiho have to fight in a best of 5 to see who goes on to EWC as well. So possible bonus match.
Yeah, could be a lot of games today.
Could be a long day.
Only if we get that PvP finals. Obviously, if GuMiho or Rogue, either of them advance to the semifinals, then there will be no need for that. But yeah, it might be one of the longer GSL final days that we've had.
We actually started a little bit earlier here, just because we're trying to figure out, okay, like scheduling wise, can we get everybody home on the train? Train closes at midnight in Seoul. So we're kind of, I think we're going to be squeezing everything a little bit tighter. We might have shorter breaks. We might be skipping some of the interviews here, but just in the case that we do end up in the circumstance where we are going to be casting a best of 5, we can fit it all in.
Yeah, that could be 22 games if every series goes the distance and we have a tiebreaker match. Now, a typical GSL group maximum is 15 games, so yeah, it could be a marathon. But I think in any case, we have 4 really good players: 2 Protoss, 1 Zerg, 1 Terran. It's a nice even distribution. I feel like you're especially happy if you're a Protoss fan because you got a PVT and a PVZ.
Well, I'll tell you what, Protoss winning last season, that was exciting. Hero having an incredible performance. If you've been watching GSL for a long time, you know that we tend to not have Protoss champions. We've had many close calls, but most of GSL has been Terran and Zergs winning it.
Of course, if you want to support the GSL, go to patreon.com/GSL. Get all these nice perks. Support your favorite players. Support your favorite tournament. And yeah, I don't have a spiel about the replay package this time, Tasteless.
Yeah, tell us about the replay package, State. Which one do you like?
The $10 tier, Tasteless.
Me, I'm personally a big fan of the $5 a month tier.
I don't care for the replays at all. I just want the interviews.
That's right.
But really, yeah.
I've always been more of an interviews guy than a learning the game guy. Support GSL, guys.
Yeah.
Consider signing up.
Rogue versus Hero is going to be the first best of 5 here in the semifinals, following up that with Classic versus GuMiho. I cannot wait. Get started with this one.
Yeah.
I mean, Hero right now, he looks unstoppable. Rogue kind of, I want to say, it felt like he was punching above his weight class. And I know that sounds really weird to say about one of the greatest players of all time, but he hasn't really been himself since returning from military service. Not the Rogue that we know and love, the former world champion, right? But pretty good results in the round of 8. And he actually said, I believe in his pre-match interview or post-match interview in the round of 8, that he was hoping if he goes to the semifinals, he will play against Hero. Which, to me, I mean, that shows a lot of confidence. If you want to have Hero be your opponent in the semifinals, but that's where Rogue's at. It sounds like he's been putting a lot of work in. He said heading into the round of 12, heading into the round of 8, he was preparing as if they were the finals. And now he's here. Now it is the semifinals.
There's no reason why Rogue can't get back into the form that he was in before. He is truly one of the greatest players to ever touch StarCraft 2. He's had runs that I don't know if anybody else is going to get close to, in the future of this game. And there's no reason he can't come back now in the form that he's in. We were mentioning this earlier, by the way. All 4 of these players have finished their compulsory military service. So we're in a post-military service age for StarCraft 2, which is really exciting. For a lot of people, there's always speculation, is that a career death sentence, having to pull away and then come back? Apparently not. So Hero here today. I mean, look, the fact that he won the last GSL, I feel like we've got to say he's the favorite here, but Rogue did look really strong, really kind of picture perfect in how he approached it. And we've seen that before, and when Rogue plays like that, he makes championships. Also to note, this is a Final Four with no Maru, which basically never happens.
Yeah, that's rare. That is a rarity here in GSL as we take a look at some of the points here of this match. Hero, I believe he's looking, I almost couldn't believe this the first time that I read it. I think if Hero wins tonight, this might be the 3rd ever back-to-back GSL championship. I believe Nesty did it in the past. Maru, of course, won every GSL for a while. But Hero's going to try and be a back-to-back champion. I was really stunned when I read that. I actually didn't have the time to verify 15 years of history, whether it's actually true. But we haven't had a Protoss player besides Hero win the GSL Code S in years and years and years. I don't even know how many years it has been. Yeah,
I mean, and some of this was just Maru was so dominant, and then we had some of the very best Zergs in the whole world coming out of Korea. I mean, Rogue was always a top contender. We've had other great players as well, so this is kind of cool. I welcome seeing some Protoss success here in this tournament. That being all said, there are other tournaments and other formats where Protosses did win, but it does seem, I don't know, whatever it is about the Korea region or the format of this tournament, but Protosses tend to not come out victorious. So again, it will be a best of 5, and I'm very curious to see what kind of games Hero's going to bring here versus Rogue. Let's not forget that Hero kind of made that aggro, expo, tempo, blink style. Stalkers with oracles, kind of pressuring, sometimes into disruptors later on, and you'd sort of outgrow the Zerg. The Zerg would be up against the ropes, and by the time they've defended, the Protoss is basically too big to fail. Not sure if we're going to have it this time around, but it's something we definitely want to keep our eyes out for. Anyways, guys, our game has loaded up. This is Rogue versus Hero. Game 1 to decide who will go on to the finals of this Season 2 GSL. Okay, Rogue in the top left, Hero in the bottom right. Remember that if Hero wins here, there's no other Zergs he has to worry about facing. Where, Rogue, it's a very different story. It's very possible Classic's going to take this. We've got a drone coming out on the map.
Yeah.
And, I mean, is there a gold base that would make sense to take here? I feel like
there is one by the watchtower, but it's a very awkward base to take.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
I wonder if we're going to be seeing a hatch block here from Rogue. Oh, is he going to go for a proxy hatchery here at the 3rd base?
Okay.
Wait, what are you up
this
to,
feels
Rogue?
like this is like the first year of the game being out. Like, I don't think we really get to cast stuff like this.
Yeah,
even when I said the gold base, I was like, do people still do that a lot? Like,
There's no way you go for a 3rd hatch right here. Is
No,
there? Is this a Nexus block? Is he flipping
it's
this
going to be the
script?
Nexus block. I guess we just saw that 3rd base, and we kind of decided, yeah, this is a Nexus block.
Okay, yeah, it will be a hatch block. All right. How many probes are we going to pull here from Hero?
I do want to say that usually any Protoss a pro, especially with the caliber of Hero, should just have an exact answer for this. So I'm very curious to see what the payoff is going to be here for Zerg.
Yeah.
It is very annoying when your Nexus is blocked. It completely messes up your build order, but normally you just have an alternative build order route memorized, and you're going to hit all those beats and come out okay. And remember, this doesn't come without massive sacrifice from the Zerg. There's no third base being made because there's no way this hatchery will be allowed to finish in any meaningful way. And with the damage, 5 probes of the Zealot, that will snowball it. And so you lose, you lose resources when you cancel a structure. But the question is, where does this put everybody economically and their trajectories economically as we move further along in this game? Because clearly Rogue knew, the moment that the 5 probes were there and the Zealot's going to come down, there will be a forced cancel. This is also forced 2 Zealots. And Zealots are fairly useless early on in PvZ. They're generally, you make 1 or they're skipped. But now we have these 2 Zealots. Let's see if he can try to come out on the map and get any damage done. I don't see, oh no, I'm sorry, there's 4 Lings, but 4 Lings probably not enough. So he wants to make sure he doesn't lose any drones here.
Yeah, second Zealot now joining in while the Adept is working its way across map. It's getting closer and closer here as that Queen's about to pop.
How often have we ever even cast something like this?
I think we're gonna have at least 1 drone go down. Yeah. The Adept's able to take it out. Man, this Queen's taking a lot of damage. There aren't that many more Lings coming in from the natural expansion, so the Queen's gonna reinforce from the main hatch.
Oh my God,
we're gonna have a Queen go down. Where did that Adept go? It's in the main base. Now, nice around here by Rogue is gonna mitigate the damage, but already 3 drones and a Queen going down. I feel like if you're Hero, this is a very nice consolation prize to having a later natural expansion, killing a Queen, killing a ton of Lings, getting 3 drones.
You can see that Rogue didn't really appreciate that there was a second Zealot out. The first Zealot kind of led, and we know that he knows there's 1 Zealot, right? He saw it attack the hatchery, but when the second one got up there, he didn't quite have enough, and losing that Queen's actually pretty big. I mean, that's going to slow down your transfusions. And I mean, things are kind of clunky right now for Rogue. There was a gas stolen, which is also an interesting idea. Rogue taking one of the Vespian gas geysers at the natural means it's just, you're going to have to go back and commit to damage on that if you're going to reclaim it. You can't waste probes attacking it. It doesn't look like he wants to send the Void Ray to attack that either. It seems like he wants to try to get a leg up, moving that Void Ray across the map, maybe to harass, maybe to just kill Overlords. But that does inhibit, more gas that you could have gotten for later on.
Yeah, the third base is already most of the way done, so I think he hit the nail on the head. He's going to try and kill as many Overlords as possible. This one's certainly going to go down. No energy for Transfuse because these Queens, they're very fresh. One of the first ones went down, plus, of course, off-creep. How did they want it to happen? And Hero behind this just going to take a nice tempo, third base, adding in a second gateway. I'm imagining a Twilight and a Forge will follow this, but given an early game that could have been very rocky, I like the response coming in from Hero. Only pulling 5 probes allowed him to have the mining he needed to get the Stargate out this quickly, to hunt down these Overlords, to get those 2 Zealots and the Adept to kill the drones, to kill the Queens. Had he pulled more probes, then maybe none of that pressure actually mounts into anything substantial. But as it is right now, I think Hero's at a really fantastic position. He's powering up, going into these 3 bases. This is, the 3rd Overlord going down? That's so much damage.
I feel like Rogue had some interesting ideas, but then when the little counterattack came in, it just really messed him up. And I'm really worried now, for Rogue's sake. I don't know that he can get a whole lot done. His 4th base is going to be late. I think the Protoss, there's literally no way to contest the 3rd base here at Zerg. And I feel like this should be one of the easier mid and late games for Hero. And I don't know what exactly can be done about this from Rogue's perspective. It's hard to emphasize how much that slows down economic growth when you steal the position of their second nexus with your hatchery. So yeah, I mean, I'm very interested to see what Rogue has here. It is totally possible that this is a kind of disappointing second half of this game where Rogue is just going to look smaller and weaker and eventually wither up and die. But let's see if he's got some tricks up his sleeve.
Now look at this tasteless. We have +1 and charge coming in here for Hero. Now this is a strategy that Hero has deployed against Rogue as recently as the GSL qualifiers here for Season 2. And he typically gets a lot of damage done, especially with there's so many Queens going down. I think this is the 3rd or the 4th Queen. Are we going to get a 5th one here? These Oracles really hunting for it. One Oracle is going to go down.
I mean, you never really see this in a game that's going correctly. So dropping queens again, the gateway count is really kicking it in here. You know, he's got the third base saturated, charge is finishing up, and you know, I think this is going to be a lot like some of the straightforward TVZs we cast, where it's going to be a fourth base target for the Protoss, or maybe it's the third instead. But basically, a time and attack where the Zerg's on, we're trying to get onto 4 bases, and the Protoss is going to try to just mitigate their growth.
And this fourth base almost definitely going to cancel here from Rogue, as the Void Ray is working on that while the Zealots charge in. Now they do have +1 weapon, so they are going to two-shot these Lings. Those Lings just getting vaporized in an instant right now. The first queen going to fall here on the bottom side too. The Zealots excellent position on the ramp, really reducing the amount of surface area those Lings have in an already lopsided fight. And this almost feels like game-ending damage right now. Hero with even more Zealots coming in. This is on the back of just a couple gateways. This isn't like a 7 or 8 gateway timing attack. This is just a couple of them, and so much damage being done. 7 drones have fallen. GG is called, and Hero, after such a convincing early game where the momentum built up, is able to just convert that so cleanly into a win. With a +1 Zealot timing attack that Rogue has seen in the past, that usually he is capable of stopping with a similar build, just +1 Lings, but he was so far behind from the opening builds that it's going to be just an easy Game 1 win for Hero.
You know, I gotta say, man, I am shocked that we had that the hatchery at the Zerg's expansion, and you can see why we don't see that very often. Like, that's one of these things. You know, you get to a high enough level in StarCraft 2, you just know the answer for certain things. Like, if you ladder a lot, you'll encounter a build order that you're like, I don't know what this is, or I haven't seen this before, but a pro will look at it and already know there's a solution. Oh, I make this, or, you know, we just don't expand here, or we tech into this. And then there's a reason why you don't see those builds the higher up in rank you go, is they're basically, they get oppressed, they get pushed down into the lower ranks because they're not applicable at higher levels. And I kind of feel like that's what we saw back there, is he's like, oh, 2 Zealots, adept, counterattack. Anyways, guys, let's go into game 2 here. Right now, Hero with a 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Okay, this time it's going to be a probe cross scouting here. And, you know, I do feel like that game 1 decision from Rogue, it was kind of a bad sign. You know what I mean? The counterpunch hit him really hard. All he needed to do was have like 8 Lings, and then micro his queen better, and it probably would have been okay. I do think losing that first queen and getting, I think it was 3 drones killed, is pretty bad. This probe was not able to block the hatchery, by the way, which is a lot of times one of the only things it's for.
Yeah, that was a really fast hatch coming in from Rogue. And I don't mind the decision too much to go for that hatch block, because I think the game plan there from Rogue is just to throw Hero off of his game a little bit, because he seems so rock solid in PvZ. Sometimes when a player is really, you know, kind of feeling themselves and just playing exceptionally well in any matchup, just adding in a couple of speed bumps to make things feel a little less natural can go a long way towards a victory. But Hero just had the perfect response. I mean, even down to exactly how many probes to pull. I was a little skeptical at first, and foolishly me, thinking I know better than Hero, seeing only 5 probes pull, because that's not enough to kill the hatchery before the Zealot comes out. But no, Hero just wanted to have enough money that once that Zealot pops, he can queue up another one. His Stargate isn't that delayed. His economic machine is still in a pretty good spot, and then the counterattack was just perfectly executed with those 2 Zealots and the 1 Adept.
It goes to show you never really see Zealots used like that early on, right? I mean, it's funny because, like, in a lot of ways, the Zealots don't have any function until they have that charge upgrade a lot of times, and they're basically there to get in the way and die so other stuff does damage. But, like, yeah, there are moments you can send the Zealots across the map, and, you know, if the Zerg's not ready, they will get some damage done. And it's kind of funny that game ended the way it started, but this time with the Zealots with charge overwhelming the Zerg at the end. I mean, you slow Zerg down enough at the start, and they are actually very weak and pretty easy to kill off. It's why the best Zergs in the world, everything kind of bounces off of them, and they just continue to propel forward, growing and getting bigger and stronger. But this game's a very different one. This has been a very standard game, hardly any engagement at all on either side. The Stargate's going to come down, and we're probably going to see the Zerg throw down a third hatchery here in a little bit. I would not be shocked if it's just Oracle coming across the map. And this is probably going to be a game where Rogue is going to be able to play a more standard style. And this, I think, will be a better overall kind of litmus test as far as where is Rogue at in this matchup. And maybe the best Protoss in the world. We know for sure the best Protoss in Korea right now.
Yeah, Tooling is going to be able to sneak their way here into the main base, spot that Oracle the moment it starts, and maybe get a little bit of worker harassment done. So, nice move here by Rogue. For a moment there, I was wondering whether Hero was going to try. Oh, he actually did get this around. I didn't even catch that one probe. It will go down, but it was hard to tell with that Stargate in the way if he was mineral walking through the links to try and get us around. But in any case, only one probe. You don't mind that too much there as Hero. As these two Adepts are going to work their way cross map, Oracle nearing completion. We do have a second gateway coming in from Hero, which is interesting to me. In a lot of the PvZs I've seen Hero play recently, he's usually quite greedy with his third base timing, just going one gate, Oracle into a third. So doing the second gateway here, a little bit of a mix-up. Is he going to commit to this shade? He will, right on the ramp. Going to try and slow down, or at least mitigate the surface area on those Lings. And ideally, if this pairs up with the Oracle, can get some damage done, but Rogue is well prepared for this. He's got a Spore Crawler in position here at the main base. Not even a single drone going down, and these Adepts, they cancel their shades. They're going to get cleaned up basically for free, Tasteless.
Yeah, a little misstep there by Hero, so he drops the two Adepts. It's going to be a lot harder to get anything done with the Oracles, but I say that, you don't normally see Oracles target eggs, but I guess if the base is that neglected, you can... Oh, ooh, I thought he was going to get it, actually. You can get kills on that. We have a Roach Warren coming down now as well. And the Zerg's just going up to the third base. Now, the Ling counterattack, I don't know. Okay, there are two Adepts. I was going to say, sometimes, you see the two Adepts were killed earlier. Sometimes there actually isn't anything here defending. But he's got two Adepts at each location, so he can both harass with the Oracles and defend his third base.
I almost wonder if this is going to be +1 Enclaves.
You could be right. I mean, the fact that he's already back up to 4 Adepts after losing 2. I think he might have been forced to kind of get a couple more Adepts just to play it safe and play control with the Oracles. But yeah, I mean, they could play right into this. I do feel that Rogue has been historically one of the strongest players ever against Adept play. Like back when everybody was using Adepts all the time, I felt like he almost never lost to it. But let's see if this time is different.
All right, Oracles have a good eyeball on this small swell of Lings. Actually, we're not going to be waiting for Claves at all. It's 6 Adepts coming into the third base, trying to work their way between the minerals. Instead, just going to be opting going for those drones, using the Spore Crawler even to block some of the surround here coming in from the Lings. So far, only 2 drones going down. Really nice handling by Rogue, just preemptively having the Queens in position. 2 Adepts fall for, what, 4 drones? I feel like Hero is looking for more damage than that. I think you're not really happy with this. It's actually going to be +1 in charge again here from Hero.
Okay. And, this is a great way to play. If the Zerg is cutting corners, the Zealots will they'll snowball the damage so fast, especially when you just have Queens and Lings and, of course, drones, if they can try to help. The drones just get completely annihilated. And I guess if it's not broken, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, but going up against Roaches, this is going to be a little bit harder here for Hero, I'm imagining.
That's true. Yeah, well, Roaches are kind of the counter to Zealots, right? So if he's got enough, and he's only up to 5 right now, so it's not like he's just, unless he starts to, well, maybe he is. Never mind, I was going to say, if he's blindly massing Roaches, which he is now doing, that this is going to be really good for Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue is going for a timing attack. He's morphing the Dropper Overlord. Hero does see that with the Revelation, even sees it finish transforming. I think that's going to be the Queens there to try and deal with the Oracles. And Rogue is not droned up at all. It's still 52 drones. He replenished none after that. Actually even getting into the main base here. Only a couple Warpins available for Hero. Those Zealots should be able to deal with it. Oh! Uncharacteristic mistake there from Hero. He went to the natural expansion. I think he lost at least 1 Oracle, maybe even 2 to that Spore Crawler. So there's only 18 Zealots and 1 Oracle. That's a lot of Zealots, but against the Roaches, Tasteless, I feel like this is a pretty good opportunity here for Rogue.
I mean, this is going to be really tough for Hero to hold off here. I mean, the Zealots are doing their initial damage, but the Roaches, they're starting to kind of build up over here. The Zealot count is thinning out. The Oracle's going to run out of energy. Man, he might actually have enough Zealots. This is starting to come down here, and I'm a little bit in disbelief. Roaches are so strong, but I guess if he's barely got enough. The micro, by the way, has been perfect. Juggling the Queens in and out. Everything's like damaged, but still alive.
Oh my god, the Oracle might be able to clean up all the queens. They're solo on HP. I don't even think they have Transfuse available. So Rogue's gonna have to keep them nice and safe above that. Finally, another queen coming in to reinforce. And now the Roaches, the pressure is mounting here. Stalker's getting warped in. Keep in mind, they do not have Blink just yet. Blink only about a third of the way done, so probes are gonna get pulled. I think Rogue is gonna tie things up here in game number 2.
I mean, this is looking really brutal here for Hero. You know, the Zealots, they stood their own for a little bit. If you have enough Zealots, the damage will kind of skyrocket up if he could start to get the upper hand, but he didn't. And eventually, you know, Roaches and Ravagers, that counters Zealots. So he gets the upper hand there, and then he's got the sustain with the Queens and the Ravagers. And we're back to 1-1. We thought that was going to be some kind of an adept timing attack, but he switched it right back into Zealots with charge. Interesting to see Zealots with charge 2 times in a row from Hero. I don't feel like we see Hero do this very often, but he's approaching the matchup from a very specific angle. And when Rogue isn't doing crazy stuff like he did in game 1, he seems to be very, very competent, perfect at handling a Protoss in a situation like that. So, yeah.
I feel like Hero with this +1 charge timing, although it has been getting popularity across the board for Protoss players, I think he's specifically trying to target Rogue's style because Rogue, although he does have a lot of different branches he can go on in terms of development, has been favoring something like Ling Muta or Ling Hydra Bane in his EVPs recently. And if you don't open Roaches the way that Rogue did in game number 2, then oftentimes those Zealots, even if it's not game-ending damage, you can either kill the 4th base, or you can disrupt mining, you can trade cost efficiently, and behind it, you can choose to power up with Robos, or go into Blink, or go into Storm. It's a very flexible opening if you're not going up against Roaches. So Hero trying to snipe Rogue's playstyle a little bit, but Rogue with a very good mix-up there in game number 2, and now we're all tied up. Torches, map number 3, it is loading up. The best of 5 only is potentially 3 maps remaining.
Go to Reddit, get the torches out.
No matter who wins, it's always going to happen.
All right. I'm so glad we're 1-1, by the way.
Yeah, I want a series, man. When a Rogue is playing well, it is so exciting. And what do we have here?
3 drones? Oh, okay. I actually forgot this was on the map.
He's going for the gold base, I think.
Yeah. Like, no, he's going to make 3 hatcheries at the other guy's natural.
He's going to steal 2 gases in the main base and then steal a gas in the natural expansion,
Didn't you see what happened in game 1?
Oh, I love this timing. Hero's no idea. He's blocking. Oh, he's going to do this aggressively, too. This
he's going to do the
cool.
dyslexic expand. No, not behind that.
Where are you going?
Where's he going to go? You're going to go to the... well, he's been fooled once before here. Yeah, he is going to make a hatchery there.
Okay, so this is an even more aggressive variant. He's not going for the gold patches.
Wow.
He's choosing instead to take this hatchery and aggress, I think, almost immediately onto Hero. He can mine out those gold minerals so quickly. Oh, Rogue, you can tell he's done a lot of prep coming into this series.
You know, looking back at this, there were a lot of games he did this kind of stuff. And then, you know, he had his military service, and he wasn't here with us. And now that he's back, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's very much back in the form that we're used to seeing. So you have to mine out the 3 minerals at that gold base to even navigate it through that area in the blind spot. And you'll obviously need to mine out 3 gold minerals again to activate the rush. But there's a lot of genius behind this because it's so close in an area that you can't just walk into and have access to. And, like, you know, Protoss doesn't have an Overlord or something like that that can glide into that area and scout. Now, at the same time, when you see what Zerg has, you are seeing that there's a piece of the puzzle missing. And if he goes down, okay, he didn't do it. If he were to go down with the probe, he would see the minerals, and that should basically, from his position, telegraph what's happening. But instead, he's going to go to this space. He's going to see that's not there. When you're a pro gamer in a moment like this for Hero, there's a real sense of uncertainty in the pit of your stomach. You're like, what is going on? Where's that hatchery? But you've got to imagine he suspects. He suspects what's happening, right?
I mean, he thought it might be at the 3rd base location. It was not. He checked the gold. It was not there. He still hasn't checked these minerals. We have a lot of Lings already done and more in production.
Wow, he sends the drones through.
Oh, Hero's checking now, but it's too late. Rogue's coming into the main base. 2 drones and 2 Lings. Gonna start the harassment here in the main. You don't see that every day. As more Lings now flooding in. Hero, he's trying. Oh, he blocks it with a pylon.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, that's so
smart. Of course,
smart.
yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I mean, still, it's losing a lot of HP very quickly. The drones are continuing to mine. Pylon is going to get canceled. Hero was able to buy some precious seconds. He has a sentry out now. He was able to energy recharge it, so a couple force fields are available. Rogue, respecting that, is going to pull back. He wants to go into the main base. Hero, he blocks that path. Now warping in. A couple of shield batteries here, the natural expansion. He has to prevent the block. More force fields available. Is he going to use them? You have to be so smart here as Hero. Oh, the sentry spawning on that side. This is such a tricky defense.
Now remember that this one gateway here, I mean, this is the source of the units that are going to help him defend.
If he can work his way back to the shield battery, Tasteless is going to go a long way to holding this. Still, the DPS is not very high. Ling speed is now done. He's going to have to recall into the main base, but the sentry falls, the high energy sentry. There is one stalker and one shield battery here in the main, and a ton of Lings getting ready to flood in.
I think he can't stay alive. There's no way to get that up there. This game's over. He's just going to overwhelm him. What an insanely great cheese. And Hero just wasn't able to figure it out in time. Every probe is going to fall over here as this damage has snowballed out of control.
Big smile on Hero's face. He knows he got bested by a pretty clever tactic, and I gotta say, in a best of 5, where it felt like Hero was the overwhelming favorite, Rogue is now up 2-1, and he is the face of a stone-cold killer.
Scumbag Rogue. I love the move. And you know, it's funny. He had, I think the most important decision that could have been made back there for Hero was to check the gold patches or to check the third base. He didn't check the gold patches. If he saw that, he might have been able to do something preemptive to deny the initial run-in. Like once you've broken through the defensive barrier and you're inside the Protoss, it's just there's too many places to defend. Lings are too fast. The Queens are too strong. You know, Hero's just not able to play the game he wants to play, and it's a great reminder that, you know, a lot of times we think about Rogue as this kind of behemoth macro Zerg player that can, you know, grow and sustain and upgrade and do it all, get every unit that he needs in the matchup. But he's also a great planner. And he has just pierced the armor there in that last game. Hero, I mean, he might get knocked out. By the way, this is going really fast. We're like, yeah, like a little bit under a half hour into the show. And this is, I mean, as far as games go, we could be on the last game here if Hero does it. Sorry, if Rogue does it.
It is so exciting to see Rogue play like this. You could tell how much preparation went into this series. He's cooking up some dirty builds. I'm excited for map number 4 here on Ley Lines. What does he have in store for us? It is match point. Hero on the verge of being knocked out. Can Rogue do it? Let's go to map number 4.
Okay, game 4. Rogue, excuse me, Rogue in the top right, Hero in the bottom left. And you know, it's been wild to see how, you know, kind of explosive these games have been. So many interactions early on. And really not a kind of drawn out PvZ macro game yet. I thought we were going to have more games like that. You know, I was talking about before the series started, is Hero going to have that style where he's running around with Blink Stalkers and Oracles like we saw before, and then kind of running back away and just trying to kind of outgrow and harass Zerg? Well, we never even got to that point. You know, on either side, one player is trying to decisively end the game immediately. It's either working or backfiring.
Yeah, it's been an explosive start to this series.
Yeah.
And I feel like against a Hero who seems like the best PvZ player in the world right now, this is how you have to do it. You need to completely throw him off. You can even tell in game number 1, Rogue was trying that same tactic with the proxy hatchery in the base of Hero. It didn't work, but it seems like his MO is just trying to mix things up, disrupt Hero's game plan, and make the game go on Rogue's terms. Allow Rogue to dictate the pace of the game, because Hero, one thing that he does exceptionally well is that he's basically never playing on the back foot in any game you watch him play. It doesn't matter if it's a PvT, a PvZ, a PvP, he's usually the one initiating, he is setting the pace, and you are trying to keep up with his aggression. Sometimes the best way to beat a player like that is to just throw it right back at them. Be the first one to pull the trigger and really start the fight. And it has been working beautifully for Rogue so far in this series.
You know, one of the things about Rogue is that he does have decent, like, strong timing attacks. He's also had these kind of crazy build order wins, like we saw in the last game. A lot of Hero is just good micro and timings, kind of window timing attacks. So yeah, let's see what we're going to get this time around here. When Hero is getting to play a normal game, he's just trying to get a third base quickly and use Stargate tech to basically survey what's going on and try to concoct a solution to what he's seen. Whether that's like a slow macro game or, you know, some kind of cutthroat move in to try to end the game right away.
As it is now, pretty standard development on both sides. Speed getting researched right now for Rogue. Was able to pull off of gas right after that. Just optimizing minerals here, trying to get his queens and drones out as quickly as possible. And for Hero, no second gateway just yet, so we might have a very fast third Nexus coming in.
Yeah. And you'll just take, you know, a few adepts and kind of squeeze them in between the Nexus and Pylon over there. Second gateway.
I feel like this is Hero showing some respect for Rogue's potential for aggression. It is considerably less greedy, just giving yourself a little bit more cushion defensively here as the Protoss.
A little bit of a more gradual growth versus kind of darting out on the map and trying to seize territory right away. Let's not forget that we had the game where the 2 adepts were killed off, and then I don't know if that forced more adepts back at home or if he was going to get that many adepts anyways, but we had kind of a bit of a stumble here from Hero early on where he tried to come out here and attack in a previous game.
Yeah, Oracle finishing up back at home. We'll be able to usher these Lings away from the third base. And where is Hero going to branch off from here? We actually have 2 gases getting taken very quickly. The natural expansion. Ooh, Rogue's Overlord. Looking at the mini-map, just barely missed spotting that gas timing.
Got to cancel that shade up here. And right now, it's just development. You know, you could always try to run in with the Lings. The Oracle will take that out, but you're at least forcing the Oracle to stay back and try to defend.
And again, we have these early adept plays coming in. This time, 5 adepts for Hero.
And we have the Twilight Council as well. Now, we got to see, is this going to be Zealot Charge again, or will it be Glaives or something else? I mean, it could very well be Blink like we've seen him do.
Right.
A lot. We were kind of talking about that happening, and it never really occurred here.
Oh, man, Lings
nice
get in again.
Job. I didn't quite see how that got in there. I guess there was nothing plugging up the entrance, so it's going to be blows on both sides.
Yeah, these adepts getting some work done, but 22 Lings are in production right now, Tasteless, and so if Hero allows that shade to complete, oh, okay, it's going a little bit more defensively. For a moment, I thought he was sending him to the natural expansion, but
it's a moment back there where you really appreciate that Queens don't kill adepts that fast. You watch him just attack on there. Now, is he going to commit here? He is.
I mean, it's not a bad angle, but that's just so many Zerglings right here.
I mean, the thing is this an overextension because there's so many Lings that there is a counterpunch here. Blink has started, by the way.
It's an important scout, though, regardless. Seeing the Baneling Nest, seeing the Evolution Chamber, you know that Rogue is most likely going to be playing that Ling Baneling +1 melee style, likely into Hydras later on. And so for Hero to be able to see that and immediately decide whether he's going for Blink or Charge, it is a bit advantageous, because had he queued up Charge again in this game the way he did earlier in the series, Charge Zealots, they don't tend to do very well into Baneling, so I can tell you that. So, yeah, Blink is going to be a lot more stable here for Hero. That Adept a little bit out of position. Okay, he does move it back. Normally don't pay too close attention to the positioning on the Adept in the wall in, but Rogue's been able to get into the main base of Hero, I feel like, basically every single game thus far with lanes.
Yeah, it's been pretty brutal. He's basically got double Ling groups on either side.
53 Lings, 13 Banelings morphing in.
Yeah, I think he wants to try to crush this position down here on the third Nexus.
That's so many Banelings.
You can like blink behind your Nexus and just lose everything after that, right?
Yeah, these Banelings might just take down the shield batteries and then the Lings flood in.
By the way, we've got the 4 gateways on the outside, so this is that kind of aggro Blink Stalker style we're used to seeing. He's going to come up. There's a cannon here, but how much damage can that realistically do? The Lings are going to come in, and the Stalkers are just trapped.
Oh, there is pretty good positioning here on the Stalkers, but with the Banelings dispatching both the cannon and the shield battery, this third base, it's kind of toast right now, Tasteless. The Oracles, they're flying back. They've almost returned, but there's nothing blocking the wall.
The little Baneling slipping through.
Yeah, more Banelings coming in. He's got to focus fire those down with the Oracle. Gizzy trying to target it, but it's very tricky with all those Lings. So many drones I mean, so many probes now following the natural expansion, 5 of them going down, more lings flooding in. We only have the oracles. There's nothing on the ground to absorb the damage. 17 probes have fallen. Rogue, are you going to defeat Hero 3-1 here in game number 4 with this Ling Baneling timing attack?
This is insane. It's totally worked. He hit 8 seconds before Blink finished, and the entire position crumbled.
I don't think Hero's knocked out just yet, but this is a dismal position to be in. 42 probes have fallen, +1 armor and charge now coming in. 43 probes. It is 75 drones and 32 workers. Now, if Hero loses this game, he is out, so he is going to do his best to try and come back. But this is a gargantuan task against a Rogue who is more than double your worker count, who now has 4 bases, who is unlocking Hydra tech, who has barely been disrupted in his economic development, but has completely kneecapped by killing your 3rd base, by having your worker count. I don't know if any player in the world can come back from the deficit Hero is in right now. It will take a miracle.
I mean, here's the thing, man. The 3rd base, it's going to be a long time before he could safely take that. The probe count was shot down to the bottom. The Hydras being made here, I mean, this will just kill everything that Protoss has. Psystorm has started, but the attack is also going to hit before Psystorm is finished, the same way that the Banelings hit before Blink was done. And I've never really seen an anti-Blink timing attack from Zerg, but I guess, you know, every game I cast of StarCraft, we're going to get something new here. And it was kind of perfectly done here by Rogue. Now he's up here at the entrance. Even with a wall in, the Hydras can start to take out the infrastructure here. The Cybernetics Core, the most important tech structure that brings you all the tech in the game, is going to be picked off here.
GG is called, and Rogue defeats Hero 3-1. The reigning champion is knocked out. And I gotta say, we were wondering when he advanced to the round of 4, is Rogue back? I think it is safe to say that he is.
Beautiful game. We're going to go. I think, sorry, can you confirm for what production said? Are we getting an interview or not?
I believe we are going to go to an interview with Rogue.
I think we are going to go to
one. You know, originally the plan was because there might be so many games today,
right?
We might not have the time to actually go through everything.
Let's just pause it here for a second. So we didn't know if both the Protosses were going to win, and if they did, that would mean we'd have another best of 5 to decide who would move on.
But now there is guaranteed no tiebreaker.
Exactly.
Rogue has advanced, and so, you know, if GuMiho gets knocked out in the next series, Rogue is going to get that EWC seed. He will be in Riyadh competing for the World Championship. If GuMiho advances to the finals, then that championship will decide. The GSL finals will decide who is going and who is not. So let's hear what Rogue has to say.
Rogue, congratulations on the win. You take down Hero and make it to the finals. How do you feel?
일단 제가 저번 8강 때만 해도 1등 진출하고
Well, first of all,
이번에는 무조건 이번에 됐다 생각했는데
back in round of 8, I thought I would make it an easy way to the finals.
져가지고 뭔가 기분 좋았다가 기분이 되게 안 좋아졌거든요.
And then, you know, Maru lost, and then, you know, I was happy at that time, but then, you know, things did take a sudden turn.
그래서 굉장히 그냥 편하게.
But today, you know, my mindset was just to play comfortably, and I really didn't think I'd come out on top in this matchup against Hero. But I think, you know, that was key to my victory today.
빌드 중에 눈에 띄었던 거는 방금 전도 예언자가 3개 냈는데 저글링 맹독충을 준비하는 것도 그렇고.
The build that definitely stood out was the oracles for you.
조금이라도 들키고 상대가 약간이라도 의심을 해서 데뷔를 하면 남들이 봤을 때는 왜 저런 빌드야 싶을 정도의 과감한 빌드였었거든요.
And I feel like you played a really aggressive build against Hero today. And then, what is the background behind the build?
예전에 이제 희범이가 대여병 상대로 이제 GSL에서 썼던 빌드인데.
Well, it was the build that Ragnarok used against CEST before in GSL.
저 빌드 한번 내가 써야겠다라는.
And then, you know, I took note of it, and then I just reminded myself that I would play it one day in GSL.
레이라인 같은 경우에는 세랄이 썼던 빌드인데.
And the other strategy that I used today was a strategy used by Serral, and that's why I brought it up today.
이제 결승 무대까지 올라가면서 GSL 적으로선 이제 최다 결승 진출을.
So you did make it to the finals of this season of GSL, and your opponent has not been decided yet.
올라올 것 같다는 생각이 좀 듭니까?
Who do you think will make it to the finals as your opponent?
아 저번에는 되게 그래도 올라갔다는 생각으로 있었는데 아 이번에는 그냥 솔직히
So last time I thought I had a good chance of making it to the finals, but this time I don't think I can really
노영 올라오면 진짜 뽀뽀 한번 해주고 싶어요.
네, 그래서
have big anticipation for my GSL title this time because the opponents are too tough. But I do hope that Classic makes it to the finals.
알겠습니다. 그러면은 끝으로 여기서 팬분들에게 인사 말씀해 주시고
And then lastly, any words to the fans?
한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 그래도 여기까지 온 것만으로도 제 실력에 말이 안 된다고 생각하고.
Well, I'm very happy. I'm very excited that I made it to the finals. I still believe that I have the skill set required as the pro gamer.
결승 제가 이제 시간이 얼마 안 남았는데 빌드 생각 열심히 해서.
There's not much time until EWC. I'll try to prep well and try to strategize well for my finals.
Look at this packed audience, man. I think we're still filing people in. A short series that we had back there. I can't believe we're already done with that first best of 5.
I can't believe that Rogue 3-1 Hero. I always thought it was possible for him to defeat the favorite.
You're like, of course he did. Did you see what he did back there?
Those were such good games. They were quick, but they were sweet.
They were so well planned. You could just see he knew exactly what he needed to do. Played around. I don't have any more time. We're going to take a short break. We come back. We'll continue that thought. Stay tuned.
Got you in my sights, and
I've seen the signs, I feel the sparkle in the air sometimes. Don't ask me why, just cross the line. I know how this will go, so hold me tight. You're the one I want, you're the one I need. I wanna hold you cause I need you by my side. Cause you're all I want, I got what you need. I wanna hold you cause I need you by my side. You're the one I want, you're the one I need. I wanna hold you cause I need you by my side. Cause you're all I want, I got what you need. I wanna hold you cause I need you by my side. It's in your eyes, I've seen the signs. I feel the sparkle in the air sometimes. Don't ask me why, just cross the line. I know how this will go, so hold me tight. You're the one I want, you're the one I need. I wanna hold you cause I need you by my side. Cause you're all I want, I got what you need. I wanna hold you cause I need you. You're the one I want, you're the one I need. I wanna hold you. Cause you're all I want, I got what you need. I wanna hold you. You're the one I want, you're the one I need. I wanna hold you cause I need you by my side. Cause you're all I want, I got what you need. I wanna hold you cause I need you by my side. You're the one I want, you're the one I need. I wanna hold you cause I need you by my side. Cause you're all I want, I got what you need. I wanna hold you cause I need you by my side. You're the one I want, you're the one I need. I wanna hold you cause I need you by my side.
난 편집하지 않아. 그게 진짜 나니까. 새로운 도전과 색다른 재미, 함께하는 즐거움까지. 여기 숲에서 끝없이 스트리밍 중. 라이브 스트리밍을 넘어 라이프 스트리밍이 되다. 숲.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We've got Rogue in the finals now. He has just defeated the previous GSL champion. And I gotta say, you know, it does feel, after the games are done, like an of course moment, right? Like, no, it's Rogue. Remember how he dominated the world several years in a row? How he was untouchable and you know, made it look easy. Well, he just did it again here now. And, you know, and a lot of it was planning and then the cleanest reactions to what he saw Hero doing. With the exception of a bumpy game one, I mean, he looked just untouchable.
Even game one, I don't mind that so much because you could tell it was something that he had specifically prepared. And it's like, well, if Hero does do a misstep in response to this, then suddenly I can pull the rug out from under him because that was kind of the game plan, the MO, the entire series. I have to say, it's so exciting to see Rogue back performing like that, and he's going to be going up against the winner of this semifinal match. Classic versus GuMiho. Now, Classic, he has already booked his ticket to EWC. He does not need to worry in that regard. He is playing purely to be the GSL champion. For GuMiho, there's no longer a tiebreaker match because Rogue is in the finals. If GuMiho wants to book his ticket immediately to EWC, he needs to beat Classic and then beat Rogue and be the GSL champion.
Right. I expect the overall tempo of this series to be different. I think this is going to be probably more drawn out. GuMiho will no doubt have a couple, curveballs here as far as builds and everything. But I would imagine Classic is going to play maybe the most conservative Protoss versus Terran we could expect to see.
I feel like that's the best way to play against somebody like GuMiho too. GuMiho's just got so many tricks. The repertoire of his builds is immensely large. He really can do basically everything. These days,
he can take the game into a lot of different directions, but he can also do a lot of different things and end up in the same place too. Like, you really don't know what kind of game to expect here, but I just feel like it's going to be GuMiho trying to do something on the map and Classic trying to either preempt it or stop it before it happens. And it does seem like Protoss is extremely oppressive on the map once you get a lot of different splash damage tech up. Once you have Psystorm, once you have Disruptors, once you have Colossus. And so it does feel like it's a game where one side, the Terran in this case, has to push, while the other side has to grow and tech, and that would be the Protoss.
Yeah, but if anyone's going to come up with a bunch of different unique timing attacks, it's GuMiho in this best of 5 series. I honestly feel like GuMiho's been this way for a very long time. He just feels like the most creative Terran player at this level of play, where you never really know where he's going to push the meta. He's, for the longest amount of time, has been experimenting with mech basically more than anybody else in Korea.
Yeah.
Now it's becoming basically standard in a lot of different situations. We see it so much in TBT. We're seeing it so much in TVZ. And this is a guy that sometimes will go proxy battle cruisers just on a whim, seemingly, in a variety of matchups and make it work. And so for Classic, I think that you put it really well. He is one of the best defending Protoss players in the game. He's kind of evolved from being one of the most aggressive and oppressive Protoss players going back almost a decade now into just a macro machine. But if anyone is going to stop him, it's going to be GuMiho. I think we're in for a fantastic series. I'm expecting a much slower, more epic, drawn-out series. Let's see if those are the games we're going to get. Pylon, our map #1, is loading up. Who will meet Rogue in the finals? Will it be Classic or will it be GuMiho?
Okay, Classic in the bottom right, GuMiho in the top left here.
And already one SCV out on the map, Tasteless.
Oh, I actually missed that. I'm glad you pointed that out.
That's why I was dancing earlier. I'm excited.
Yeah, I saw you wiggling around. I was like, man.
Do we have a second SCV?
He is feeling it. Is it just one?
Oh, it's just the one, so likely going to be a Proxy Reaper. I was wondering for a moment, is GuMiho in Game 1 of the Specified going to whip out the Proxy 2X Marauder?
Yeah, if my Marauder hits your attacking unit, you die. Is he going to send this into the trajectory?
Where are you going, Classic?
No, that's
barely out. Oh, he spots it. Wow.
Now that's what I call StarCraft 2.
I've never heard such.
Yeah. If you want to get your friends into this game, you're going to show up this moment, guys. You're going to have them hooked.
I don't know if that showed up on the stream, but the crowd just let out the most disappointed sigh. I think we all wanted to see what GuMiho was cooking. I'm sure Classic is feeling giddy with that one.
Oh, that's the best feeling in the world.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, okay.
All right. GuMiho already getting derailed a little bit here in game #1. This barracks is going to be quite a bit late here. Back at home. Window.
I didn't get it either. I'm not sure. It must be a meme on the Korean internet here.
Yeah, maybe. I'm still thinking about it. I got to stop. I'm not going to solve this.
You have to let it go. It's going to be a mystery for the rest of your life. So, look, I mean, this is rough for the Terran. Obviously, having your first important building denied, I guess having any building denied is going to be bad. But he's going to be playing from behind. This should make it a little bit smoother here for Classic. So we've got Command Center on the high ground, obviously because there's no unit to defend the Command Center on the low ground yet. Classic with his Nexus, it's going to finish quite a bit before the Command Center will. We do have tech coming. I wouldn't be shocked if we have like a starport and like, I don't know, maybe a Widowmine drop, something like that from here.
Tasteless, I figured it out. Classic's name is Kim Do.
Yeah.
Window. Window.
Oh. Okay.
That's a creative pun. That took me a minute, man.
No, I would have just never gotten it, man. Okay, that's so funny.
It bothered me not getting it, but no, that's clever. All right, Reaper coming across map now.
They had this thing in GSL where they used to always ask Sue, you know, if it was Wednesday, they go, "It's your day. So are you going to win today?" And he's like, "I know it's my day." I had no idea what's going on, and then someone explained that Suyoil is Wednesday in Korean, but this was going over my head. We would say it, and I go, I don't know what's going on here. But.
Me and Stu actually have the same birthday, and so whenever he would play in GSL on his birthday, he'd be like, "Oh, happy birthday, man!" And then he's like, "Thank you." I'm like,
"No."
He doesn't know.
Doesn't know.
Anyway, it's a two barracks factory opening here for Classic. He's opening up with the Cyclone. Actually, really fast charge here from Classic. I think this is smart. I like this adjustment a lot. You already know that your opponent's going for a 2-gas opening. It's likely going to be some kind of push. We've seen players, especially Hero, really like leaning into this charge first opening early on because sometimes this just stomps early pushes that Terrans want to do. And oftentimes, even if they don't go for that kind of early push, setting in 6, 7 charge lots with just a couple of other gateway units assisting them at a timing where Terran might not necessarily expect, might not even have a bunker with an actual expansion, can usually trade really favorably with the Protoss. And behind it, look at this. Classic already throwing down the Templar Archives, so he is powering hard on 2 bases.
So he's going to just set up for a 2-base push, unless this is a very, very late 3rd base, which is not impossible, by the way. He's going to have kind of an unusual tempo in this game here. He's going for the disable. So I guess the idea is maybe Protoss takes a 3rd, maybe there's some kind of tech like, you know, I mean, the truth is if you're going to go for Psystorm, the disable doesn't really help that much, right? But if it was Colossus, you could shut that down.
I think he might have actually canceled it. I wonder if that was a feign for Cloak Banshees. But
I think you're right. I think you're right. He's abandoned that tech, so that's no longer as much of a factor now. He also might have scouted or scanned the Templar Archives and gone, oh, okay, I can't really use this.
In any case, Classic with that very, very fast robo is not going to mind having at least 1 or 2 observers out on the map this early anyways. He's powering up now to 3 bases. Storm, by the way, we're barely past 5 minutes and Storm is halfway done. There is 1 Templar, so it's already gathering energy. And I feel like for GuMiho here, signs are pointing towards a timing attack, but let's not forget that the first barracks, the proxy barracks, is getting scouted and stopped. Oh, feedback coming in.
This is so bad for GuMiho now.
Yeah.
Because
he's going to be saying GuMiho after that
rain.
He's
going to be saying GuMiho no after that. I mean, this is kind of stuck over here now. It's going to be a while before it has 50 energy to even cast an auto turret. The medevac drop, you know, I don't think there's actually that much defending the 3rd base. If you got in there fast enough and stemmed this down, maybe you could get a kill on that.
Perhaps, but it's very far along already, Tasteless, and these are Marines without combat shields, so with 4 Templar out like this, the Cyclone actually pulling the gateway units away. Can he get the snipe on this Nexus? It is about to be done. No, he's just gonna play it more conservatively, instead opting to take down the pylon, get at least 1 probe, and then peace out. I think that's smart.
Yeah, he just zaps the medevac, so he takes the energy out of that. A late 3rd base here. I think at this point in time, GuMiho concluding, all right, I can't attack yet. We're going to have to slow play this. It's just going to be a more difficult later game. But this is the price you pay when you proxy and get scouted, you know?
The fact that it slows down everything, not just the Reaper coming cross map, but also the factory, also the starport going for a 2-gas opening like that.
It's also not a double racks, right? A lot of times the other SCV can kind of protect that one, and you know, you might slow it down, but it still gets to go on. When it's 1 SCV making 1 barracks in the middle of the map, all you have to do is get that SCV removed, and they have to cancel.
All right, Templar loading up into the Warp Prism. Classic, if he wants, there isn't really that much pressure that's going to be levied on him for at least the next couple of minutes, I think, besides these medevac drops. If he recognizes that there is a possibility he can find some damage with some Templar drops, but it seems for now he's more content just to stay really safe at home. He's adding in additional shield batteries. He is setting up spotter pylons all over the map. Probably gunning for a 4th base pretty soon.
Yeah. Again, I don't feel like there's a lot of pressure for Classic to actually attack in. I think he can just keep growing and basically force the Terran to try to, you know, stop it before he gets too far along. Remember, this is not a meching game, by the way. We talked about this a lot, and that may be entirely because the proxy Rax was spotted. I know that might sound like a stretch, but for the amount of mech we've had from GuMiho here, it may be like, well, this is the build I do when I get spotted off my 1 Rax. And, you know, it feels safe, but it feels well-rounded. Now, I said he might not have to attack in regards to Classic, but he is moving up. And this base is pretty much not defended. There's a lot of Templars, some even inside the Warp Prism. And this is a barely defended base. There's like 1 bunker here.
Yeah, those siege tanks, they are going to be able to hit these Zealots coming in. Oh, that's so many mules and SCVs are going to have to vacate immediately right now. Oh, they're actually getting lifted by the Medivacs. Love that flare there from GuMiho, able to save all those workers. At the end, only 4 SCVs going down. And we do have Zealots and Templar getting warped in here. Oh, man, energy recharge, I think. Able to actually kill 1 of the Medivacs and all of those Marines?
And I mean, at this point in time, 4 bases to 2.
Yeah, wow.
You know, these attacks are just not getting anything done. In fact, they're getting wiped out everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a 5th base thrown down here. And I don't know that Terran can even comfortably retake the 3rd. I guess he's going to try, and he's going to go to a different location. He'll have to remake the refineries of the gas over there if he does do that. But, like, it doesn't just seem like Protoss has so much more. Is there any way to fight this?
There's 3 ghosts, but the storms have already rained down with no EMP in sight. Oh, the ghosts even getting isolated here on the bottom side. Storms on the bio, reinforcing from the north. 2 more storms. Oh my goodness, so many storms. Tasteless, this is crazy. Those Templar are so high energy. And Classic with a great win in game 1. Just the momentum building off of spotting that counter, or the proxy barracks with a double gas build was just huge there for Classic, because when Terran try to go for 2 gas builds, if they're leading up to a timing attack, it's usually a difference of seconds that decides whether the push is going to work or if it is going to fail. And that was, I want to say, maybe 5-10 seconds, plus all the lost binding time of that SCV getting sent out so early. Just down the drain there for GuMiho, and never was able to build up into a timing attack. He kind of pivoted into a macro game, which it seemed like he didn't want to go into.
Yeah, I mean, it's the butterfly effect. It all goes back to that barracks that's spotted. I don't think that's going to be representative of what the rest of the games with these 2 are going to look like. And I think that is probably the last 1 Rax in the middle of the map from GuMiho in this series. I think he's just not going to do that anymore. Keep in mind, sometimes a 1 Rax build will pair with a double Rax or some other kind of cheese later on. We'll see if that's a factor here. Anyways, guys, we're going to go into game 2. Right now, Classic in a 1-0 lead. Okay. Classic in the top right, GuMiho in the bottom left. And no SCVs out on the map yet. We'll see if one does trickle out here to make a barracks, but we don't see it so far.
Yeah, seems like it's going to be more of a standard opening here for GuMiho.
And I think that was probably the easiest game the Classic will have all day today. He just had a sense of where the hidden racks might be, and then he just got to play a game where he got to expand. He got to hold off harass that was all late because he denied the first barracks, and you know it was basically a tech and build order reset. Texas loves GSL. GSL loves Texas. Let's make our own sign. Pass it back over. Welcome. So, you know, I want to see if we're going to have that weird mech stuff we were talking about here before with GuMiho.
I feel like we might see, I mean, we almost certainly will see some Cyclone play coming in from GuMiho, but it feels as though TVP is probably the hardest matchup by a lot to make mech work. If anyone can do it, I think it's going to be GuMiho, but at the same time, you know, with Charge Zealots and with Blink Stalkers, you don't really have the same kiting potential that you would have against Zerg, per se, where it feels like until they get fungal growth, they basically cannot catch you.
Right.
So we'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Cyclones mixed into the early game and then some kind of siege tank push behind that, but in terms of a battle mech composition, I feel like it would be pretty innovative if GuMiho is able to somehow make that work here in this TVP, because at least in the games that I've been seeing from this matchup, it seems like it is one of the ones that is the least unchanged from the current developments in the meta that have been shifting more and more towards Terran mech.
So for now, we're waiting to see what that big tech is going to be. You know, it's funny, like a lot of games in this matchup kind of look like what we're seeing here from GuMiho, but then when the Terran gets their the factory and the starport out, there's just so many different kind of games they can bring you, you know, and different add-ons they can swap on. So I think out of all the races in StarCraft 2, I feel like they have the biggest branches as far as the tech decisions, where, you know, and they can have all their tech kind of up in that regard, or most of it, and then kind of pick and choose what they want. Where Protoss, it feels like you get your cybernetics core done, and then you have to pick a very definitive tech that makes for a very specific type of game, and gives you certain advantages and strengths and certain disadvantages and weaknesses. So, you know, we've got the Adept coming in here, just trying to see if the CC's down there yet. It's not. We've got the second gateway coming. Wouldn't be shocked if Classic went for a third Nexus off 2 gates. There is, of course, 4-gate, you know, with Blink and Hallucinate, stuff like that, although I don't know if this is the strongest map to do that on.
Yeah, the map pool a bit weaker for that strategy.
Yeah.
Also, Terran players have gotten so good with their sim cities that
yeah, and knowing where to put every tank and like having a bunker in their main and stuff. Yeah, it's nowhere near as strong as it was. We had like, I don't know, 18 months at GSL where like Terrans are just getting whooped by that. So this is going to be the third CC with the second gateway. And, you know, you're a little flimsy early on as Protoss. Like, the drops are scary, and you got to be ready, and you never know where they're going to come from. Sometimes Terrans will even fly in from, like, a counterintuitive spot. And he's got the Cyclone here with the Marines.
GuMiho could just drop right on top of this if he wants to.
Yeah, this is a weak army right now. I mean, none of this is going to be great against fighting what Terran has, and he doesn't want to let this cancel. He's going to go for the Sentry. He procs the Guardian Shield and basically sacrifices that. The Stalkers are just not quite strong enough to kill the Marines, but the damage spread is good enough. The Cyclone's weak enough. He drives it out regardless.
Yeah, those last couple Stalker Warpins stabilizing there for GuMiho, and GuMiho, he does have the second Cyclone joining forces here, but with the first Cyclone solo on HP, I guess he's going to move back in, but I feel like it'll be a challenge to get much more done, especially as Blink just finished here. For Classic, he's coming in with 5 Stalkers, 3 on the bottom side, and he's immediately blinking on top of that medevac, not able to snipe it right away. And one of these Cyclones actually going to be able to work its way into the natural expansion as the 4 Stalkers will clean up those Marines by that third base. GuMiho is trying to get any damage he possibly can done.
He's bleeding, guys. He's lost a lot. And without seeing much for it. You know, we did have the Sentry and the Stalker and the Adept killed. There were some workers killed, but, you know, the medevac, 2 Cyclones. The third base basically unimpeded.
No bunker done yet here at the natural expansion, so some room for micro here with Classic Stalkers. Only 4 of them. Ooh, actually microing really far forward. Oh my, okay,
that was a blunder by Classic. Classic just for sure thought that Raven wouldn't be right-clicked all the way back, and it was.
That auto turret also, I think, took down 2 Stalkers, got the killing blows.
Yeah, you know, auto turrets, you just, if you can, just don't engage with them at all, because they last for such a short amount of time. But like, he was just in the middle of it, so he ate a lot of shots. And a lot of times in this matchup, that's all it takes. So, I mean, he lost a decent amount of Stalkers. I don't think he killed anything of real significance back there either. He's going to come in again, and, you know, the tank is kind of hanging out here. It doesn't have to be this far forward, but it was.
Yeah, that's a nice pick off there for Classic. It makes up a little bit for the fumbled earlier attack. And behind it, he is powering up something awful. Storm's coming in, or Templar Archive starting in, I should say. 10 more gateways. Charge, I believe, just finished. +1 ground weapons is here. And although things aren't perfect in the world of Classic right now, given how many Stalkers he bled out just a moment ago, he has been able to slow down GuMiho quite a bit. And GuMiho, he is now starting to eye potentially a timing attack here, but with no medevacs on the field just yet, those Marines already really low. This Banshee not able to get really anything done because the shield battery is there at the third base.
Is he gonna take a third, or is he gonna push?
I think he's gonna push, but Classic feels like he's getting very well equipped to deal with this. Oh no, there actually is. Wait, do we have a third command center this whole time? I feel like we didn't get a shot of it.
I missed that too, actually. Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, I see it floating in on the mini-map right now. Okay.
Yeah, right there, smack in the middle.
I must have just
I thought he was gonna do some kind of a 2-base timing. He's gonna have the third up here, which means he could just push a little bit later.
I was going to say, looking at the army, I was like, surely the early game, like, it wasn't that bad for GuMiho. Why does he have so little with this push? But no, there is that third command center. That makes a lot more sense. Oh, that first series was so quick, it feels like we're still warming up here, you know?
Oh, I know. Well, the Banshees are denying the mining over here at this base. There's no observer, I think, with this mix, so there's no way for him to just come in there and blink underneath it and clear it out.
I think the first observer might have just popped.
Yeah.
There's the second one out, so they're just scattered across the map. I still don't think there is one here for Classic, although he's trying to potentially catch these Banshees when they run out of energy. Ideally, you'd be able to kill one of them, but they are both going to be able to escape over here at the top left. Fourth base coming in for Classic. Storm nearing completion as a ton of upgrades finishing up on both sides. GuMiho, I don't think we have a fourth command center just yet. I'm watching the minimap again because I don't trust myself, and I don't see a big red square. So I'm thinking that it's probably going to be a 3-base push coming in here from GuMiho.
And we just got to see more tech. We've got the Psystorms up already. Do we have a Robo that's finished?
Wait, I think Classic just finished +1 ground weapons, and he started 2 more forges.
Yeah, this is really weird.
Is he going 3? Is he going 2-1-1? What is this?
I'm also surprised he's going to attack. This is walled in.
All right, Classic trying to breach the gates here, but that
this
is
the worst thing I've ever
Sim
seen.
City. Listen, even he's disabling the Warp Prism and both sentries, so there's no Guardian shields.
That was insane.
That's pretty sick from GuMiho.
To be honest, man, when you have that many Zealots, you don't attack into a wall of buildings. Like, that made no sense. So I'm a little bit shocked.
I'm waiting to see if Classic starts +1 shields. I wonder if he forgot that he already had +1 ground weapons.
This actually happens, or like they thought they didn't make a forge, so he's making 2 forges now, and so now he has to make the shield upgrade just so he looks good in the tournament.
He's like, oh, the casters are going to make fun of me if I don't do this.
If I don't do this, the casters are going to be on to me.
Ooh, even the Storm kind of whiffing a little bit there. Not the cleanest game number 2 here from Classic, but he's going to try and charge in another angle. This is a much better angle, but still with those siege tanks. Just immaculately placed from GuMiho. Oh, and even the Banshees coming in here to the third. Stalkers are going to warp in. One of the Banshees very low on HP, or very low on energy, I should say, but there is an observer. Still, 5 probes going down. I think maybe not even 1 Banshee going down. GuMiho, I feel like the last 5 or 6 interactions that these players have had on the map have all been GuMiho-sided.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, my big thesis has just been that Protoss doesn't have to do a whole lot, and that Terran kind of has to end the game. So I'm confused. Less so by the second attack, but by that attack at the top where there's like a depot wall, I'm like, yeah, this is just never going to work. So I think he's allowed GuMiho to do a pretty good job catching up. Now, Classic is getting to that critical mass where he's going to basically be too big to fail. He's taking the bottom right base, and I think he might be taking the top left here too. And it just becomes such a slog to try to kill that off. So he's going to come in again, and I don't think you ever want to commit here. Okay, some nice Psystorms, but again, it's hard to push in with Psystorms versus siege tanks in siege mode. That kind of takes priority. It's always a little bit easier to defend with Psystorms because they got to run up, they have to siege up and stem into you.
Jesus, we just had to look at the units tab. There's still only 2 medevacs on the field. This late in the game, that is really low. GuMiho is going to max with like 4 to 6 medevacs in total, which means that his army is going to have a lot of firepower, but not very much sustain. And meanwhile, Classic, he is powered up to basically every single base on his side of the map, and it looks like he is gunning for this 4th. The Planetary just finished morphing in. There really aren't any units that are capable of taking that down. With this attack, is he still going to commit? He is. He's actually going to blink forward. That Planetary with mass repair is not going to be an easy cookie to crumble, as they say.
I mean, he's just never going to get in there. Oh, that was sick.
The storms were huge, though. 8 SCVs going down. But this army from Classic, he's nearly maxed on 90 workers. And this is not an impressive army, Tasteless. I think we still have those 2 Templar that just spent their energy dropping storms on that 3rd base. But the standing army for GuMiho, with only 6 medevacs, we have 25 Marauders. This army has so much firepower that even though Classic has grown into this massive beast on the map, he's at, what, 6 going on 7 bases? If he doesn't have a very good engagement here against GuMiho, things could spiral out of control very quickly, and GuMiho able to take this base down. Classic, he is not recalling. He's going for the base trade. He's going to try to take down this planetary, but again, there isn't really the high damage units to take that down quickly. He's going to bleed out a lot of gateway units, and now the Disruptors are isolated here at the third base. Another Nexus is going to go down. These Disruptor shots, the Storm, although it is good, Disruptor shots not really connecting the way they need to. That planetary only just now falling.
Now, here's the thing. It's going to be a bit of a base trade here, but there's more bases for Classic, so there's more to clean up here for GuMiho. Classic can recall his army back and maybe barely hold this off, so he can knock him onto one base, which is almost what Classic's on. He does have this outposted base in the bottom right. He can recall into the main, and maybe he can salvage this position.
And let's not forget, it's a very low medevac count for GuMiho. I believe 2 just more finished from that starport. But you see the ones right here with this army. There's only 4 of them. This bio cannot heal up. I guarantee he wants to stim again right now to try and lower all these gateways. But energy for Terran is a resource in this moment. You got to be very careful, because if we get into that scrappy situation where this goes full base trade and you are trying to close things out with this army right here, you want it to be as high HP as possible.
I mean, there is still place. Oh, just barely denied level 3. So here's the thing. You've got 2 bases that are mining. You could start to rebuild infrastructure. Oh my God, he snipes that too. And this is the problem. Terran really doesn't have a base. I mean, he's got 2 more bases landed that are barely mining, but like that can easily be denied. They're also not that mineral rich. Terran denies his space over here in the bottom. There's still the far bottom right base.
Classic has rebuilt some production there as he's charging in to clean this up. Will GuMiho be able to escape? Only 1 full medevac. You see how hectic the moment is. GuMiho just not really able to corral all those forces and evacuate them safely because there is so much going on. This is an immensely chaotic moment.
Yeah, this is crazy.
GuMiho back at home. He's still on 3 command centers, Tasteless.
By the way, GuMiho's actually mining more.
Right.
We should point out. For some reason, to me, it felt like Terran was mining more, but these storm drops are so nasty. And the problem is there's no real easy way for Terran to fight it. Now, the energy's going to regen on that. There's not a lot of heal or sustain here. If he targets down this command center, I mean, again, the pressure here is on the Terran to try to figure out how to get to this bottom right base. If he even knows that's the base that he has to go for, he might not be sure on the minimap where Protoss is.
So Classic has mostly rebuilt his production all the way down to the bottom right.
Both sides have 19 workers. He can drive that command center away. This makes the income down to 0, where Protoss is barely trickling in a little bit of resources. He's got another Warp Prism here. He's going to storm again. He's going to pick up over there. The medevacs are basically empty when it comes to energy, but I don't know if Classic wants to attack in here. He can always wait and try to pick things off from afar. He doesn't have to move into an entrenched position, which is exactly what this is.
Yeah, scans will also be at a
he's going to move into an entrenched position. Okay, but he's unsieged.
The storms are massive, Tasteless! Some of the biggest storms we've seen here at GSL, catching the entire army as he retreated.
That was sick.
What a victory for Classic. That one battle might decide the fate of this entire game. So much bio got taken out, and now Classic is finally able to get back online. He's not trying to take another expansion. Instead, actually he is. He's building another Nexus, but also 7 pylons. In a moment, he will be able to start producing units again here. For a long time, his production has been stymied on his side of the map.
Okay, he just needs to recall this back home, but he doesn't have everything grouped up together. He's going to scan. He sees the bottom right base. He knows that's where all the workers are, all 18 of them. Terran is not mining. Protoss is gaining energy on Templars that are still in the game. Medevacs are going to slowly regen their energy, obviously, but you know, when you have this much infantry, the stims, they bleed out the energy on the medevacs pretty fast. He's going to send 2, I think. Oh, he's going to pick up some units over there on the side.
Oh, if Classic's able to find these, he is so close to spotting those siege tanks. The medevacs are flying over the army. It's only 2 stalkers, but they can take down these medevacs. At least one of them going to fall, and I guarantee Classic on the hunt. Yeah, blinking forward. One of the medevacs will escape. Oh, he can't go back for the siege tanks. Even the feedback, the killing blow on that medevac. It was solo on HP, and Classic is so confident now in this position. He's taking a 3rd Nexus.
Yeah, he doesn't even really have most of his infrastructure back here. He's at least not supply blocked. He actually went up to 190 supply available now. He just made like every pylon he could with the money he had. And the problem is Terran can't really hide a base. You can try to like move back out onto the territory that was given you at the start of the game, but you know, Protoss has more. And if Protoss dips in at the right position, you're going to get run over.
All right, another engagement coming in. Those Marauders in the wrong place at the wrong time. Only a handful of them escaping as the Zealots continue to charge. Classic, he doesn't need to take this fight, but he wants to.
I mean, great Psy Storms here. The worker count now down to 1.
There's no mining here
Maybe
for GuMiho.
one mining gas in the main or something.
Disruptor shots coming in.
You know, GuMiho actually, hold on a second.
Wait,
wait.
How is this happening? How is GuMiho been able to, there's only 5 Templar right now for Classic?
Wait. Okay, he's gonna get some stock with some Zealots.
I felt like this.
Could he like YOLO push this and win the game?
He might be able to. I felt like Classic had this in the. He actually bled so many Zealots out, attacking up into those siege tanks. I think he didn't anticipate.
Yeah, I think
those
he thought
tanks
that was
getting
everything he had,
done.
and then this tanks and infantry sort of came down from the high ground.
Well, this has suddenly gotten a lot closer.
Yeah, so right now Classic has to win this fight. He's gonna throw the Psy Storms down.
No way. GuMiho, are you doing this?
Another Psy Storm.
The storms are pretty big, but there isn't a lot of follow-up damage. Classic with maybe 2 or 3 more storms available, but there's basically no bio left.
Oh my god, he's gonna barely beat it. Wait, hold on, there's more infantry coming, but Zealots are gonna spill down.
How many more storms do we have? Do we have even one more storm left? Energy recharge. We're not sure if it's available. Oh, the medevac's getting taken out.
This is insane.
How has this gotten so scrappy?
This is so crazy. I think he's just got enough. There's no heal.
Wow. I must say.
What am I? Oh, good dodge.
I must say, Classic was in
just crazy.
A really good position. GuMiho with kind of a miraculous play to even bring it down to what it is right now. 15 army supply to 13. Now a big round of warpins here for Classic.
So there's nothing mining at the third base for Protoss, by the way. I think he thought he was like more ahead. He's like, oh, I actually have to. Okay, there it is. GG.
What a game.
What a sick game. Dude, that goes to show you do not want to get too cocky in a moment like that. Like, he stormed the workers, which I don't think was necessarily bad, but I think he thought, okay, well, that's everything that he's got. And then, suddenly down the ramp comes all these other units that were basically just protecting the main. And Classic barely wins that. But the win conditions that I was talking about are very much there in that game. Protoss gets too big, and then Terran is finally ready to push out. But the issue is Protoss can always counterattack. And if the Terran goes back to defend, Protoss keeps growing. If Terran doesn't go back to defend, Protoss can do a base wipe faster than Terran can. And even though both sides are in shatters, the Protoss is going to have probably a little bit more and can try to play the comeback from there.
What a wild ride game number 2 was, and now it is match point. GuMiho almost staged the comeback there after the base trade scenario. Brought it so close, but instead he only has 1 life remaining. Classic, he wants to meet Rogue in that grand finals. Will he do it here on lane 9? Map number 3 is loaded up. Let's go.
Okay, Classic here in the bottom left, GuMiho here in the top right. Now, I really thought we would have more crazy mech madness here from GuMiho. I kind of thought it was going to be like, we're going to watch Classic like Sonic the Hedgehog, and he has to fight Dr. Robotnik on every single stage and beat his, and then right when he beats him, GuMiho jumps in that flying machine and he's got to go to the next level. But instead, it's been GuMiho with, kind of traditional, straight up, classic, conservative Terran play, which who knows, that might be the best way to play in his mind, but so far it hasn't produced the results. So I'm very curious to see if we're going to see a deviation here from GuMiho, or if he's going to come up, with a more clean version of what he's already been doing and one that would work.
Yeah, mech is just, it's hard to do it against a Protoss player of Classic's tier. It feels like he can never get enough momentum, especially if Protoss opts to go for Blink so quickly. If you lose your first couple of Cyclones or you just take too much damage early, you can't go for that mass expansion style that we see GuMiho love to do. Wow, 2012 GSL Season 1 Finals in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas. Oh, my God.
Whoa.
I loved that event.
That is an awesome cheerful.
That was the event, in my experience, that I had the most Gamba at. That was fun, man. The Cosmopolitan Hotels we were in, one of the best hotels. One of the least memorable finals, by the way. It wasn't actually a super close finals, but Yeah, that was a fun time having GSL in Vegas.
I could just see you in real time going through this nostalgia trip.
Yes.
I'm sure some happy memories.
Absolutely.
I mean, GSL is just such a storied history.
So, you know, this game, a lot like Game 2, you know, both sides are teching and developing. We do have the command center on the low ground this time. And Classic is just continuing to try to, you know, develop and probably get a second gateway with the Twilight Council, get a third. I really would be surprised if we see Classic try to, you know, do anything super aggressive or super high risk.
And I'm wondering if we see a stronger timing push coming in from GuMiho. We haven't had any real two-base play. By the way, double Reaper here from Gumi, so he is going to be going into the Cyclones first. Twilight Council on the Protoss side of things. Will it be Blink or will it be Charge? We have seen Classic already in this series in game number 1 kind of brace for the impact of a potential push with Charge as the opening. That might be his response to the really fast 2-gas openings that we're seeing from Terrans sometime. We'll have to wait and see if he actually does it here. I don't think this is grenadable. So no, GuMiho just going to be wailing on that pylon instead. Sometimes you get these funny angles with a pylon or a gateway where it's just barely clipping the wall. And that allows you to use the grenade to kind of propel yourself past it. I don't think you can do it with that wall in. It's a really tricky business trying to go for those grenades.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be very tricky for sure. He's basically just sitting out here, getting confirmation of a third. And the Hallucinated Phoenix is going to go through here and check which add-ons are plugged into what extensions, what buildings, excuse me. And we've got a Robo and the Zealot Charge. So this is totally not a standard build.
This is a cute move from GuMiho. I was wondering if we're going to pair this with a scan to try and confirm the kill there on the Stalker, but instead just using the Reaper to get vision on the high ground.
So he's going to basically get a Warp Prism, I think, and then do like a... Maybe if the Terran gets a third, Command Center's 2, this can be punished, but I think he's just going to have a bunch of Zealots with Charge that he can kind of try to run over. Warp it in the main, maybe? I'm not so sure. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It could also just be for an obs, because we have a Templar Archives getting thrown down.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe this is more conservative than I thought. I think in my head I saw the Charge and the Robo, and I'm like, oh, he's going to get a Warp Prism and do something weird.
Charge is just really good against the 2-gas openings because they typically don't have as much bio with them. It's a much more technical army with a faster factory and starport units.
I guess you could just kind of overwhelm it with Zealots, and they no longer get to finesse it on the ground. They have to pick up and run away.
It's one of the better solutions that Protoss players have been deploying against the siege tank pushes on 2 bases, which have been so deadly for so long.
Yeah, we've had a lot of games where it's just a full-on shutdown. Like, they just get in there, and it's like, you're out. No more third base. So, yeah, it's going to be the Psy Storm. It's going to be a few more gateways here. So we don't have that Nexus yet, but it could be coming.
Oh, it's mirroring the way the Classic approached this in game number 1. Just very conservative, making sure you already have the Templar Archives, you're already getting stormed by the time you throw in at the Nexus. It's not really, obviously it's not as macro-focused as taking a rapid third base would be, but it seems like Classic coming up here against GuMiho, his mantra is basically to stay alive, right? He's trying to deflect any potential curveballs GuMiho might throw his way.
He's slow cooking it. I think he almost feels like if GuMiho is going to try to win this, he's going to try to basically dismantle me on my third base. He's not going to try to go toe-to-toe in a long game. So I'm going to take a super slow third myself. I'm going to have Storm super early.
Yeah, Storm not done yet, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It's like, what, 10% away from finishing?
Maybe 15 or 20 seconds.
Oh.
I think GuMiho recognizes this. He's trying to take the fight right now.
He's going to hit the Templars.
The Zealot's able to buy a lot of time. He is losing them, but once Psystorm is done...
Okay, he's got it. Just don't try to not storm your own observer here.
Honestly, if he kills the bio, I don't think he minds too much storming that observer. In fact, it does go down.
Okay, this is like really scary.
Yeah, it's a tricky push. Oh man, the siege tank is coming in too. And keep in mind, we already lost basically all the Zealots. Classic had to sacrifice them to buy time for the storms.
Okay, he should not push in there. He should run back and force an unsiege. Whenever Terran's playing like this, you want to make him unsiege, and as they unsiege, you run into him, do some damage. When you see them siege up, you run right back out. Now, GuMiho's going to try to go around. He's actually going to completely, possibly outposition
Double
Classic.
Classic
is, yeah.
He's going to be going for the main base and the third while he hits potentially the natural expansion. In a moment like this, where Classic wants to restock on Zealots, this could be very dangerous. Oh, GuMiho, is he actually going to bring everything to the front for the push? It seems like it. Storm's going to drop down, mostly just zoning away the bio, only able to confirm a couple of kills. Wait, you're actually going to move into this Classic? That is very brave.
He's got to back up. The infantry is so squishy. Remember, there's no heal on the Medivacs. Oh my god, the attack from the bottom with the Zealots.
Oh, the charge pretty good. Almost taking down that Medivac. The Stalkers, there's just enough of them. Somehow Classic getting the better end of this trade. I was skeptical at first, but this is absolutely working in his favor.
Dude,
just able to push GuMiho back from that position.
These Cyclones are so low. Oh, I guess it's just one, and then there's 2 tanks in there. But he basically drove him back. I don't think there's a counter punch here for Protoss where he could attack the 3rd base. But, man. He's going to transfer the SCVs over here. He's going to pick up with 3 Marauders and 2 Marines, basically try to get some damage done. And I'm not sure what's actually back at home here. Seems like he's just saturating probes. Protoss is actually going to go back, and I think he might end up just running right into this infantry group.
Yeah, it's a spider pylon down here too. Those Zealots certainly going to spot it.
Yeah, Protoss going to grow into this position as well, feeling safe. And, you know, it's sort of back to the basics here. The Protoss will continue to try to get the other tech upgrades, and especially the splash when he can. And then the Terran wants to try to, you know, figure out how to end the game or do something. I do feel like that is the dynamic of the matchup right now, is that the burden is on the Terran. And in RTS games, sometimes that's how a matchup operates. The burden is on one race or one faction to try to figure out how to come in and stop the other. And they're actually going around each other. Now, this is not the moment you'd want to be counterattacking necessarily, but we may be forced into this position here just by where the armies are positioned for the time being.
Oh, pretty good SimCity right here with these barracks, but there's so much coming in now for Classic as the Gateway units just storm in here to the natural expansion. And speaking of storm, a couple of Templar are going to drop these storms right on that bio. 3rd Nexus going down here for Classic. The 4th, of course, also was denied. Defensively for Classic, he can choose to warp in some Templar and energy recharge them on the defense. I'm not sure if he's doing that or committing on the front. I think actually we might have just had, EMP, I think, on those Templars. So instead they're just going to morph into Archons. I don't know how many Templar we have left here for Classic as GuMiho. He's pulling the boys defensively, trying to stay alive here in the main base. I think this time it is working. 1 more Templar goes down. That is the last storm that Classic has here on the front line as another round of Zealots is coming in. But this army for GuMiho, it is just continuing a rampage in the main base of Classic. Classic is trying everything to stop GuMiho on GuMiho's side of the map.
Oh my god, that almost killed the Medivac. I mean, the question though is, for Terran, I mean, how are you going to get in? For Protoss, I mean, what is going to defend your base here? What? How is this thing not dead?
Oh, solo on energy. That Medivac maybe on 1 HP right now.
Okay, Protoss is hiding a base on the Terran side. SCVs are going to be pulled over here. The 3rd base is still mining, or no, it was mining, I think. He pulled out some of the SCVs there. The issue, oh my god, he's going to take out the gateways over here. So money-wise, it's 600 minerals for GuMiho. It's 225 for Classic. He doesn't have any way to recall, right?
I mean, there's Nexus finishing up at the center of the map. He would have loved to recall these probes.
Well, he just lost all of his workers.
Oh yeah, the Nexus just isn't done yet. He doesn't have the time. All right, Classic, it seemed like he was able to work. Yeah, the Templar Archives is here in the main base. I was wondering if it was in the main or at the natural expansion. We had another round of Templar warped in, so Classic's army just got a lot better. 4 Templar in total.
Oh, he might have to Skystorm that? Oh my god!
Warp Prism goes down. That is a lot of micro capability removed from the Protoss army.
Remember that there's a lot of Medivacs, so there's a lot of places he can try to move around and drop. He's got SCVs and he's got enough money he can make another command center.
That's right.
Protoss might want to just like actually go back to their new Nexus and camp and start to make pylons so that he can make probes.
He's got 4 probes though, Tasteless. He needs to make, I think, 2 or 3 pylons before he can even start building more workers again. That's going to take a long time. This is like a Brood War start with the economy here.
This is going to be really interesting. Now, if he can like snipe this, keep in mind, full energy Medivacs can be zapped and killed here if they're low enough. And you know, the Templars are obviously in position enough. He sees this one coming around.
And needs a couple of hits. Got an 80 HP now on that Medivac, but honestly for GuMiho, I think you just need to sit at home. You know you killed all of the workers, you didn't see any recalls, you confirmed the kills on the probes in the main base.
He's got to play single player, basically. He's got to just like stay back. Now, Terran has some infrastructure. He's got a lot of depots, which like can be killed, but I think that you know, he's a little bit wary of being too far away.
Whoa.
You're kidding me. Keep in mind, had the last two medevacs been killed, this would be a very different game. The fact that they're alive, and they can be repaired, by the way.
And so we're going to have 2 command center for GuMiho. Barracks, Factory, and Starport. More than 1 mineral line worth of SCVs. And GuMiho just scanned the only Nexus of Classic. Now, there is a little bit of lack of information here for GuMiho. He might not know that's the only Nexus. But I think you can surmise that Classic is not in a good economic position. So right now, the onus is on Classic to try and end this game, and GuMiho seems to recognize that. He is setting up these structures in a nice defensive position here in the main base in case there are blinks in. He's forming a nice line. He's got a line of siege tanks as well there in the natural expansion. 2 tanks in total, some Widow Mines, a Ghost hanging back. Classic needs to find a way to break GuMiho, and I'm running the numbers in my head. I don't think you break that with 8 Zealots, 4 Archons, and 4 Templar. He might try to macro back up. I don't think Classic realizes how dire the situation actually is.
No, I think he knows because of the workers that he has right now. Like, the fact that we're right back to the action here with the SCVs, Terran's going to develop really nicely. This is what I was wondering about earlier, was like, would he be able to just send Zealots over here and kill this off? Because you want to force him to make, like, a lot of depots again, right? If they get to keep all their depots, you just make a bunch of barracks and you're already back in the action. But like Protoss doesn't even have a cybernetics core up yet. I don't think there's even a gateway in the game, right?
It's gonna be a while before he can afford that. He can't even get constant pro production just yet. He only just now got out of supply block. And you can see GuMiho looking at the minimap. There's a medevac that is just checking all of these bases. GuMiho obviously in the situation doesn't want to spend too many scans.
Right.
He's like, okay, there's no Nexus in the top left. There's no Nexus here. At 11 o'clock, is there one at 12? He's just slowly confirming that the game state actually is what it is, which is that GuMiho is in a tremendous lead, building 6 more depots back at home. He is not going to be supply blocked for very long. And Classic, I mean, losing another Templar. There really isn't a path of victory here for Classic, but he doesn't realize that yet. You can't fault him in this situation. You know, you're 1 map win away from going to the finals. He's just trying to play it out. GuMiho is learning how dead Classic really is, but Classic is as of yet unaware.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he knows he's behind, but he probably cannot appreciate how dire the position is. And I think this should be a pretty slow game from here. I mean, basically, GuMiho's going to get a couple rounds of infantry out and probably just push out and win the game. Yeah, I think even with perfect Psy Storms, you're probably going to have enough to you know, endure.
I would say that push will happen in a couple of minutes if I'm GuMiho. Because if you lose this game, you're out. You don't want to... GuMiho should know this is a position that is unlosable if he plays it right. Just play it nice and slow here if you're GuMiho. Don't risk potentially moving out and Protoss having more army that you didn't see. And somehow Classic is able to turn this around and kill you.
I like the landed mule up there on the burning building, the top right, to repair.
I completely missed that. What building was you repairing?
For the Ghost Academy.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, no, sorry. So he's going to come down again. And, I mean, at this point in time, I don't know. You know, EMPs would be handy here against the few Archons that are in the game.
And there's really nothing, just adding in additional Ghosts. This is the first gateway coming up here for Classic in quite a while, by the way. We are ways away. You start this game with 12 workers. Classic has 11 right now.
Oh my God.
All right, he's pushing. This could be a good engagement, but oh, those EMPs just melting the Archons. The Storm's fantastic here for Classic, but GuMiho just a little bit too strong.
GG.
Is going to end it. Game 2, Game 3, very hectic, very chaotic. Back in forth with the base trades. I really respect GuMiho. I know it slows the game down, and we can obviously see everything, so we know that GuMiho's effectively just won the game, but I respect him recognizing the position and being like, you know what, I am just going to wait. I am not going to potentially have one of the biggest regrets of my career and move out and get knocked out of the GSL semifinals right here and now because of it. So it's that he builds up just enough. It's what, 3-4 additional Ghosts come in, he EMPs everything, and we're going to
Game 4.
Game 4.
Gotta say, I really liked that one. Kind of an unusual moment. They sort of passed each other, and then we got into a base race. And you can see why Protoss need to be further along in a game to do a base race, where they've got you know, maybe 40% more expansions, right? Where they've got enough they can kind of fall back on everything, and as good as Terran would be in that moment, they just can't clean up everything as neatly and as easily as Protoss can do to them.
I would love to go back in a replay and see exactly what Classic could see when that happened, because I know there was one observer on the map, but I don't know where it was. And I'm curious if Classic made the decision to go for a base trade, or if it was just something that happened. Because it did work out very well for him there in game number 3.
It did feel like it just happened.
Or game number 2, excuse me. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think
he was just like, oh, we're already far out enough. Okay, we're doing this. Let's see what happens. He probably wanted to actually catch the army in the middle of the map and do some side storms, but GuMiho was pretty good at changing his movement on the map and relocating.
It feels a lot tougher for Terrans to win base trades in the current patch, by the way, just because you can warp in Templar and then energy recharge them back at home and have 2 storms.
And recall. I mean, there's actually a lot of tools Protoss have, and it's funny because Terran is the more mobile force for most of the game, but when it comes to a base trade, actually, I think Protoss is a little bit stronger.
I feel like even with recall in previous patches, and maybe that's just my bias as someone who mains Protoss, I would say it's just Terran favored because of the nature of the mobility of the bio and Terran buildings being able to fly and all of this.
Sure.
But yeah,
but if you're up on
recharge,
enough bases, then I think with warp, like Templars warping in and setting stuff back, keep in mind, all you got to do is snipe the command centers when they pick up and try to leave. They don't have that many usually. Usually you're like doing it against someone who has 3 or maybe 4.
It is a packed house, by the way, here in GSL. Any more chairs and the fire department's going to come over and shut us down.
That's it, man. A couple more people come in here and there's a fire. Everyone's going to die.
Don't speak that into existence, please.
So we have one of our players requesting a break here, so we'll be going into the game shortly. But I have to say, even though GuMiho won, and that's great, I want a close series. It's not looking good for him. That was one of those games where it's pretty hard to recreate, and it's pretty clear Protoss was strong even in those moments where, you know, I don't know. I mean, it was a pretty perfect base trade. Able to keep the depots alive, able to keep all the SCVs alive, you know?
Yeah, I feel like
I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't feel like GuMiho has got the answer yet for the matchup, especially versus Classic.
It feels like even in that game, if there was not a base trade, I give the advantage to Classic. He was quickly expanding. His macro was fantastic. I think that if they had even an engagement in the center of the map where Classic was able to come in from multiple angles, which it seemed like he was angling to do with the position of his army, just maneuvering counterclockwise from the bottom all the way to the right, I feel like that's very good for the Protoss in this situation. And so I'm right there with you. Everything seemed to go well in that base trade for GuMiho, but it has me worried about what happens when we go into the next game. And if Classic is able to navigate his way into a macro game, will GuMiho actually be able to keep up? Because it feels like the development for Terran, it's a little bit slower than it typically is. And we also aren't having, oh, there's Gemini in the crowd, by the way. We aren't having those absolutely deadly pushes coming in from Terran. Like we saw Cure deploy to Hero, almost leading to a GSL victory. That went to game 7, right?
No, it just seems like GuMiho's kind of on struggle street, trying to figure out exactly what he needs to do to get the game to a place where he's comfortable. And it doesn't feel like there's really that moment there. Maybe he attacks in early, but Classic's shown that he's willing to take a third base later, get his tech up sooner, and basically sandbag the progress to that. And in a game where the Protoss is just trying to stretch the game out as long as possible, and as long as the Protoss can keep getting tech and keep making a more and more sophisticated army that basically answers everything that Terran has, it's harder to push in. And then when Terran finally does feel like they might have what they need to fight, the Protoss turns the game on its head and just counterattacks. You know?
I'm not sure what GuMiho could do differently, and maybe I'm not sure who requested the pause either, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was GuMiho trying to think, all right, I got back into that one, but it was a little bit sketchy there in the early game. What can I change going into game number 4, game number 5 to try and bring forth a win? Because for GuMiho, he can't drop a single map now. It's 2-1 in Classic's favor. The winner of this series will go on to play against Rogue in the grand finals. And a lot is on the line. GuMiho, he still hasn't completely secured his trip to EWC. He will have. He does have a spot in the final, I believe they're calling it the global qualifier, the last chance qualifier for EWC. But that means that if he wants to get the ticket right now, because Rogue won that first series, he needs to be the GSL champion. You can't You can't.
Well, it's more
misstep
important to
at
win
all.
here. I mean,
Right.
I think you got to treat every opportunity like it's your last, even if it's not. But right now, yeah, I mean, it's looking very, very tough. Obviously, Classic going to have a very different matchup if we do get a PVZ here. It's going to look entirely different. But it's been interesting in Season 1 and Season 2, at least for us here at GSL, to kind of explore the PVT matchup and see how it looks and see the way, in some ways, at least Terrans out here are struggling to figure out how exactly to end the game. By the way, guys, we're ready to go into Game 4. The break is done. Okay, Classic down here in the bottom right, GuMiho in the top left. Any SCVs sent out on the map? Any weird cheeses? Doesn't look like it.
By the way, I've been loving Classic's Reaper Wallen so far. I'm drawing little diagrams here on my tablet for how to do it when I get home. Feels like I'm watching one of those Gemini posts where he tells the Protoss players how to Wallen on every single map. Really nice SimCity from Classic here in these early games, and their early scouting has been very good too. If I'm GuMiho, sometimes when you rewind the game, obviously in StarCraft 2, you play the match is over, you can press W and rewind and see the game state. You might want to check on something like what the scouting pattern was or how active it was in a moment like that one. Classic has been really on top of it. Even after he spotted that initial barracks in game number 1, he didn't leave anything to chance. He didn't say, you know what, it's unlikely GuMiho goes for another proxy barracks in this series. I'm just going to play it really greedy and go for a later scout or a faster scout. He is still checking his corners. He's making sure everything is where it should be.
Nice probe to come in here and delay that command center.
Just very solid, safe play coming out from Classic so far in this series. And honestly, I would almost be surprised if he was the one to mix it up. I feel like it's really GuMiho who might need to take the initiative to make a change here in game number 4.
Yeah, GuMiho, the longer this goes on, the less I feel like we're going to get mech. It seems like he's kind of locked into this style, this approach. I am a little bit surprised he didn't try any real cheeses. The proxy 1 racks isn't like it's not like a game-ending cheese, But
you're just fishing for a couple probe kills is all.
Yeah, you're fishing for some kind of a tiny lead here.
Oh, is that a second barracks actually getting thrown down? I assumed it was a factory, but... Oh, okay. Maybe a 2-on-1 opening here from GuMiho.
Twilight Council starting. Classic just kind of going with the flow that we've seen in the other games prior. Such a different pacing, by the way, from our match with a Rogue and Hero.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it just shows you how different. You get two completely different players, and it's like a whole other game. So he's going to run this one Stalker behind here. No SCVs to snipe, so he backs back out.
And with the 2-on-1 opening here from GuMiho, he's going to have considerably more bio than he did in the other games. I'm thinking back to the games where GuMiho fast expanded, and I feel like they were all 1-1-1 openings. I'm not sure exactly, and so that usually leads to a much more technical army, like at least at the very early game. It leads to situations like the double Cyclones going in for some pressure on the third base of Protoss with the Marines, as we saw in a previous map. Or oftentimes it'll lead to a siege tank push where the tanks are getting out very quickly, but there isn't a lot of bio to support. Here with a 2-on-1, we're going to have stim hitting much more rapidly than it normally would.
And this variant, I think, is another way to create an opportunity early on. It looks like the third base is going to be early, unlike Game 3. Game 3, he kind of locked in, ready to take a fight in the middle of the map. So maybe this is going to be the shape of this game so far is going to be one where maybe GuMiho can actually pull off some kind of a fatal blow, basically taking the Protoss down before they get out of control. Because Game 3 was such a unusual game, and primarily in that it was an early game base trade. It was as early as you can get for base trades, right? And then all the Terran kept like 16 SCVs alive. So that's like, well, that's almost all you need to know.
+2 orbitals to add insult to injury, too.
Yeah, landing mules constantly. So it's
brutal.
like Protoss had like 3 probes or something when the Nexus was making. So, yeah, I mean, when Stim's done, it's going to be time to start to move out on the map here for Terran. Now, Protoss is getting Blink, but Blink is a little bit handier versus like medevac stuff. Well, hold on a second.
Ooh.
Is he just going to catch this? Now, Stalkers are actually good versus Marines when they're alone. Oh my God!
Some nice positioning there from Classic. Now with Stim, you can chase these down and get some damage done. Oh, Classic really wants to catch these. Almost surprised we didn't see a snap recall back at home. I wonder if the energy just isn't available right there. And on Classic side of things, we do have a third base coming in, but he is powering up. He's respecting this. They're going into a Robo Bay very quickly. He wants Colossus up to deal with this Marine-heavy composition. And most of the games leading up until this point, GuMiho has been playing very Marauder-heavy styles, but with this 3 barracks, 1 factory, and 1 starport, and double reactor on the barracks, there are going to be so many Marines. I think Colossus, very smart decision in this situation.
And GuMiho's going to come out swinging. He's positioned himself off and on in the middle of the map. Protoss does have that third base, drinking in the resources over there, but it's going to be a lot of down to this 2-base push.
Yeah, there's a bit of a decision to make here for GuMiho as we're getting closer and closer to 300, 400 minerals. Do you add in 2 additional barracks and go 5 racks and try to end the game right now, or do you go for a delayed third base behind this pressure?
And I'm kind of hoping he's going to go for the 2-base play. I just feel like the way these games have sized up, he's not. He's going to go for the third base. Okay. So this game is going to go more into the direction of game 2 and 3.
But I must say, I like the setup here for GuMiho a little bit more with this bio. I feel like this is going to give him a lot of opportunities to get some damage done. Stimming forward. No concussive shell just yet. That is going to start now. Of course, only 1 tech lab here for GuMiho, so these upgrades are coming in very slowly. And he scans, sees all these zealots, does not know when charge is going to finish yet, so he's going to retreat.
It's like 10 seconds out. So, I mean, he's going to have that in a moment, and then it's going to be really hard to do. Don't know if Protoss can counterattack, would even want to counterattack, but with a Colossus out, you might want to try. Especially with charge there, too. Now, charge could be used to attack in with the main army. We've also seen some moments where they just kind of counterattack certain locations and force the Terran to, you know, respect the counterattack threats and come over there. This isn't exactly a well-defended natural either. You know, it's an empty bunker. I don't think there's a tank there or anything. There's enough structures. Maybe it's kind of walled.
Yeah, I think it is a wall in, or at least nearly one.
Yeah.
He's working on getting that wall set up at least.
It's coming. Doesn't save the Stalker with a blink away, but sends the Zealots in here for the counter. But again,
there is a bunker, but nothing in it.
No, it's empty, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, not anymore. Just watch this, State. Goes right inside. He's going to hit the third base, which will be forced, I think, to lift.
Yeah, this is a pretty good Protoss army, too. GuMiho on the retreat. Oh, he's going to try and full send into the main base. Not all the units. One of the medevacs actually empty. Didn't pick everything up, so that siege tank is going to get chased down. GuMiho in the heat of the moment trying to get here as quickly as possible. Luckily, that siege tank actually going to survive. We'll be able to siege up here on the low ground. Forges in a very dangerous position. +1 is going to get denied here. For Classic, GuMiho immediately just going to retreat back off. That was a dicey moment, but he got the best out of it. Still, back at home, that third command center has not been planted down just yet. GuMiho is still waiting for the reinforcements to be able to dispatch those zealots.
Is he going to go in the
resaturate
main?
that base? Is he going to come in again? You got to be careful with these Blink Stalkers, even without +1. 7 Blink Stalkers can do a lot of work on those medevacs.
So the medevacs are going to be parked just eye shot, maybe out of eye shot, away from that position. And GuMiho's not, honestly, looking that great. Not mining from your third base, while Protoss was mining from the third base the whole time. And I think he traded pretty well. I don't know if this means that Classic can wind up for another attack here, or if he just needs to turtle and kind of camp it out. Now, this would be a good cancel, because I think he's just not expecting something so straightforward as a dive in over here. Yeah. Oh, did he not cancel that?
I don't think he canceled it, no.
Oh, wow, okay.
And he can actually take down this Disruptor and potentially even the Colossus. Keep in mind, this is, I believe, 1-1 bio against a Protoss whose upgrades got reset. We do not have +1 ground weapons. I don't think we have +1 armor, so this bio is going to scale very well. against what Classic's got.
No way. He repairs that? All right.
I've played so many games that look like this. I never expect the bunker to die tasteless. Blink forward here by Classic. Only one disruptor shot, and so GuMiho is just easily able to peel away, and he's actually loading up the medevacs again. Will he go into the main base? No, it seems like he is going to retreat, regroup his forces back on his side of the map. I'm liking this more and more here for GuMiho. Yes, he is a little bit behind on Eco, but with the upgrade advantage, with +1 only just now finishing here for Protoss, and the army trade's been very advantageous for the Terran player as well. It's only really SCVs that have fallen thus far. Keep in mind also the splash damage here for Protoss. 2 Colossus in total, only 3 disruptors, and oh, is he even gonna catch this Warp Prism? I think it should barely just survive.
Yep, nicely done. He keeps it. Terran's not on the map now. There is that small counterattack, medevacs in the far right.
Yeah, top right side, we have a ton of loaded medevacs.
God.
And is there one Hero Zealot that's gonna spot this? And the Observer too. Oh, Classic, he's moving forward. GuMiho has not realized he's been spotted. The Stalker's complete under this! Every medevac going down is 10 supply down the drain. That is 30 supply down for GuMiho in the blink of an eye.
I can't believe that just happened. I can't believe he was just there, hovering. Oh my God.
It just takes one small mistake. He doesn't notice the Zealot. He doesn't notice the Observer. The medevac's idle 5-10 seconds, and Classic's army was in the perfect position to capitalize. 30 supply down for GuMiho in just a number of seconds. Oh, that's a painful moment. The mid-game, the engagements, they were looking better for him, but 3 medevacs and all of that bio being taken down, even with Ghost now entering the field here for Terran, I feel like Classic, with upgrades equalizing with 1-1 done, he is going to have a hell of a counterpunch coming in, especially with 2-2 so delayed for Terran.
I mean, he does just roll him over here, right?
It depends on the disruptor shots, but I'm right there with you. I think it's going to be a really good fight for Classic. It'll take some fancy micro from GuMiho.
I think he might want to even just move up and go in there. He's got Zealots he can drop in over here. He's going to blink into the side. Another disruptor shot comes.
Ooh, gets a Ghost. One of those Marauders now very low on HP as well.
Yeah, and I love just having the Zealots warping in over here.
Yeah, that move into the third base allowed him to free enough supply to warp in those Zealots. Another big engagement coming in. I think only 2 more disruptor shots off cooldown. That's going to be a big one, but it gets canceled. The other ones, at least one of them does have pretty good connections. Colossus are getting taken care of there by GuMiho. But so much going down in terms of army for our Terran player.
And Protoss, again, too big to fail. Too much of the map. Untouched. Completely untethered.
And Terran down to 3 medevacs too.
Yeah, and it's just GuMiho, you know, getting almost smothered, drowning in the Protoss units that just keep coming in here. No real way to drive him back anymore, as the Protoss army's just too sophisticated, right? I mean, he's got 2-2. That's great. He's going to knock the rocks down.
One unlucky Zealot.
Yeah.
I think Classic's ready to push
but, you know,
again.
if Classic had paid any attention to 9 o'clock, he could just go over there, too, and hit that.
That's a lot of landed Vikings.
Yeah.
Careful, GuMiho.
Okay, he's going to try to
Careful, GuMiho.
match him over here. Very weird that he had landed Vikings just isolated over there.
Blink took one of them down, and Classic is just continuing to expand. Double expansions, 7 more gateways. Second robo is done. Dark Shrine nearly completed.
And we might be at the point of no return. I mean, when these probes get saturated at all these new bases, I mean, you can just run in and remake and just do it over and over again. Nice disruptor shots will take the tank out. The command center, I don't know that it can be saved. There's just too much damage coming out here. The SCVs can't repair it in time, it looks like.
Yeah, the disruptors don't get the good connections they need, but they are able to zone away the bio. And keep in mind, these stims incredibly painful.
I can't believe that got saved, by the way. But Protoss keeps growing. And Terran has to use everything that they've got to try to defend that base.
It's soon to be 8 bases for Classic.
Versus 4. And by the way, a barely functioning 4. We've had a lot of SCVs killed. We have the command center lift several times over.
I believe Liberator range is done, right? It must be.
It certainly looks like it.
4 Liberators on the field. This bio still not healed from the last skirmish. Only 4 medevacs. As Classic now pushing in. Disruptor Shot zoning away the army on the right side as he focuses in on the natural expansion.
And this is the base that we were talking about the whole time. If Classic gives this base enough attention, he should be able to clear it out.
3 Immortals and all these Disruptor Shots. Oh, not the best engagement right now. That Planetary is staying alive. A recall actually going to lead to 1 Disruptor going down. These aren't the best traits for Classic right now, but he was able to kill a ton of SCVs. And his economy is just off the charts. He can afford to take trades like this. Look, he's taking another base in the bottom left.
Okay, so it's almost comedy at this point in time. He actually has almost run out of bases to take.
That DT is 16 kills, Tasteless. It wiped out the entire Mineral line at the 3rd base.
Dude, that's insane.
I was wondering where all those SCVs went down. I thought maybe it was a Disruptor Shot.
I thought it was
on
like
the
a Zealot
Planetary.
hitting something somewhere, but yeah, no, he had the DT that got in there, and it got so many kills. GuMiho's going to move out, and GuMiho just doesn't have enough to push with. He doesn't have enough to remake either.
And look at the HP on these bio units, man. It is so low. Only 3 medevacs, even with the energy upgrade. There's just no healing. Classic right now sitting on the world's best Protoss economy. Only 67 workers, but so many expansions. I'm pretty sure GuMiho could kill 2 bases and Classic still couldn't saturate all these mineral lines. This
well, I
is
mean,
absurd.
we're seeing the counterattacks happen over and over again, and it's keeping Terran oppressed, and then Terran doesn't have enough to push out into the map. And this feels closer and closer to checkmate economically.
I think it just has to be. GuMiho can't even saturate a 4th base at this point. It's 16 minutes. Classic has almost the entire map. All right, Blinks forward coming in. Is this going to be the finishing blow?
Looks
Stalker's
like it.
taking down all these starport units, the bio. Finally, there are enough medevacs to heal them up, but now the Protoss army is just a little bit too strong. I think Classic's done it. GG has called a 3-1 victory, and we're going to have a Classic versus Rogue final.
Hell yes. Great series. I mean, Classic, just the ultimate PvT flex. Herculean strength there, just unbreakable. And once he gets big enough, I mean, he will never be able to take him out in a matchup that looks very tough for Terran right now. Classic knows exactly how to play it perfectly. So he's going to be moving on, man. We're going to have an interview with him in a sec here.
6-year gap since he was last in the GSL finals.
Wow. God, it's been that long.
Just really terrific play from Classic, showing us the standard tried and true defensive style that has brought him so much success now at birth in the CODES finals. In a moment, we're going to hear what he has to say. Classic versus Rogue. I am looking forward to that one, Tasteless.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting interview. Kind of a wild finals here. Rogue Classic, it feels like it's from a completely different era. It's like a pre-COVID finals here.
By the way, because GuMiho now has been knocked out, Rogue has secured his spot in EWC. He will get the ticket because Classic already has his. For GuMiho, the story to EWC, it is not over. He does have that final qualifier, the final global qualifier to go into the play-ins at EWC. But, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm very happy that Rogue made it. Let's hear what Classic has to say.
Classic, massive congratulations. For the first time in 6 years, you make it to GSL finals. How do you feel right now? Yes, you know, it feels great to move on to the GSL finals after such a long time. But then there are players who are now unable to go to the EWC, so that kind of saddens me too at the same time. So Rogue was actually really glad that you made it to the finals. So anything to say to that? No, I really wanted to win, and you know, after hearing that only just like maybe win kind of more.
오늘 펼쳐졌던 대테란전에서 좀 엘리전 구도가 좀 자주 나왔어요.
So compared to the other matches, we got to see a lot more frequent elimination races in today's match against Terran.
선수가 좀 특이하게 이렇게 나오면 안 되는 타이밍인데 좀 나와가지고 이게 엇갈리는 바람에 게임이 좀 이상해졌는데.
You know, there were some things that really didn't go to plan.
움직임을 놓치기도 했고.
And you know, some curveballs here and there.
오늘
유독 그 우주 관문이나 아니면 거신보다는 폭풍 위주의 플레이를 좀 많이 펼쳤는데 그게 김도우 선수가
rather than the great gateways, you played a lot of air units today against Terran today. So was this strategized specifically for Terran? That's right. This was strategized for GuMiho. He's such an aggressive player. And in the round of 4 last season, I was defeated by the Cheese Rush, so I decided to just go for a stable build and just try to play passively. That's right. It's been 6 years since you last moved to GSL finals. So anything you want to say to the fans? So another offline finals for me. This has been an offline finals I've waited for so much. I'll try to make the fans proud. Yes, and the finals will be kicking off momentarily. We'll have another interview with you before the finals. Thank you.
All right, Rogue versus Classic, your GSL Season 2 finalists.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a lot of fun. Again, it feels like it's from a different era, right? Rogue Classic. Both these guys, two of the best in their respective races and periods in time. But here we are again. Rogue has returned. He's in incredible form. I honestly had no idea he would do as well as he did here, getting to the finals. I thought it was crazy he got into the Final Four. And Classic, I mean, he's honestly looked the strongest out of everybody today. Just really impressive decision-making, really good control of the game. I'm curious if this is going to be a very different PVZ or it's going to look really similar.
Yeah, Classic is so good at defense, and Rogue was so aggressive against Hero. Can't wait to get into it. Guys, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the GSL Season 2 Finals. We'll see you in a bit.
Make me feel like I still belong. Make me feel like I'm still the one. Memories that we had to share. Know that we can go anywhere. Why don't you go along with me? Why don't you go along with me? strength somehow. I know I've got it in me, and you've got it in you too. Live like there's no tomorrow, fight like you're never scared. Together we're unstoppable, yeah, together we are unstoppable. Live like there's no tomorrow, fight like you're never scared. Together we're unstoppable,
현솔아 20살 되면 어차피 팀 해체하니까 지금 거기서 발버둥 치지 말고 너가 테란하고 싶었던 마음도 있었을 텐데 어차피 태태전 가면은 테란들 괴물 한국에 많다. 지금 나중에 이제 클렘이라는 선수도 테란전 자신 없어가지고 프로토스로 바꾸고 하거든. 그러니까 그냥 푸푸전 못하더라도 토스전 더 연습해서 그냥 토스 꾸준히 해라. 예, 코인 투자하면서 20살에 군대 가고 스타트 열심히 해서 우승하고 성장하고 돈 많이 벌자.
이거 아마 내 말을 꼭 듣고 일단 10년 동안은 스타트가 계속 유지가 되고 믿지는 않겠지만 그리고 코인도 꼭 비트코인도 꼭 사놓고 그렇게 하다 보면은 엄청 행복한 삶을 살 수 있을 거야. 비트코인 사놔라. 코인을 몇백억 벌면은 뭐 우승값이.
재산아 너 아직도 우승을 못 해봤어. 그때도 열심히 했다고는 생각하는데 그래도 많이 부족했던 것 같으니까 잠도 자지 말고 더 열심히 하고 준우승은 하긴 했는데 부족하니까 파이팅 하자.
19살의 민수야, 정말 너 그때는 정말 GSL에서 8강 이상도 한 번도 못 가보고 프로리그에서도 막 엄청 많이 지고 엄청 힘들었는데 물론 지금 들으면 안 믿기겠지만 너 10년 후에 GSL 우승도 하고 결혼도 안 믿기겠지만 지금 생각해보면 나도 정말 웃겨. 그래서 그때만 잘 견디고 일단 게임 계속 열심히 하고 그리고 비트코인이란 게 있어. 그걸 사면 너 인생이 정말 억만장자로 살 수 있거든. 꼭 너가 가진 전 재산 풀매수해서 10년 뒤에 좀 행복하게 살았으면 좋겠다.
현우야 1년만 좀 더 고생하면은 GSL 우승도 하고 브리시컵 우승도 할 테니까 지금 힘들어도 뭐 포기하지 말고 좀 더 열심히 했으면 좋겠다. 뭐 안 믿어질 테지만 그래도 10년 후에 너를 믿고 한번 해봤으면 좋겠다.
모르는 거야. 내가 어떻게 비스포 있으면 이럴 거야.
진짜 그럴 것 같아요. 말이 안 되긴 했어요.
성주야, 그때 생각해보면 좌절을 많이 했었던 것 같은데 대회는 잘 될 일만 남았으니까 미래에 너는 허약해가지고 온몸이 아프던 그때부터 뭔가를 잘했으면 좋겠고 스타2는 좀 즐겨가지고 오래 할 것 같으니까 좌절하지 않고 열심히 했으면 좋겠어. 파이팅.
병지야 조금만 더 버텨라. 이제 스타2 안 그래도 많이 아파가지고 그만두고 싶을 테지만 조금만 더 버티면 좋은 날이 올 거고 진짜 거짓말같이 살아남으니까 이게 대회 없을 것 같다고 놀거나 그러면 안 돼 절대. 미래가 달라진다. 상금 액수가 달라진다. 놀지 마.
정렬아, 태수 형 그만 따라다니고 너는 저그가 이제 제일 사기일 때 저그 종족 빨로 우승을 할 수 있어. GSL 4번에 IM 2번에 블리즈컨도 우승하고 2018년 전까지는 최고의 저그가 될 수 있으니까 놀지 말고 열심히 해. 투자에는 이제 재능이 없으니까 게임에 돈 그만 쓰고 착실히 모았으면 좋겠어.
2015년에 도우야, 그때는 너가 좀 우승하고 성적도 좋아가지고 좀 기고만장해 있을 텐데 거기까지더라. 그 이후에 딱히 우승한 기억이 없기 때문에 거기서 좀 자만하지 말고 열심히 했으면 좋겠고 그 당시에는 너가 성주를 좀 많이 이겼을 거야. 나중에 또 맨날 지거든. 그 당시에 좀 길을 확실하게 제압해서 그 성주를 좀 보내버려. 뭔가 종족도 토스가 안 좋은 것 같아. 테란에서 토스로 바꿔서 잘 됐으니까 또 적으로 한번 바꿔보면 좋을 것 같아. 앞으로 승승장구하길 바랄게. 파이팅!
준호야, 내가 요새 참고하려고 너 경기 많이 보는데 진짜 너무 못하더라. 너가 그때 왜 못했는지 지금 나는 알 것 같거든. 너무 게임 무아지경으로 하지 말고 축구도 좀 덜 하고 게임 좀 신경 좀 많이 쓰고 그리고 앞전멸 좀 그만 뛰고 기고만장해가지고 던지는 게임이 많았던 것 같은데 지금 내가 겪어온 바로는 나도 우승도 하고 그래도 지금 상금 랭킹 1등도 먹고 있거든. 그러니까 조급하지 말고 천천히 했으면 좋겠고 그리고 뭐 결혼도 하고 잘 먹고 잘 사니까 편하게 연습하면서 지냈으면 좋겠다.
Incoming transmission.
Let's go.
Welcome, everybody. We're here at the finals of Season 2 in the GSL to crown a champion. The last champion to be crowned here in GSL before we crown another world champion at the Esports World Cup just around the corner.
Rogue versus Classic. What year is it, Tasteless? Rogue the legend, he is back.
Artosis calls him the GOAT. But he could be proven right today. Rogue, who has won, what did he say in that intro video? What, 4 GSLs, 2 IEMs, as well as a BlizzCon, a former world champion. But he faded out. He had to do his military service. He took some time off. He's back in Season 2, and he's ready to win again. Only one player stands in his way. A player from the same era he dominated in. This will be a historical rematch of two Titans who in the past were unstoppable. Now they're both back here today.
Well, he said in that interview to his 10-year younger self, you know, your success back then is as far as it went. Well, look at this. Here he is back again in the GSL finals, begging his taste for being one of the strongest Protoss players in the world. He dispatched GuMiho, a player on fire in commanding fashion. Now here he is again looking for another GSL title, looking to take down one of the greatest StarCraft 2 players of all time in a Rogue.
And now it's a time for the interview with the two finalists. Two players equally desperate for the win. They both want to win so badly. And Rogue, you finally made it to the finals this GSL Season 2. And is Classic standing in your way? What do you think? He's definitely one of the GOATs in the StarCraft 2 scene. You know, I'm not too confident because I didn't have that much time to prepare, but I will do my best. So you did say he's one of the best players in StarCraft 2. Who else in GSL? I mean, all the other GOATs I defeated on my way here. Classic. You made it to the finals. And you made it to finals after 11 years. And right now Rogue is looking so happy, smiling during this interview. And then he just called you the number 2 of the list of the best players he considers. Honestly, I thought Hero was gonna make it to the finals, so I only prepared PvP. So I'm a little startled. And I think I might be able to hold up the trophy today. In my mind, I'm celebrating right now. So you didn't believe that Rogue would be standing here on the final stage? That's right. He didn't even think about it. Not even in his greatest imagination. So Rogue, what about you? Well, I never thought Classic would make it here. Like, who would think that Classic would defeat GuMiho to make it here, right? And honestly, I didn't believe myself to be the finals as well because I didn't think I'd beat Hero. And if the round of 4 was against Classic, that would have been an easy win, an easy trio. So you lived up the GSL trophy 4 times until now, and now you're waiting for your fifths. Well, this is the best of 7 in a long time. And as I said before, the prep time was very short, so I'm a little disappointed about that. But you know, I'll just have to see how the game pans out. And you just watched Classic's game, so what do you think about that? Well, Classic looks really strong in the end game, in the later half of the game.
카슨 선수가 더 잘한다고
And I feel like he's plays better than Zaun, to be honest.
네. 아니.
But in the late game, I think I can defeat him.
3도 1, 2, 3. 1위 김준호.
Now Rogue is saying that number 1 is Hero, number 2 is Zaun, and number 3 is Classic. So anything you want to say for that? Rogue is not even in my top 5, so you know, I'm fine with that.
그럼 먼저 우승을 좀 축하드리면서
So Classic, congratulations on the win today. So any words on your mindset heading into the series? Well, Rogue is really strong when it comes to the finals. He's a veteran. He has a lot of experience. I'll try to put a good performance and try to win today. Then any word to Rogue? Well, you already have the EWC seed, right? So concede this one to me. And those were the words of Classic. Rogue, now, anything you want to say in front of the fans, your mindset? Well, EWC is that seed is in its own category. This is different. And I feel like Classic, if not today, he's probably not gonna lift the GSL trophy again. And you know, I will make him not be able to. And if you don't win today, maybe the next finals will be 10 years later. Well, Rogue has never been defeated in the finals, but I'll make today the first time he gets defeated in finals. Well, the two finalists are waiting for the grand finals match of GSL Season 2. Who will be the one lifting the trophy today? We'll find out now.
All right, guys, we are here. We are ready. This is a best of 7 with Rogue versus Classic. And I got to say, this was just not a finals I had imagined possible. Not even when we got to the round of 8 and saw what our lineup was.
Yeah, I feel like this has been a season of surprising results. Rogue suddenly just exploding back into form, taking down the best Protoss player in the world in Hero in convincing, aggressive fashion. And then Classic, you know, him versus GuMiho. You always know Classic has a chance. He is so hard to break down. He's one of the most resilient players we have here in the GSL. And clearly that carried him to the 3-1 win. But just as Classic said, Rogue has not lost a finals. And even in the GSL, most of the players that he's taken down have been legendary Protosses. He's defeated Stats, Trap, and Creator. 3 Protosses already dispatched by his hand. Will he add another name to that list and win his 5th GSL title?
There's something about his ability to conjure up the best plays, the best control in a finals. Like, you know, some players, they can overcome the odds and the stress and the anxiety and the pressure and the eyes on them in a finals. But someone like Rogue, he really thrives in it. He seems to be able to harness that power, to leverage it, to kind of let that bring him the best possible games. Now, Classic, I got to say, this guy has, I think, filled the role of the best conservative Protoss that we've got here. I think anywhere in the whole world. Doesn't mean he won't cheese or do some aggressive timings. I think you got to mix it up on some level if you're going to be a champion of the GSL. But, you know, the games he played against GuMiho, I think just the way PvZ operates compared to PvT, you can't function in the same way. But we'll see.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. That torch has been passed on to Classic. These standard, safe, defensive Protoss, so hard to break, so hard to kill. But Rogue, in that series versus Hero, one of the most aggressive Protoss players that we have seen, he was not afraid to bust out the cheese. He came out with so many different tactics. Every game he had a plan to try and completely derail the strategy of his opponent. That was a best of 5 series. It went to game 4. How many more of those moves does he have ready here for Classic? Because although Hero is arguably the stronger player, the stronger Protoss player right now, it is a very different style. Classic is much better on the defense. He's much more resilient than Hero is. And for Rogue to have already used those strategies to get here, to now try and unlock something more against the best defensive Protoss player in the world, I think it's a challenge. I think we are in for a treat, Tasteless. No matter the result, I have no idea who's going to win this one.
We're going to go to Persephone here for map number 1. It is a best of 7, so the first player to get 4 wins will become the champion. Again, at finals here from like a different era. This feels like 7 years ago. It feels like pre-pandemic GSL finals. All right, guys, Rogue, who has somehow managed to get this far, cutting Hero down with some cheesy, crazy games. Classic took the macro conservative route. Let's see what kind of series these two create as game 1 is ready to go.
We already had the cheers in the audience bungled there.
Hey, it's game 1.
It's game 1.
Give him some time to cook.
Next couple games, we'll get it down. Okay, so it's Rogue in the top and Classic at the bottom.
Yeah, Rogue the Blue Zerg spawning in the top left here on Persephone, going for a 15 hatch. Classic all the way down in the bottom left with the Gateway Scout. I am so excited for this series to begin unraveling.
Yeah, you know, so Rogue had a couple builds that he just came out with that were like so advanced, so specific that Hero didn't get to play the games he wanted to play. I would not be shocked if Rogue has a couple more of those.
Yeah, I would think so.
That is the nation of Australia with a Protoss sign in it, if I see correctly. Now, let's see if Rogue has any kind of weird timings. One thing about Rogue is he's always, it does feel like a lot of times it's 50-50. It's like raw, macro, power, upgrading, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then there are just these crazy cheeses. Or, Roach Ravager rushes, stuff like that.
He is able to switch it up so seamlessly. And both aspects of Rogue's play historically have just been absolutely deadly, whether he's trying to get you with a timing attack, whether he's going for some obscenely early cheese, or he decides to play the late game. When Rogue was in his prime, he was the best at all 3 of those things. He was the complete package. It's one of the reasons why he won so many GSL titles, so many titles around the world, why he was a world champion. Whereas Classic back in 2014, which, unless I'm mistaken, was over 10 years ago, when he won his GSL title against Sue, he also had a lot of variance in his play. He would go for some sorts of timing attacks, but he would also occasionally step back, go for the standard safe style. These days, the Classic that has showcased his gameplay in the GSL, at least over the past couple of weeks, has showcased largely defensive play. And while that has led to him getting a berth here in the GSL Finals, minimum top 2, seeking his 2nd GSL trophy, you have to wonder, against a player like Rogue, who is so capable of mixing it up, are we going to have Classic go a little bit off script? Are we going to have him try maybe some more zany tactics, as it's no longer a best of 3, it's no longer a best of 5, it is a best of 7. You have a little bit more time, more breathing room to play things out creatively here in terms of the way you're planning your builds. As it is right now in game number 1, it seems like Classic just getting his footing. This is a very standard opening. 1 gateway, seems like the 2nd gateway, yes, going down here. Nice safe play with the Oracle. By the book here on both sides.
And we don't have any clear tech yet. I mean, Stargate is pretty generic when it comes to PvZ, right? I mean, you're going to get the Oracle almost all the time. And Zerg is not teching anything just yet either. I mean, it's still a development phase of the game here. We're a perfect save, by the way. Get that thrown into this 4. Does get a kill over there. But yeah, we're still waiting to see what exactly the tech is going to be. Nice run in here, though, with this Oracle actually getting 5-6 drones. That's unheard of this early on.
Yeah, 5 kills on that Oracle. The Adept, I wasn't super happy with it from the beginning, but the Oracle follow-up just perfectly timed, getting there right before this 4 crawler was done, and the 2nd Oracle popping. Not only able to save this probe, but also just keep this 3rd base nice and safe here for Classic, as he's going to double up on the gases. No doubt Twilight Council and Forge should be following in the moment, unless we have a real big mix-up here from Protoss, because Classic, He has been the most standard PBZ player I think we've had so far in GSL. He loves to go up into third base, usually up 2 gateways, nice and safely as he is right now, into 6 gate storm. And from there, Protoss, they can really do anything. You can either continue to develop up in gateways and expand and play a more aggressive game. That might be the way that Classic opts to play, given that Rogue, at least in his recent history in the GSL, in addition to the GSL qualifiers, has been playing very aggressive styles. Lots of Zerglings, lots of Banelings, rapid melee upgrades on those units. In addition, staying on layer a lot longer than other Zerg players that we would see, foregoing the Hive instead for Hydralisks or just Baneling timing attacks with Roaches.
Okay, so I mean, the number of drones that have been picked off in this game is wild. At this level, it's pretty unheard of to actually get in and snipe that many drones. We had 6 hit earlier. We had another 3 hit back there. I mean, there's a lot of jabs coming in here from Classic that are going to make Rogue pretty uncomfortable. It's going to be hard. You know, we were talking about the fact that he likes to do these timings. He's also getting Ling, a melee attack, and a Baneling's Nest is about to finish. Maybe he's got some of the ideas that we saw in the anti-blink timing, taking the 3rd out. Let's not forget that game. That was pretty interesting to cast. I don't really get to see that very often in a match like this, but the idea is that if you're going to do Heroes style of kind of like having gateways out on the map and getting blink and kind of retreating behind your Nexus, the Banelings and Lings just overpower you and wipe you out. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but maybe it could.
I feel like he's lost too many drones to really go for that style unless he wants to do something like a fully committed all in. And Rogue seems to be recognizing that as well. 12 drones in production a moment ago as he's trying to finally eclipse Classic in the worker count. And meanwhile, on Protoss side of things, just playing everything completely standard. 6 gateways, blink, +1 ground weapons. The first Templar are warping in. We even have some static defense coming down. Twilight Council, or not Twilight Council, excuse me, Shield Battery and Photon Cannon, but really interesting to me, already an infestation pit for Rogue. He has been playing so much layer-based games in ZVP. If this is for a fast Hive, that is a pretty significant change.
Yeah, very interesting. Lings are going to come in here, and they somehow, in almost a miraculous way, trigger the entire trap.
Yeah.
So nothing's going to get killed right away. And they're going to unthaw at the same time here. Blink is done.
It's Hive already, Tasteless.
Yeah, super fast Hive. Low base is, at least for what we're used to seeing. And he's going to be able to kill off a decent amount of these Lings. So again, things not looking great. I mean, things are not going incredibly smoothly here for Rogue.
No, but this is such an interesting style. This is reminding me a little bit of the way that Shin was playing ZVT in Dallas some weeks ago with this super fast Hive tech coming in. And with Carapace now getting researched, +2 melee getting researched, we might have something like a really big swell of Ultras coming in about 2 minutes. I can't really think what else he would do with this Hive tech. There's no Hydralisk Den just yet. It's pure Ling Baneling. As Rogue is now taking his 5th base. These Oracles trying to find more damage, but the Queen's aptly positioned for our Zerg player. Now this game has me excited because this is a style that I personally haven't seen from Rogue. And the games that I have watched him getting ready for this round of 4, this finals, this is going a little bit different than the way that he normally develops. And I feel like the range that we were anticipating him having after that series versus Hero is absolutely there. Ultralisk Den getting thrown down, Adrenal queued up, Neural Parasite as well, Tasteless.
Yeah, he's basically skipped a lot of the juicy, interesting mid-game tech. He went from starter tech to end-game tech. And he's basically going to stay back and turtle. And let's not forget, Classic is sort of known as a methodical, macro Protoss. And so in some ways, he's given him the oxygen to do that. And so we're going to get into the Ultralisk tech very quickly. We have a wave of Overlords coming down here.
Standard 9-minute Overlord timing attack. No, they're just going to be positioning over here on the left.
Oh,
so is he going to drop all the Lings and Ultras in the main?
Yeah, I guess he can. And you know, when you look at the way the map is, you kind of expand to the right side of the map. You start on the left, no matter whether you're top or bottom, and kind of push to the right. You're kidding me.
He's going to spot it. Somehow Classic is spotting this. The gigantic flood. There are so many Lings. The Stalker's already blinking under. Just not barely enough to one-shot these Overlords, but already 2 of them going down. 2 more very low on HP, and now the recall is coming in. Storms on the Lings, flooding the third base. Classic perfectly parrying this attack from Rogue.
I mean, this is kind of crazy. Classic could not have done better back there. Punishing the Lings. I mean, if you were not ready for the drops, I think you're either going to lose the main or you're going to lose your fourth. But he's going to try to drop in here anyways, but it's an easy warp in to deflect this back. Zealot's coming here to clean this out. And kind of an awkward spot right now for Rogue. He's not really able to do a whole lot. He obviously still has the Lings, the Ultras, and all that, but you know, how exactly is Classic going to fight this in the middle of the map?
This is a powerful Zerg army, though. We don't have infestors on the field just yet, so Neuroparasite not going to be a factor here. Banelings run in, get 7 kills at the third base of Classic, and now the engagement coming in. Storms are huge on the Banelings and the Lings, but the Lings finally get the surround. Stasis traps also triggered. Ultras, they do not care about that. They're pushing forward, and Rogue with this surprising fast Ultra tech. It doesn't matter how good Classic was in the early game, catching that drop. This was a resounding victory here for Rogue. Really swinging the momentum back in his favor. Classic, he needs to start pumping out Immortals and quickly, Tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a lot of trouble. These units are getting cleaned up so easily. The shields on the Archons are gone, and they die shortly after that. All he needs to do is come down here and take out the third or the fourth base. I think Protoss might be able to have enough to handle this, but it's hard to say. I mean, the Ultras are so beefy. The Immortals are extremely strong at taking out these Ultras, but oh god, we have so many injured probes over here. Had the Banes connected, it would have been even worse.
A bit of an ambitious follow-up to that attack by Rogue, pushing across the map. The Immortal at the third or the fourth base and the Stalkers at the third were able to deal with those Ultras. And now things have largely equalized. Both players have had their armies effectively reset down to 0. They have to start with the basic building blocks again, and Classic pumping out just the second round of Immortals. But the upgrades through the roof right now. If I'm not mistaken, I think that might be +2 or +3 shields even. Researching here for Classic. +2, in fact, with +3 ground weapons on the way.
Another drop going to come in here, but it doesn't look like there's another attack on the side to really capitalize on this. Might just be something to try to keep Classic busy back at home. Oh my god, he's going to go for the forge for the attack.
Yeah, these are Adrenalings. They do a ton of damage. Might be able to get +1 ground weapons. It is so low. 15 HP on that forge. Barely saved. 20 seconds away, but it's able to complete. Oh, that Stalker warp in too from Classic. So clutch. Body blocking the Ultras. And the Lings also coming in. Just blow after blow with these two in game number 1. And now Ultras entering the field. I believe the 4th or the 5th Infestor just finished to complement those Ultras as well.
Yeah, he's coming down here now. Decent job on these Stalkers. Again, right out Classic, just trapped on 4 bases. Growth continuing to occur over here for Rogue. And, you know, it's funny, these Drop Overlords, it's been clear they've been here the whole time.
Oh, no!
Oh, God.
That was not the way to deal with those Lings.
Yeah.
So many probes getting taken out there. I wonder how many for friendly fire. And the Lings also got the shields. Luckily, that was just started there for Classic. But already 32 probes have fallen.
We're going to get up to 5 Immortals in this game right now. Even more than that. It's way more than that. Okay, so he's like up to 9, I think I counted.
But we do have Neuroparasite Tasteless.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is what you're doing as Zerg is you're kind of forcing him to make this tech, and then you switch into that tech, right? And suddenly you're able to punish. We've got a Mothership on the way here. More Lings getting ready to drop. And, you know, it's like one of those campaign missions where Classic is just supposed to survive for 30 minutes until they get the army off the base, only that's not how this game's supposed to work. Rogue is continuing to just take so much of the map right now. And, you know, I mean, it's just Protoss constantly coming back home and defending, cleaning this up. And, you know, there's no active push from Protoss. You can see he's mustered a decent amount of Ultras. He's getting those Infestors. The Lings are expendable, right? They're the most expendable thing in the game, even though they're so powerful when you have those Adrenal upgrades. But, you know, now Zerg's getting into the gold base over here. He's looking untouchable.
10 Immortals on the field right now, Tasteless. Also, I love Classic, his main base. He's lost so many forges that he builds it at the 3rd, and the Lings roll in and immediately take it out. He wants that +3 shields.
I gotta say, Rogue looks so scary.
This is a powerful Rogue indeed. Nidus Network was being constructed there by Rogue. We'll see how he decides to use it. Already, these drops have been so effective.
Wouldn't shock me if he drops and then just does a Nidus Network right there in your face and then sends the Ultras in.
I think that must be the
You
play.
know, you could basically, the Immortals are like the clunkiest, slowest Protoss unit, really, that you're moving around the map with. It's not fast.
They will shred these Ultras, but the Neural Parasite is a huge threat for Classic.
Yeah. And keep in mind, like, the Protoss is maxed out now, but they don't have anywhere near the kind of income that the Zerg have. So, like, Protoss loses a fight, Zerg can max out again and again and again, and the counterplay is going to be devastating.
This spellcasting is going to be so important in this fight. More so than your typical late-game PvZ fight, as insane as that is to say, because if these armies, they move into each other, Classic wipes the floor with Rogue. It's 4 Archons, it's double-digit Immortals, there's a Mothership here as well. Rogue has a lot of money invested into 12 Infestors with Neural Parasite. There are a ton of Templar that can beat back those Infestors if they get in range. It's going to be up to Rogue to get the Spellcaster connections that he needs. Revelation coming in. There is Cloaking. We do have 4 Overseers, but the Infestors have been revealed. Classic is going to have his mind on this as a lose condition from here on out. He has to dodge the Neural Parasites.
Rogue has filled in basically all the expansions on his side of the map. The gold one is, of course, a contested expansion, but it'll probably go to Zerg this game. So, you know, there's a lot more map to grow into here for Classic. I'm not going to call the game to be this way yet, but I just want to put the idea out there that Zerg will mine out before the Protoss does, due to the rhythm of this game so far for each race.
Yeah, but the bank for Rogue is just absolutely massive right now. 3,000 minerals, pushing 2.5k gas. It's only 72 workers at this point, but he has his entire side of the map. And another Nidus coming into the main base. Hasn't yet been spotted by Classic. If those Infestors can get up into the main base, it's going to be really hard for Classic to get there, because Neural Parasite going to be a lot more effective on that ramp, a lot more effective if there is a recall into the main base. Although a lot of these units just aren't ready in the Nidus Canal.
Yeah, it looks like he decides to just abandon that for now. No counterattack over here on the far right. Does seem to be kind of an exposed position here for Classic with that base out there. But, you know, Classic's kind of parried everything. Like, we're in a game now where, you know, it feels like it's going to get harder and harder for Rogue to come up with any kind of solution to what Classic has, as long as Classic keeps fighting this all away. He can just basically play defense.
But I like the moves he's making. Okay, Ultra's coming in again. They are going to retreat, but that was a lot of Templar energy used. Storm not particularly effective against Ultras just because of their size, but also their high hit point pool. Is the Link Floods have been getting so much done. I think Classic says, you know what, it's time to go. I've taken too much damage back at home. My bank is minuscule. I know my opponent has a massive bank with how long they've been able to macro. I need to win this game, win it now. It's all going to come down to the Neural Parasites in this engagement. Ultra's charging in. First Archons in the front line getting neuraled. They're out of range of the Infestors. The feedback's on the front line only just now coming in, but I think the Protoss army just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, I mean, he completely wiped them. That's insane. Protoss still maxed out right now. The entire position is crumbling. He's just going to barrel forward. He could go right up into the main where all the infrastructure is. He could try to pick off every base. That's it, GG.
Wow.
Classic weathered the storm, and with a beautiful final fight, came through there and crushed Rogue. Rogue had some great ideas with counterattacks. There was moments it seemed like Classic was so destabilized that maybe Rogue could just kind of keep counterattacking and the supply would plummet down, you know, below 100, and that would end it. But instead, you know, Classic just sort of hung on. He endured, and when he had the absolute perfect comp and had just held off enough counterattacks where he thought, this is my moment, this is my time, he moved through there. And, you know, it's crazy. StarCraft 2, when you have armies that big and there's that many abilities and there's that much stuff that's got to fight, like, it's really hard to get, like, all the right Neural Parasites off on the right targets and for the Protoss to get into the right angle and everything. And Classic just took the fight, and that was the fatal blow for Rogue.
Those Infestors would have been fantastic if there was something like 7 or 8 Immortals in that army. But when there is, what, like a dozen? Near a dozen there for Classic?
Well, the Immortals, all the Ultras just died. It's like, well, I guess you have Immortals fighting their Immortals now.
Unless you get the perfect Neurals, the perfect engagement there from Rogue, it's not going to work. It was a masterfully played game up until that point, though. I must say, Rogue absolutely can hang with Classic. All right, guys, map number 2 is loading up. Classic leading this best of 7, 1-0 as we move on to Torches.
Okay, Rogue in the bottom, Classic at the top, and I was gonna say, is there a world where he'd do this again?
Surely Classic scouts for this, right?
Well, this
He
is
must.
what I'm wondering. I'm like, this is like, you know, I'm gonna do a magic trick in front of one person, and then try to do the same magic trick, but the previous person knows how it works.
That Probe even glimpsed the drones there for a moment. Oh, this is interesting. Rogue. Normally when he did this in the previous map against Hero on Torches, he sent one of those drones immediately. It was the final drone coming up that the Probe glimpsed. The Probe didn't glimpse that drone against Hero,
dude,
because Rogue sent it to build the base. Right now to Classic, this looks exactly like what Rogue did versus Hero. He's building a forge back at home and mining the gold minerals because he wants to cannon rush a hatchery that isn't here. Instead, Rogue is expanding to the other gold on the other side of the map.
He's got to cancel that. Okay, he does. I was going to say the cannon, the forge is going to be completely useless.
This is so smart from Rogue.
Well, what I love about this is it gets spotted, and he's like, oh no, I have an alternate route.
I don't think it was even that it got spotted. I think this was always the game plan from Rogue, to make Classic think I'm doing the build I did against Hero, but then instead, I go for that, and then I take this gold. He knows at this point, Classic has already scouted for the proxy hatchery. The Probe has gone back. Rogue is double expanded to both gold bases.
This is insane. Now, you know the Probe looking around the map, he goes, okay, well, he still doesn't have his natural. He doesn't have his third. But, you know, Rogue, it's back when I guess we casted more Rogue games. I mean, he did the gold-based stuff a lot. It's a very specific type of rush. It usually involves roaches.
But you know what Classic is thinking? Because he already checked the right side. He's thinking, you probably took the gold on the left side. Is what I would imagine is going through Classic's head. Of course, now he's going to be seeing some of these drones.
Yeah, he sees the drones going across the map.
He still has no idea about the second gold base.
Yeah. And he could still use the mined out area on the right side of the gold base with a drone to get in there. How many probes actually mined out the gold side for Protoss?
I think it was just 1 or 2 that he pulled down.
But you only need 3.
Yeah, it's only 3 trips.
He's
3 trips.
One drone goes up there, nibbles at the minerals, and it's the same story.
I'm not sure if Classic fully mined it out. He might have fully mined it out with just those handful of probes, but it remains to be seen. In any case, these Lings coming in. There isn't an Adept to deal with this, so Classic going to have to vacate the space, even throwing down a pylon to wall everything in. And Rogue right now, he's buying time. It's only 22 drones, but a lot of those drones are on the gold minerals right now. And Classic, his workers, the natural expansion until just this moment were idle. So it's actually Rogue with a slightly higher mineral income right now.
So we've got more Lings coming, and Ling Speed's about to finish. I thought this might be a Roach Warren, but it's not. It is going to be mass Lings.
It's a lot of Lings in production, too. How many is he going to make? He's already starting to go back into drones. The Adepts, I'm worried Classic might tunnel vision on this gold base on the left side. Even though he has a Stargate, even though he has an Oracle, he might not come and check the second gold base.
Yeah, and also it looks like he's not going to be doing anything aggro at all. I kind of imagined, because of the gold minerals that might be mined out on the side, that this would be something where you try to run in.
Okay.
But instead, he's just going to sit back. He's going to spore up. And, you know, he's sitting on 2 gold bases, which is an insane economic engine.
I'm not sure Classic with that Oracle even spotted the creep. He might just think that Rogue is killing these Zerg rocks just to open the pathway and not put 2 and 2 together. Now that Oracle is moving back towards the right side gold at 3 o'clock. Okay, he does know.
Yeah, so now he knows. This is a really bad feeling. When you see that they're on 2 gold bases, which can easily fund additional expansions over here. I see Adepts being made, but I just don't know. It feels like there's enough Lings in this that you should be able to fight this.
I don't think he saw the Lings. Those Shades have very low amounts of vision, and 14 more Lings are in production. Glaive's only just now started.
Here we go.
The gold in Classic's base is getting mined out. These Adepts, yes, they do have the Oracles to assist them, but the Adepts alone against the Lings are not going to do very much.
I like the little stasis here. That's kind of fun. Okay, there's 1 Adept to fight that over there.
Yeah, I don't think it's fully mined out just yet.
He's going to trigger it.
They're coming into the main base now. There is only 1 Queen here in the main. One of these Oracles low on energy. They are coming in now. These Lings trying to get this around. So far, only a couple of drones going down. But this is going very well for Classic. He's making the best out of a tough situation, trying to find damage with these Oracles, with these Adepts. But as the Oracles effectively run out of energy here in the center of the map, those Adepts are going to have to hightail it all the way back home.
Yeah.
7 minerals remaining. Just one more trip.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
Adept
if there's a
standing
way,
guard.
I don't know how many drones you'd need, but if you can get that one open.
I reckon if it's just one Adept, 2 drones should do it.
I think so. It feels about right. Definitely 3. But yeah, I mean, maybe the play is no longer to try to break him open by doing that. He's going to go for Banelings, and I wonder if you can just do like a traditional Baneling bust and blow up both the gateways.
The Banelings might also just be because he's anticipating Cleaves coming in. The Banelings are really good if those Adepts get clumped up, especially with the Oracles being as low on energy as they are.
Okay, Glaive's moving out now.
We do have 6 Banelings for Rogue, a ton of Lings. These are
Here we
Glaive
go.
Adepts, but the surround is coming in. The Banelings looking for the connections. Big shots on those Adepts. And this is Classic's entire development up until this point on 2 bases. Was all of those Glaive Adepts. He's reset down to 1 Stalker, 1 Sentry at home, and the Oracles in the sky. Rogue is navigating this game so well, and he is really confusing Classic, I think, with these early game tactics. I mean, whenever you play a game like this one, we were talking about trying to knock Hero off balance. Well, I think this game, more than anything else here on Torches, is knocking Classic off balance. It is developed so unnaturally. I guarantee Classic has never played a PvZ quite like this on Torches.
I mean, this is a one-of-a-kind game right now, but it looks just hopeless for the Protoss. I mean, the Glaive's tech was literally just swallowed up in the map by the Lings and the Banelings, so he didn't get much done. I guess he can kind of push into this area and expand and take a third over here. I mean, there's a decent amount of sentries, so force fields are going to be handy. But it just depends on the Ling Baneling connections here. He takes out the Overlord. He's in striking distance of this base here, and so that's going to prompt Rogue to just abandon this and switch all of his workers over here into the bottom. We also have Roach Tech coming up here. So, in some ways, Classic is starting to kind of navigate this maze of a game. And, by taking out one of the gold bases, that's already a pretty big win. I wonder if he can continue to push here with this.
Ooh, maybe these roaches.
Yeah. I don't know if it was totally worth it to get some of those roaches, like just one for a force field, but maybe. The counterattack, oh my god, completely shut down.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit better here for Classic after that initial push just kind of failed. The gold base on the right side is so exposed, and honestly, on this map, PvZ, in a situation not unlike this one, it's often more natural for the Protoss to develop in the way the Classic is, where you wall off this completely, and you just take the right side of the map and expand towards the Zerg opponent. It is very tough for Rogue to find an angle to try and break this. And Rogue, he hasn't been droning behind all this. He's actually been pumping Roaches, he's been pumping Ravagers. 5 Ravagers now on the field, a lot more Roaches about to finish with Roach speed. Classic still only on 2 bases, that third not yet online. He's gonna be gunning for this gold base, and I feel like this is the battle that more than anything is gonna tell the tale.
Okay, he's gonna unload the Adepts over here. He could do another Warpin round. The angle seems pretty good for Protoss. The force fields continuing to isolate the Lings as they try to wrap around more and more, but it does create, I was about to say, kind of a fish in a barrel situation here, where the Ravagers can then peg down these units in a small area, but it's not quite happening.
What an engagement from Classic, man. Those force fields just placed beautifully right now. Morlings are coming in. 10 drones go down to the main base. That is very painful here for Rogue. Oh, the Natural's completely undefended. Rogue is rallying all his forces to try and deal with the force of Classic at the front line. And yes, it did work, but at what cost? 21 drones have fallen. 23 workers in total now for Rogue. In one of the most wild, topsy-turvy PvZs I have ever seen, Classic somehow seems to finally be getting the better end of the trade. 55 supply for Rogue. He will finally clean up these Adepts. But the army that Classic has recharged with back at home, considering how poorly the initial Adept Glaive's attack went, considering how late the third base for Protoss was established, Classic needed a perfect fight, and he got it tasteless. He is back in this game. What a turnaround from just a couple of minutes ago.
I mean, this is incredible. right now, Zerg is in a very tough spot. They're going to try to do a counterpunch in here. This needs to work, and I'm not sure that it can. The force fields are really good right now. He's just going to try to stutter step micro back as best he can.
Wow.
Going to warp it a little bit more. The Lings disappear, and suddenly it's just 4 Ravagers. GG.
What a game.
Classic is halfway there. 2-0. And by the way, that game looked so over in the first, 2 minutes, 3 minutes from Rogue's perspective. He's on 2 gold bases. He was mining out the gold, about to mine out the last gold little opening there on the side. I mean, Classic played a genius level game. And now I'm really worried for Rogue because those are 2 extremely different approaches. But ultimately, it was Classic just kind of scouting, intuiting, defending, counterattacking, then pulling back, repooling units. And Rogue, it was just like, watching a guy. The Classic was like riding the Rogue Bull, and he just never got thrown off, And eventually the clock ran out. It's like, yeah, Classic, you win.
That was just an absurd game. I have never seen an early game quite like that from Rogue. Guys, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, we're going to continue on with the GSL Finals. Map number 3 will be here in a bit. We'll see you soon.
That's right, I'm the best in this. I won't lose, I'm the best in this. Who really want to take that risk? Not so, because they all get the gist. That's right, I'm the best in this. I won't lose, I'm the best in this. Who really want to take that risk? Not so, because they all get the gist.
Take the long road, cracks that keep my secrets like a dream. I'm silent while I'm screaming. I follow the lights, go for the ride, chasing the dragon, I'm ready to fly, losing the time, day into night, see the kaleidoscope color me blind. What if I live? What if I die? What if I live? What if I die? What if I live? What if I die? What if I live? Take the long road, cracks that keep my secrets like a dream. I'm silent while I'm screaming.
the shallows, growling for the power I thought I lost. But these days, mountains move out of my way. It's amazing how I don't even gotta say it, 'cause you know you're looking at a champion. I'll walk through fire, I'll bring the lighter. You're looking at a champion, down to the wire. You'll never see me tired. You're looking at a champion. You're looking at a champion. You're looking at a victory is in my veins. History is mine to make. Victory is in my veins. History is mine to make. You're looking at a champion. I'll walk through fire, I'll bring the lighter. You're looking at a champion, down to the wire. You'll never see me tired. You're looking at a champion. You're looking at a champion. You're looking at a Let's say it's over. Where do I begin? Where do I begin? We lost our way, never thought of you. Cuts through my skin, cuts through my skin.
난 편집하지 않아. 그게 진짜 나니까. 새로운 도전과 색다른 재미, 함께하는 즐거움까지. 여기 숲에서 끝없이 스트리밍 중. 라이브 스트리밍을 넘어 라이프 스트리밍이 되다. 숲.
Let's go.
We're getting the gamer monk chants. You hear that music?
That's when you know the boss fight is entering the second
yeah.
stage.
This is when basically Rogue, his health has gone to 0, and then the music changes and another health bar comes up.
The jacket comes off.
Yeah, that's right.
Rogue is in his final form.
So, Classic is up 2-0, and I gotta say, they were two of the most impressive PvZ wins I've ever seen.
It was pretty
I'm not just saying that
crazy.
because like we're in a finals and I'm trying to be the hype guy. Like
Yeah.
game one was insane. Rogue had like the entirety of the map and was doing drops and hitting everywhere, and he just kept it together, kept defending. Classic pushed through with one push and killed him. And then in game two, I mean, what an unusual and insanely complex, difficult position to be in. Your opponent's taken double gold bases. You pushed out with the depths and lost everything, and then he wins with a calculated push, a series of moves on the map, shutting down every base, stopping every counterattack, and ultimately having enough of depth shaded into the main and the natural to kill all the drones. Rogue, to be honest, guys, I kind of thought he was going to take this one going into this. Classic could not be impressing me more right now with these wins.
Yeah, both game one and game two, it felt like Classic came back from a position of disadvantage and won. And Rogue, he's trying these tactics, he's mixing it up, He's mixing it up. He's going for all these different strategic plays. Even though they aren't going well for Classic on the defense, like the initial handling hasn't been the best. Like the Ultras caught him off guard. His initial army got nearly wiped. He had a Remax on maybe a dozen Immortals. He's able to push through and win. And then game number 2, just like you said, the double gold, having a poor read on the way the game was going. The Adepts getting caught in the center of the map and still clawing his way back with a game-ending push. The fact that Classic won game 1 and game 2 in that manner, this guy's on fire right now. I don't know if Rogue is going to be able to penetrate his armor, but we're about to find out. Map number 3 is loading up. Let's go to Incorporal.
Okay, Rogue in the bottom and Classic in the top. It's going to be a fast expand opening here for Classic. And yeah, I just don't know what to expect here from Rogue. It does seem like if Rogue's on a map where he can make it weird, he'll do just that. But seeing that last game, well, sorry, the first game, I should say. Oh my God, he almost actually got it planted. That's crazy.
That's painful. We're gonna have a second drone come down. Have to wait and see. That's a T1 jacket. Wow.
GSL never dies. We've been doing pretty good at not dying here.
I love these drawings. Was that a Reaver there in the top left?
That was.
G5L versus second GSL after what, 6 years? Might even be more. So gonna have all these people come down here for the finals, by the way. It is a packed house. We have like double the seats that we normally do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a great great day of games here. Not exactly the longest day either.
No, I was bracing for a marathon.
I thought, well, we also didn't have to do the tiebreaker, but the series with Hero and Rogue was so good, but also fast. So, we're waiting to see the tech develop here. The core has gone down for Classic, and the third base is going to come down here in a second for Rogue. Classic has played much more of a reactive style. I do feel like, when stats went away, we sort of didn't have like a macro defender king Protoss as much. Your heroes, your guys with massive ranges of builds like creators sort of took over. But now that Classic's here, I mean, he really does seem to show this kind of solid, no-nonsense Protoss. Yeah. Like, he's actually the one watching the Zerg and kind of, tweaking what his behavior is and how he's approaching this and updating his tech and how he wants to play.
He's adding to a storyline of defensive, reactive Protoss players who are just masterful at coming out of even the toughest situations.
And, I don't know if he will have a cheesy game today. I mean, it's not like he can't do that, but it's interesting to just see him kind of lean into that. Because the only guy I can think of that played like that was Stats, and maybe before that was Rain.
Right. I would say Rain, Neeb, and then Stats are the three that really come to my mind. Neeb was truly the master of late game PvC for what felt like years.
Where it's like, I know how far the rabbit hole goes in this matchup. So yeah, we're seeing it happen here now. And the fact that it's working versus Rogue is just wild.
Especially with the curveballs that Rogue is coming out with. I mean, the fast ultra play in game number 1, I was so convinced after Classic got routed in the center of the map that he was going to get pushed to the brink and it would be Rogue winning the first map of the series, but instead he was just barely able to claw his way back, similarly to the way that he did in game number 2.
So the Lings are going to get in here. I mean, they get a full scout.
Yeah, speedily done too.
Yeah, and just seeing that it's going to be Oracles coming out is enough for you to go, okay, there's nothing too crazy happening so far here.
Yeah, it's what you expect, but confirmation is always good, especially in a finals like this one where Classic hasn't really showed much of a hand.
And Classic's just going to go for the Pylon Nexus third base here with the Adept wedged in there for defense.
Yeah, right off the 2 gateways. Oracle might be able to get 1. No, do not go for 2.
Oh!
Okay.
Unheard of. Wow.
Trust me,
it's Classic.
It's not unheard of. That happens a lot in my games, Jason.
You can see Classic like not just very unhappy with that moment.
Yeah, it was a little too greedy.
Because, I mean, you're losing your ability to monitor at that point in time. The second Oracle will come out, but ideally that second Oracle pairs with the first, and then you get a couple of one-shots off. Like we saw already. Like we saw, it was like 6 kills on drones in game 1 and 1 dive in.
Yeah, 5 with the Oracle. Oh no, he's also in range with the Stasis Ward. That Oracle takes so much damage.
Yeah, this is like a terrible opening here.
Yeah, and also even moving this Oracle cross map was a little bit of a gamble because, you know, anytime you lose that initial Oracle, you usually want the second one to be back at home defending the third base. Now, luckily for Classic, Rogue's just been droning up. But at the same time, these Oracles just truly getting nothing done. There is no Spore Crawler here in the natural expansion, so finally he's going to get some damage in. But I think those Queens are going to catch it again.
Okay, this is so bad.
You know, we talk about the Ricky rule, the sort of rule where if Zerg loses more than 3 drones, GG go next. This might be the classic rule where you lose 2 Oracles like this. It's like, all right.
I mean, that was insane.
Yeah, this is brutal. And you can see Rogue recognizing this. He knows that Classic no longer has the most useful defensive tool in the Protoss arsenal, which is the Oracle, because with energy recharge, nearly limitless energy, you can use those Oracle Pulsar Beams as much as you want. And, of course, Zerg in the early game, unless they send Queens and an Overlord, they're not going to be able to kill them on your side of the map.
Yeah, he's just going to try to do a Baneling bust, I believe.
Right, 2 Oracles down. Suddenly, 2 very important parts of that defense are just completely gone.
No
and
fourth
I think we're
Oracle
gonna have a lane flood.
Yeah, I think he's just going to go for it. I think this will probably work. He's got 18 more Lings coming.
Yeah, 11 Banelings. I'm making an even dozen.
You know, I don't see how he holds this just because there's not a whole lot you can do against Banes if you don't have force fields or some way to snipe them, like with Oracles as an example. But this should be just a wash. He should just probably, we're going to be in game 4 in no time.
I don't know if it's that extreme there. Maybe if he gets an Archon right now, but I feel like it needs to be right now, Tasteless. These Banelings are coming in. Templar are warping in. It feels like it might be a little bit too late. Oracle's back. The Archon only just now forming. It is blocking the path of the Banelings. And actually, the probes are going to get, wait, recall to the same Nexus? Recall to the same Nexus and into the arms of those Banelings. 19 probes get taken down. I feel like Classic might have meant to recall to a different expansion.
That could not have been the intention, was to recall there.
Oh, no. At the end of the day, though, if the third base is able to stay alive, and that's a big if, as more Lings are flooding in, actually 32 in production tastes. We even have +1 melee. Oh, there are Lings to the main base behind all of this. We didn't even catch it. Classic is falling apart right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I don't know, maybe the game goes on somehow, but right now the Lings, they're too high in number. There's too much, you know, just spilling out onto the map here. 30 probes already down. And more Lings are coming, you know. He's going to take at least the Nexus out.
I'm not sure how much more Rogue can do than this, though. With Storm done, we have a Templar Warp and an Energy Recharge. Those Lings will not be able to break down that wall.
You know, it's 52 workers to 39 as well. So it's like, you know, Rogue was not making workers the whole time. Granted, he's ahead, not just in workers, but in bases, especially going up to a 5th base right now. But yeah, this just looks really impossible here for Classic.
What do you even do here as Classic? Do you try to take a third? Do you warp in a couple Templar and try to go for a counter attack? It's so many Zerglings. Even these +1 Zealots just getting ripped to shreds. This early game, just a train wreck for the Protoss player. And Rogue, he is confirming there is no extra base. There's no third base getting taken just yet. We have more Stalkers getting warped in. No Templar, interestingly. It almost feels like Classic is going to try to go for something like a Blink Stalker Oracle all-in, but hitting against the Zerg, who is now on 5 hatcheries with 11 Hydras about to pop, I feel like it is only a matter of time until this attack is thwarted and Rogue is finally going to be on the board.
So for now, I mean, you're just kind of watching Classic struggle to get back on the map. Again, this all goes back to those Oracles that we saw picked off there. You know, one of the reasons why we don't see this all the time is because the Oracles will just kill all the Lings or snipe the Banelings. But yeah, you see what happens when it goes away. Grooved Spines is being upgraded. And this should be, I think, a fairly unremarkable next couple of minutes here. Oh God.
just lose all the Oracles this game. Get it out of the system now.
Get
for
the Oracle losses out of your system. Exactly.
It's like that first ladder game you queue up where everything goes wrong. It's like, well, I guess at least I finished all the mistakes I had to make today.
Hydraling Bane are going to come forward here. Now, there is Psystorm available.
There's a lot of Storm, but I don't know how many Storms it's going to take to deal with this Concave, to stop this push that's about to come in from Rogue. But I feel like it's a lot more than Classic has. Oh, the Storm even getting stopped right there by the Stasis. As now the Stalkers blink back, the Templar are routed, the Lings and Banelings flooding in. GG. We have a series, folks.
Easy win there for Rogue. I mean, look, Rogue played well, but Classic played poorly. You cannot throw those Oracles away. They are extremely delicate, and their scouting potential is as important as their defending potential. And he just didn't have the defenses, so Lings kill you. In case you didn't know, you've been watching a lot of StarCraft, and you've always wondered, why do they make Oracles? It only kills a couple of workers, and they don't seem to scout that much, because it also stops you from dying to Lings.
Yeah, just having that tool out of the belt for Classic. It can be a game changer. Rogue absolutely made him pay with that mounting pressure.
Okay, game 4, let's do this. Right now, Classic up 2-1. Classic had 2 of the most impressive wins ever, and then maybe one of the most embarrassing losses I've seen in a GSL Finals.
Yeah.
Just dropping Oracles, and therefore, you know, Rogue just makes ground units and kills them.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where one small mistake turns into a waterfall, an avalanche.
Yeah, a snowballing effect. It's brutal.
You lose the first Oracle, you're like, okay, I need to make up for it with the second one.
Yeah.
The second one overextends. It also gets taken down. But for Classic, just wipe that map off your mind. 2-1 right now in Classic's favor. We're moving on to map number 4. It is Pylon. Can a Rogue continue the comeback, or will Classic bring us to match point?
Okay, Rogue in the top left, Classic in the bottom right. And it's going to be another fast expand opening here from Classic. This time the probe going to come across. Now, we've had a couple games where the hatch gets blocked, a couple games where the hatch doesn't. This game, the drone will not even be able to get there in time at all.
And Classic sending that probe out real quick. Just going to force and confirm that Rogue sends that hatchery down to the third base. And I wonder what that game would have looked like. Game number 3 had those Oracles not go down, because I am, you know, typically in a PVZ 2026 GSL coming home. We all hope so.
Yeah, I think that, you know, I would just love to see another long game with these two.
Yeah, me too. But you know, it's
without the bumpiness.
It's interesting because I feel like in the typical PVZ, usually the cast, not just because I'm a Protoss player, but because usually they're the ones who are throwing the haymaker punches.
Right.
I'm keen in on what the Protoss is going to do from game 1 to game 2 to game 3. But Classic, all the way through up until this point, it has kind of been the same standard play. We've had a couple of small deviations in terms of opening, but very few. It's really Rogue who is trying to mix things up and throw Classic off of his game. And I feel like what Rogue did in map number 3, it's not really something that you can repeat. It's a way of punishing Classic for the mistakes that he made. It's not a strategy that you open up with to try and dictate the game. And in some ways, I think for Rogue, given his playstyle that he's showcased in ZVP so far today, I think that is a real boon. Not just because obviously it's a map win, and a map win in any series is just naturally going to be fantastic, but the fact that he didn't really need to show any additional plays.
Yeah, you know, I would have thought, and maybe we'll see something in game 4, but I would have thought there would have been, you know, kind of a curveball build order in one of these games, right? Where we would have tried, but in fact, I mean, I can almost ensure everybody that it's going to be another Oracle again and a third base. And, you know, there is something about the confidence of a player where he's like, I don't care if you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it very well. And you can try to play around it. You can try to punish me. You can try to surprise me. You can try to go head-to-head with me in a macro game. I don't care, because I know from A all the way to Z, if the game gets to that last letter, I know what the game's supposed to look like. I know what I'm supposed to do. So I just need to focus on myself in that regard while keeping an eye on you.
Classic coming into this even said that he had prepared mostly for a PvP finals. He was expecting to face Hero. should he have advanced all the way here to the grand finals. And so it makes sense that, you know, you're going up against Rogue, a situation you might have not necessarily expected. You're going to play your safe game. You're going to play your standard game, what you know, as you said, from A to Z. You're not going to try and mix it up. You're not going to go experimental here unless the situation absolutely calls for it, where you see an opening. And so far, it's worked really well for Classic. 2-1 now here in this best of 7.
Still waiting to see if that third base is going to be thrown down here, like always for Classic. But I mean, right now, again, you know, the build orders have been, in a lot of ways, interchangeable about, and as far as how he's handled each of these. Yeah, no way he's going to deny that. Nexus and Pylon.
It's been a 2-gate Oracle third base basically every single game. This time actually able to find a base without a Spore Crawler. That Spore Crawler really does a ton of damage in the current iteration of the of StarCraft 2, so those Oracles have to watch out. 2 Queens, you can let them tickle your hull damage a little bit and just trade that out for those 2 drones. We'll see if he goes back in again. I can see the Oracles, they're grouping up here on the top right. Spore Crawler, I think, not yet done here in the third base. About 3/4 of the way there. 2 Oracles will be able to one-shot these drones. Queen's a little bit out of position. Might have a couple more drones going down. Tasteless 4, 5. Can we get 6? No, Classic, he's playing nice and safe. And coming in here, if he wanted to, he might have been able to take on that Spore. Instead, he's going to escort these Adepts all the way into the main base.
Great movement here. So he's going to get this all out. And yeah, back at home, Forge about to finish here with the Twilight Council. Probably Blink being upgraded unless there's some other kind of Adept Glaive move that we wanted to see. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Zerg is just continuing to grow, to pave the map with creep. As we're not really into the point in the game here where there is going to be, you know, a ton of meaningful interactions other than, you know, worker snipes.
I think it's almost...
It's all about the build-up here. We do have the melee attack again over here. Now, I don't know if this means we're going to have Ultralisks in that Crackling upgrade later on, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, the melee attack has just been a tried and true part of Rogue ZVP for the past couple of months. As from Classic, I think we are going to expect about the same. These things actually coming in here, able to get a couple of rope kills. This is really good here for Classic, or for Rogue, excuse me. 3 workers for just a handful of Lings. You take that trade, but with all these Adepts now coming into the natural expansion, how many drones will go down as Classic is getting some counter damage in on his own? Seems like 3, maybe 4 if these Adepts focus fire. Actually gonna get 5.
Hey, not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. Classic maintaining an 8-worker lead as he's going up to 6-gate Storm. Now, what is the tech of choice gonna be for Rogue? Are we gonna see an Infestation Pit for Hive and Ultras like we did at game number 1? Or will he go into something like a Baneling Nest and a Hydralisk Den and play a very lair-heavy style of ZVP? It's gonna be the Hydras.
Yeah, he's got that Hydralisk the Hydralisk Den coming down now. It's like a little Hydra school desk. Oh, he runs in.
These are soon-to-be +1 Lings as well. Those probes are being in a lot of trouble. Oh, a Templar gets sniped in the natural expansion. Stalkers get surrounded here in the main base. Oh man, the probe's getting pulled. This is gonna be a lot of worker damage getting done, at least in the terms of lost mining time. More probes going to be falling here. 3, 4, 5, and counting. Nice micro from Classic is going to mitigate the damage, but a Templar going down. One of the first Templar. 2 Stalkers, 5 probes for those Lings. We're going to be really happy with that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really fortunate moment. When the front door's open, you got to run in. And, you know, the fact that he sniped the Templar, if he goes, in fact, into Hydras and tries to go for damage with, you know, Lings and Banes, like I think he is, well then, you know, every Storm that you don't have is a moment where you're less safe. You know, a lot of these, like, high damage, you know, pushes from Zerg, it just comes down to having a couple Storms to where they don't have enough sustain to really dish it out.
Yeah, Hydraling Bane is a very glass cannon unit composition. When it comes down to the engagement, a lot of it is positioning. How much of a concave can you get? And more importantly, often, how well can you dodge those Storms with your Lings, with your Hydras? It's a really aggressive style, and I think Classic is almost anticipating this. Oftentimes when you see Protoss players take their 4th base in a situation like this one, they will start thinking about adding in that 2nd Stargate, going for that Fleet Beacon, because most of ZVP leads to Lurkers in the late game. That is not the game that Rogue is playing. He is staying on hit lair tech. He is getting his range attack upgrades. He is getting Baneling speed. He's cutting drones at 78, and he is gearing up for an attack here against Classic. And Classic, he's not overteching. He is bracing for impact. He's adding in shield batteries, cannons, getting charge in +2. He's adding in additional gateways.
Now, if he gets onto 4 bases and he can sustain, I think he's going to be okay. Like, he did fine the last time. But, you know, Zerg is getting a lot right now.
Yeah, this will be a powerful push, but Classic is just matching him in terms of unit production.
Yeah, he's going to get that Warp Prism out next, so if he can hold this, he could even do a counter push, or he could do like a Zealot Warp in or something like that.
A counter push.
Base. This is actually him. He's going to attack in. I kind of thought this was going to be the other way around. I think he sees the Banes and realizes he's got to get back.
Yeah, he sees the Banes and realizes this is probably Hydra Ling Bane with the composition that he's spotting on that 4th base, and that means that
don't be in the middle of the map versus that.
Rogue is looking for a fight. You do not want to be the one attacking into him. And actually a second Robo coming in from Classic. Are we going to have a Colossus switch coming in? Is he really going to try and hone in on countering Lair Tech Zerg?
I think
so
the Colossus
curious.
would be a good call. The Lings are going to come by here. The Protoss actually tries to kind of wall this off with the Warp. Banes are going to come down here. Can they actually connect with these probes?
I think they can. Lots of probes going down here in this 4th base as Classic is hunting on the map, trying to get some damage of his own over here on the left side, attacking the 9 o'clock position. More Banelings, more Lings morphing in. Rogue has only made a small number of drones over the past couple of minutes. It's been mostly Army. These Storms are going to try and zone away everything. Really good connection on those Zerglings, cleaning them all up, keeping the Templars safe. Classic, although he lost a dozen workers, he's able to rebuild those very quickly, actually going into Immortals. So it's not going to be Robo Bay. It's shields coming up, +3 ground weapons and Immortals.
I don't know, man. This is a lot from the Zerg here. I don't think this base could stay, and I don't think the other bases will last too much longer either.
Classic's Army's all the way down at the 3rd base.
Yeah, it's just in a completely useless location. It's going to be a massacre on those workers. I don't even know if Rogue's going to focus them down as much. He just wants to wipe this position. Protoss now on 3 bases. Again, if Rogue wins this, he's going to tie this up 2-2, making the comeback look extremely easy.
Well, it's a very hard angle to push in, though, with Hydra Ling Bane. Although with Classic retreating, the Concave it might go into advantage of the Zerg right now. The Baneling's rolling in. The Storm is connecting with him, but the Baneling's still getting some pretty good shots right here on these Stalkers. The Templar, they're trying to escape. One of them goes down to 1 hero Baneling. The Immortals are falling. Classic was not prepared for this push that took down the 4th base that is now taking down the natural expansion. The 3rd base, I think Rogue is tying this one up. GG, let's go to game number 4.
Damn, man. Like, you know, seeing Banelings connect all the way to the back of the Protoss' army and hit Templars is so funny. We're tied up 2-2. That leaves us with 2 to 3 more games left over here for this finals. Not going to be one-sided, despite how strong Classic looked in those first 2 games, because Rogue made his last 2 wins look easy. The question is going to be, can Classic adjust? He has played in the same kind of style. It's very macro-oriented. It's very much about getting a 3rd and then eventually getting a 4th, getting the tech, seeing if you can move out on the map and do a little bit of damage, but basically run back and having this kind of endgame push. And I got to say, I think the adjustments that we saw from Rogue are all correct. You know, and this is the thing. This is the ebb and flow of a best of 7. And this is the fundamental problem, by the way, if you're doing what Classic's doing, which is the same thing. It's the same formula. I mean, Rogue is just going to mix up his play styles and try different combos, different openings, and see what works. Guys, short break. We'll be right back with set number 5.
Gonna get a touchdown, make a play, make it rain, get the win, celebrate. At the end of the day, we're the best. Anyway,
kill of the night. The moon is shining, and I am sensing danger. Where the stars align, my mood is slowly changing. Something's haunting me, lurking in the dark. Carefully, it is stalking from afar. Like a thief in the night, it's staying out of my sight. But I'm not afraid, so I will stay and put up a fight. I don't care if it hurts, or if I crash down and burn. I will rise like a phoenix from the ashes.
난 편집하지 않아. 그게 진짜 나니까. 새로운 도전과 색다른 재미, 함께하는 즐거움까지. 여기 숲에서 끝없이 스트리밍 중. 라이브 스트리밍을 넘어 라이프 스트리밍이 되다. 숲.
We're back, everybody. Rogan Classic is now tied up 2-2. So Classic had some of the most god-tier wins in those first two games. I thought he was going to 4-0 it, honestly. Rogue came back, made all the right adjustments, and Classic was singing the same song and doing the same dance. And, you know, generally, and it's more true in a best of 7, but it's still true in a best of 5, and it's oftentimes true in a best of 3, but you have to have a variety of openers and play styles in order to win. Very rarely do you see somebody recycle the same safe opening and come out victorious, right? I mean, one thing about Rogue that's been very clear, he's willing to do anything in these games. And so, although Classic knew from A to Z how to play these builds out, how to kind of open up, defend, parry, push, come back, stop the counterattack, and eventually close it out with a win, Rogue is still making improvements. And I'm starting to think here, if Classic keeps doing the same moves, we're going to start to see more of the same results here from Rogue, in that he will win.
That might be the case. All tied up now, 2-2. Rogue fighting back in Game 3 and Game 4. It's time to move on to map number 5. Is Rogue going to continue this hot streak, or will Classic fight back?
Okay, Rogue here in the bottom left, Classic in the top right.
No probe scout early.
Yeah, he sent it back. Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to see a totally different game here, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm very, very interested in how Classic's approach is going to be with this. And keep in mind, you know, he may be doing the same stuff, but Rogue also opens up, you know, with some kind of crazy Roach Ravager timing, or, you know, something like that, where the game, again, becomes less about whatever Classic has planned later on and more about, can he deal with the here and the now.
I don't mind Classic going for the same build all that much in this situation, because it feels like the loss in the previous map to that Ling Hydra Bane push, it felt like it was a misread on his part. My initial tell was when he opted not to go for the second Stargate in the Fleet Beacon, I was thinking that, oh, okay, he understands the situation. He knows it's not time to tech up. He's adding in additional production buildings. He's getting a robo. He's getting a little bit of static defense. But the more that I think about it, so I did some thinking during the break, the more it seemed like Classic was gearing up for some kind of hive tech ground play from Rogue. He wanted to win the battle on the ground, whether that be Ultras like it was in game number 1, hence the double Robo Immortal, or maybe Classic just trying to find a way to deal with hive tech lurkers on the ground with the Immortals and all the extra units that he's got. Instead of, ooh. Yikes, he meant to double up one probe, but he double clicked it.
Yeah.
In any case.
No, it's not the end of the world, but it does slow down your income overall.
It's like 40 or 50 minerals, I think.
Yeah, so it definitely hurts. It definitely makes everything come out a little bit later.
In any case, I feel like Classic could do the same thing, but you need to be really on top of your scouting against a Zerg opponent like Rogue, who's willing to do anything. You got to identify, all right, this is Hydraling Bane. All right, there is no Hive Tech coming in. The only avenue this game can go until that Hive Tech comes in is that he's going to attack me. and Classic, given the Immortal production, given him being a little bit out of position and actually testing the waters very bravely on Rogue's side of the map, it felt like he didn't have the complete picture in terms of information. And so I'm expecting here in game number 5, now that we've reset, now that we had a 10-minute break and he's able to decompress and evaluate the way these last 2 games have not gone in his favor, I'm expecting if we do have adjustments, it's probably not going to be in the bones of the build, the very early development in terms of getting a 3rd base set up, adding in the Oracles, going for the 2nd gateway, and then 6th gate and Storm. I think it's more how you transition out of that into the rest of the game.
So you feel like some of the mistakes are made kind of in the final steps?
I think it's trying to read. It's classic with this style. I feel like you need a better read on what your opponent's going to throw at you, because if it's a layer tech all-in, or something close to an all-in like that Hydraling Bane.
Versus like Ultralisk.
Yeah, you need to know. You must know.
But there is this style that we see with Zergs when they get to like end game, where they'll like make this and force you to make that, but then as they attack into you, they counter switch the tech into something else. And I've seen it even to like 3 major tech switches, where eventually the Protoss just like doesn't have the right combination of units and gets punished.
But in that game, there wasn't even Hive.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm quite sure.
That's true.
If there was, it came in very late. It came in while the attack was commencing. In any case, it's only really Classic who's going to know what to do. By the way, is that Oracle got maybe a maximum of 1 drone. Rogue, by the way, I want to sing his praises. His Oracle defense these past couple of games has been so immaculate. We've had so many Oracles go down, and oftentimes for very little drones. And Rogue is also walking a fine line, where a lot of his expansions, he will skip 1 or 2 Spore Crawlers, whether it be like in the natural or the 3rd base. And so the fact that he's been able to deflect this Oracle harass as well as he has, it's been a really impressive string of games from him in that perspective.
Yeah, no, he's definitely stepped that up from some pretty painful losses early on in some of the other games here. So he's got the dual Oracles, and it's going to be about whether or not you can find a drone or anything to kill. You got to be very careful to not overextend with this either, dropping those. I mean, we cannot forget about game 3, where Oracles were just lost, and then it was, you know, Ling Banes that countered and hit in there. Roach Warren is coming along with the Baneling's Nest. On the Protoss side of things, we're just seeing more droning up, the standard +1 attack upgrade, very Rogue-esque. And you can see the conservative behavior here with the Oracles. It's more about trying to kill creep tumors. And then I love the little counter attack here with the Lings. Is there an Oracle here? No. Can I go inside of your base?
Yeah, and Classic is just going back to his tried and true 6-gate Storm with blinking +1.
We've got 14 Lings coming here.
Big surround on those Oracles. It's a lot of hull damage.
Yeah. Now he's still making Lings, which feels like he has to attack if he's going to make this many.
I don't think we have Overlord's speed. So
that's what I was wondering. I was going to say, can he pick up an Overlord and just...
Banelings?
Yeah, so he's going to go for this. Okay, but the Oracles are here.
Yeah, this is a little bit different than previously. And I feel like these Lings should be sending alarm bells in the basic Classic right now. Oh my goodness. No. All right, he sees it, but does he really see it? Okay, reaction now coming in. Stalker is getting warped in a position to block these Banelings from reaching the mineral line. Archon's morphing as well. Probe's already being sent back home. I love this from Classic. Much better defense here in this game. The Archons, once they morph in, one of them will get surrounded by Lings, but the other one behind that Stalker can do big splash damage. Oracle's coming back. Energy recharge coming back. More Lings being produced by Rogue, but I don't think he's going to have enough to kill this Nexus. Yes, he did take down a lot of critical army units. He's going for it, Aces. Is he actually going to get this?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's going to go back. So, I will say that's not too bad there for Classic. 10 workers go down, but that was a very heavy commitment from Rogue.
Yeah. You know, he didn't quite get the job done. I mean, 10 workers is nice, but you're right in the sense that Classic is not, you know, crippled. And he kept the 3rd base there. He's throwing Archons down. Now, there's more Lings out, but, you know, Archons make quick work of that. The Oracles, of course, are going to be handy there as well. He's going to try to come through here. I don't see any Banes with this, by the way. So, yeah, what's he going to do exactly? He kills the Overlord that's over there.
Yeah, just trying to find an angle.
So I guess he's going to try to switch into another push up here with Hydraling Bane. You know, keep in mind that I guess if you're morphing Archons, you're not going to have the Templars. You need some level of splash to do this. Maybe an overconfident move here from Classic to take a 4th.
I like it. After your economy got reset a little bit like that, you lost 10 workers, you know that you've stabilized against the mass Ling tech with the Archons and the Storm. So just take the 4th base. There isn't an immediate threat. The threat that's coming is down the pipeline 1 or 2 minutes. It's going to be those Hydras that you got to worry about. By then, the 4th base ideally would have paid for itself at least a little bit.
Lings are going to counterattack over here. This is not going to get through. The question's going to be, you know, how much damage can the Hydras do? This is an extremely low HP Oracle, by the way. So they're not going to be able to help at all when the Hydra push actually comes. Missile attack's almost done.
Baneling speed also finishing up. No more drones in production, and Classic seems like he's getting more ready than he was last time. A lot of additional static defense coming in, even here in the natural expansion. 4 cannons plus shield batteries getting warped in.
Yeah, the 3rd may be still the most vulnerable spot. Lings are going to come over here and force a warp in there. I think Protoss might be fine.
I feel like he's properly equipped.
Yeah, it's also, it's not a very open area. Like, it's pretty hard to punish Protoss if there's like, you know, between 2 to 3 storms kind of blanket the whole area you're attacking in. Hydras aren't the kind of units that can kind of like run through storms either. And so, look, Zerg's on 5 bases. That's always good. I think there's about to be a 6th here. I think I see a drone on the mini-map. But, like, you know, I don't from all we've seen from Classic, he needs to just stay on 4 bases for a long time, maybe get up to 5 before he pushes. So I don't think the Zerg has a kind of overwhelming econ position here.
Yeah, Classic once again going into the 2nd robotics facility, but there still is no lair tech here for Rogue. I'm not sure whether Classic has scouted that, but his army feels fully capable of taking this on should he get a good engagement. There's a lot of splash damage here, and Rogue is very heavily reliant on the Lings and the Banelings getting the job done. This isn't the best angle to attack into. Ooh, that blink forward, I actually kind of like it. It baited the Lings for a moment. They took a lot of damage from those storms.
And Rogue is planning on just obliterating this.
We have to have Hive coming in, right?
I actually didn't look, but
no Hive yet.
Yeah, he's locked in right now to layer. But you know, this is not the kind of late game Rogue that has the sophistication of like the ultra crackling, you know, dropping the main kind of tech that we saw before. He's going to come in again, and I gotta say the storms are pretty good. The Ling damage is insane. He blinks back. He's going to let the cannons tank some of these shots. But is there enough behind all this?
I mean, Class behind this, he's adding a 2nd Stargate. He's getting a fleet beacon. That's a lot of resources not invested in the defense. So it's a nail biter here on the front lines. But it seems like he had just enough in terms of photon cannons, shield batteries, storms to micro back. And Rogue is sitting still on lair tech. It is 82 drones, so his economy is through the roof, especially on all these 5 bases. But at the same time, Classic was able to very successfully deflect that attack. A lot of these Lings died, but 35 more Banelings getting morphed in. Rogue, there is no transition. Melee attack level 2 is going to finish, and he's just going to recharge and go in once again. Classic, he's adding in the static defense. It might not be done by the time this attack starts, though.
Yeah, I mean, the idea here is to dump all the resources into damage to end the game right now. He's going to move in. The first storms come down and deny a decent number of Banelings. The angle here is tight. It's hard for an overwhelming army like this to fit through this small corridor, but that's exactly what he's going to try to do. So he's rationing some of the Banelings, sending them forward while keeping others in the back. The Protoss just retreats and further recedes inside of a defensive position back there.
And now he's got to try and deal with these Zealots warping in the main base back at home. It's such a hard angle to attack into here on ley lines. This 12 o'clock position, it is a tough choke point. The storms are getting so much value. Finally, now these Zealots are getting cleaned up. They got some fair damage done, and they scouted the Hive timing. Classic knows that he is quite far ahead in terms of tech. Behind all of this, he has a 2nd Stargate and a fleet beacon. Rogue is going to have to transition into something Hive tech related. There's just no way to break down this position. And look at this. He's actually banking the Immortals. He is not showing it.
Yeah,
he wants Rogue to go back into Ultralisks.
Yep.
And then Classic will show his hand.
Exactly. So he's preempting Ultralisks. I feel like we don't see this from Protoss a lot. I feel like we see it more from Zergs. But the idea is eventually he's just not going to get into that 4th base and go, well, I guess we'll expand some more and start that layer tech. or Hive Tech, excuse me.
Well, now when he has 6, 7, 8 Immortals, he's finally revealing them. But I believe to Rogue, this is going to come as a surprise. Up until this point, you have seen no Immortals. Your opponent's been defending with Archon, Stalkers, Storm, and Static Defense. By the way, look at this minefield of Stasis Traps, Photon Cannons.
It's just hard for melee damage to get in there, you know?
It's such a tough show.
You try to shove in, and a lot of it's going to get stunned.
It's a position where Lurkers would do a lot better, but with Hydraling Bane, it's just tough to attack into. By the way, Rogue, keep in mind, looking at the minimap, there is a large army for Rogue that's going to try and take down the 5th face of Classic.
And he's happy to give up the shields on that Nexus back there. Now, this is going to be denied, so a quick, swift victory there for Rogue. But, you know, Classic is still assembling all the building blocks he needs for a possible push. I do think that Zerg is going to have, it's going to be very hard to deal with the Zerg's countering.
Yeah, the counterattack threat is real. We have 130 Lings, soon to have adrenal glands right now for Rogue. Classic's army, it's not very mobile, and also Rogue has done a very good job of fanning his bases across the map. But will he go for the counterattack, or will he just try to get a full surround? I feel like Rogue, even though his army isn't quite as refined as Classic's is, and to say the least, I mean, that's 7 Archons, 8 Immortals, 3 more Archons morphing in, and a Mothership.
Yeah, I mean,
plus all this Storm. This is an army designed to kill Ling Baneling. Rogue only has 15 Hydras. The rest of it is Ling Baneling.
It is literally just these tier 1 units. And, you know, this is where the Death Ball comes out. This is the Wrecking Ball that he's going to try to move around the map with and start to take out base after base after base.
And Rogue is going to have to try and find some kind of surround over for the counter. It looks like he's going to opt for the surround. There are Stasis Traps here on the flank. That is so many Archons. The first Stasis Trap getting a full AoE of Zealots. Time Warp. Storms coming in. The Archon shots are massive. Rogue is retreating. The second wave of Banelings also got caught there by the Stasis. Now finally attacking in. Oh, good connections on the Templar. About 3 Storms left here for Classic. He's migrating back the Immortals. A lot of the splash damage has been cleaned up. But Rogue, it's a very larva-intensive style. I think he also, he's supply blocked.
Oh.
So many Overlords have fallen. I was wondering what the hesitation was on the Remax. There is no hesitation. He just doesn't have the supply. He has to make do with what he's got right now. The Mothership is going to go down. Honestly, a pretty reasonable trade here for Rogue, given the way that these armies clashed. But he has to make a lot of Overlords, and Classic has a big mineral bank back at home.
He still doesn't have those Overlords up yet, and the army sophistication is just not really there here for Rogue. That being said, Rogue has a lot of resources pouring in here. It could be possibly simply makes Ling Hydra Bane and tries to punch in once again. It would just come down to whether or not the Psy Storms and other damage could hit the Hydras in time, and whether or not the Banelings would connect. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. Zerg is certainly smaller than before.
But so is Protoss. Only 3 Archons now, only 6 Immortals. I say only, but it was a lot more just a moment ago. As Rogue once again coming in, this is a much better concave to attack into. Static defense is going to fall there on the front line. Rogue microing away from these Storms, and as soon as the front line of Lings falls, she's going to retreat. Classic is able to establish this foothold in the center of the map, and that's going to give him the confidence to take another expansion here in the center.
So, I mean, the game kind of slows down here, doesn't it? We have another Mothership on the way. The final upgrades are being, you know, the boxes are being ticked here for Classic, who's basically, you know, reached into the full range of what Protoss can have and do right now. Meanwhile, Rogue kind of lurks in this tech range. He's going to get more Banelings. He's going to try again. Remember, the Protoss doesn't have a lot of bases, and some of the ones that the Protoss has been sitting on are going to mine out. So, you know, these exterior bases become a lot more important. Now, the bigger Protoss gets, the harder it is for Zerg to take these other bases that are much more on the periphery of their position. But this is turning into an extremely interesting late game.
Yeah, the way that Rogue is playing this with a relentless Hydraling Baneling aggression reminds me a little bit of ZVT from a couple years ago, where Terran tried to get their 4th and 5th base. Zerg would hit 90 drones and just keep barreling armies at them, trying to break them, and that usually decided who won and who lost. Rogue is going for a similar approach here against a Classic, who is also just trying to hunker down right now on these bases in his quadrant of the map. The problem is for Rogue, it's only 71 drones. He doesn't have the economy to throw armies and take inefficient trades. But the composition that he's running is pure Lair Tech. It's Ling, Bailing, Hydra. Even though we have the Hive, we only have a couple of Hive upgrades coming in. We have Adrenal. I believe we have Lunge also on those Hydras, but besides that, there are no Vipers adding into the mix. We have no Hive Tech units coming in.
Oh, this is a pretty crazy angle to attack out in. He can basically hit these units and either drive them in or force them away. And the angle, you basically want to fight in kind of this narrow valley with what you've got.
It's just the perfect position to stabilize with Tempest, because they're going to chip away at absolutely everything, and a Rogue has to attack into basically 2 choke points, one here at the south and one in the northwest. It seems like he's actually concentrating all of his forces here in the south. Rogue would love Classic to get overeager and start moving in. That's not happening. Classic is playing this very patiently. He is buying his time. And this drop in the main base of Rogue so far being unanswered. Spawning pool potentially could go down.
He's going to move in. Here we go.
Rogue finally getting this round that he wants, but the Time Warp and the Storm on the Bailings on the right side just evaporates that army. GG is called.
I gotta say, man, and I thought he had to do something different. He just played even more perfectly and kind of navigated out onto the map, had the perfect engage, and shut down an obsolete Rogue who had been on Lair Tech for the entire time.
The Lair Tech just really dropping off there. Rogue is trying to play an explosive, aggressive brand of CVP against the master of defensive PvZ play. And Rogue, it feels like in these games, he's getting so close to breaking Classic, but Classic is just barely holding on. By a thread, Classic is holding on.
He just gets that. It's like when the Tempests come out, he's eventually on the 5th base. He's got the Archons. He's already survived a couple of attacks, and he's basically just shutting Rogue down. He's playing the most patient PvZ I may have ever seen, realizing that all Rogue has to do is overstep once, and he's too far out of range of ever winning the game. Is Rogue going to stay on that Lair Tech? Does he go back to the tech we saw in Game 1, where he goes for the Ultras, but, in fact, died in the same fashion with an endgame push? In Classic, maybe I was wrong, guys. Maybe he doesn't have to change anything. He should just keep doing the same moves, keep casting the same spells, keep trying the same tricks. We're going to find out. Game 6 is here. Okay, Rogue in the top right, Classic in the bottom left. And yeah, I mean, let's just assume that it's going to be that Oracle tech again to 3rd base. There's a very decorated Rogue, 4 pins over there, looking like he's a general of a Banana Republic. Could get a 5th pin here tonight. We'll see if he wins.
Would only be the 2nd ever G5L.
Yeah, that's true.
Classic looking for his first GSL trophy in so many years. I believe more than a decade since he had a victory over Sioux 4-2.
Yeah. And I mean, he's looking very good, very strong. Maybe 1 win away here.
Yeah, a victory here might be some real catharsis for a Classic who, in his interview earlier, in a letter that he would write to his self 10 years ago, he's like, yeah, you feel like you're on top of the world right now. You don't reach that again. Well, now he is. He's 1 map win away from once again becoming a GSL Code S champion.
Yeah. He used to have to reshoot that message to himself.
It's like, actually, relax.
Yes,
you are going to win.
Just keep doing the Oracle build. Try not to lose the Oracles. You'll be fine.
I don't expect him to really mix things up. The style that Classic is going for up until 3 bases, just the standard 6-skate Link, +1 and Storm on 3 bases as you look to take a 4th, and then you adapt to what the Zerg is doing, is such a safe and standard way of playing the game. Now, it does have the disadvantage in that, because of its predictability, you very rarely can get any early game advantage. The opponent knows the Oracle is going to be coming in. They're coming in the exact same timing all the time. If there are adept harassment options for you, it's usually a very low commitment. The potential of getting damage done is maybe 3, 4, 5 drones at most when paired with an Oracle if the defense gets bungled. And so Classic is basically resigning himself to play a safe game in a game where he's not necessarily ahead, but a game that he is confident enough that he knows how to navigate it. And actually, I say that, Tasteless. The first time in this series we were having a serious deviation, it is robotics facility on 2 bases.
So this is going to be the curveball. This is the moment, and we'll see what kind of build it is. I'll let the Robo Tech start. It's so close to being done. But yeah, this is going to be the curveball.
This has the potential to really blindside Rogue too.
5 games in a row. 5 games in a row. It's been effectively the same thing. This is the one where it's going to be a Warp Prism, so he's going to come out pretty fast. And remember, you know, with the way that he's played so far, you know, Rogue really couldn't be attacked earlier.
Yeah. Rogue has no idea this is coming. We have 1 sentry for Classic. Rogue, until this point, I don't even think he's made a Ravager in this series, or if he has, very few. He's opening with Lings.
Yeah,
he has nothing to break force fields. He's making very late Roach Warrens.
Yeah.
If Classic, he energy recharged the sentry. This might be a 1 sentry drop in the main base that can force field the ramp.
It's going to be all the way back to the first year of StarCraft 2.
He's hallucinating the Oracle. He is selling this so hard. Immortals are in production. Are we going to have a drop in the main base, or are we going to have a full-fledged Immortal push? In any case, this is a throwback.
Yeah.
But a Rogue is seeing no third base. Yes, you have an Oracle, or so Rogue thinks, but where is the third? He's selling it.
He's selling it. He's like, look at me, I'm taking the third base, look at me.
He's building the Nexus.
I can't wait to expand and find the resources.
Now you got to be really careful with that Oracle. Make sure that the hallucination ends when it's out of view from a Rogue.
Yeah.
Oh, Roach Warren being made here. If we have Roaches from Rogue, if there is Sentry and an Immortal, out of vision. You know, with that hallucinated Oracle, he was able to spot where the Overlords are, but the Ling barely glimpses this. Okay, it's got to be a Warped over here. He is not going for the main base ramp. Instead, he is going straight into the heart of the beast. He's going to try and attack into the front door.
I just see drones, so I don't know that he saw that or not. He cancels the Nexus. Obviously, it was always a fake.
This is only 1 gas from Classic. There are going to be so many Zealots warped in here. A huge deviation from the earlier builds. I feel like Rogue might have not noticed entirely until this moment.
Yeah, I think he didn't.
That's a lot of Queens, though, Tasteless. 6 Queens already brought to the front line.
The Sentry in the back hitting the Overlord. He might need that up here in the front.
10 Roaches, 10 Lings about to pop. All right, the Lings in for a fight here against all of these Zealots. The Spore Crawler is actually doing a really good job of zoning away the Warp Prism. It cancels the Warp in. Classic has to pull back. You do not want to dedicate your army to trying to kill Spore Crawlers in a moment like this. Brilliant move by Rogue to slow down the Warp ins, buying himself some much needed time. There is only 1 Immortal and a flood of Zealots.
He's damage to the Warp Prism.
Oh, the Warp Prism goes down.
I can't believe it. And it seems like, oh man, the push is still doing a lot of damage, but you need to have the reload of the Zealots to continue to come in here. Now the Immortal in the back is still doing damage, but there's no spare pylon or anything like that, no spare Warp Prism coming in. The last Immortal is surrounded, and it is actually killed off.
Yeah, the recall not able to come through. Classic behind this. He has 1 Vespian Geyser. It is Roaches getting pumped right now for Rogue. Rogue, he has the confidence to start droning up. Classic can basically only make Zealots at this point.
Yeah, he has to just try to force it anyways. I just don't know that it's going to work.
The only possible way is if Rogue somehow over drones. It does not see this coming, which, hey, a follow-up attack like this would be crazy, but guess what? Rogue, he is spotting it. He sees all these Zealots. He knows. All he has to do right now is defend.
I mean, this is an extremely crazy situation, but I believe Classic should probably just fail out from here. He's in his right to try. You know, he's fighting for his tournament life right now. But yeah, I mean, I just don't know if there's going to be enough. You're eventually going to have enough Roaches. You don't care about Zealots anymore. He's going to try to come inside the main.
Right, it's a lot of Zealots coming into the third base of Rogue. Roaches kiting back. Classic is trying to make it harder for him by dropping in the main base, but the Queen's able to shoo away that Warp Prism. The Zealots get cleaned up. We have another Warpid coming in, but that's it. We're going to game number 7.
Oh my God, what a finals this has been. The curveball pitch, build order gets shot down. Not due to good intel from Rogue, but due to great control and basically shoving underneath the Warp Prism with the Spore Crawler, trying to gun it down. And then something happened there in the middle of the fight. The Warp Prism was like it was like moving in with everything else, and it just got shot down. So we're going to be going to the final game here for the night. Final GSL before the Esports World Cup comes on. And we're going to figure out if it's a Zerg or a Protoss champion here. So we're tied up 3-3.
It's been an incredible series so far.
Yeah.
Classic plays the same build 5 games in a row and then sells it so hard with the same build in game number 6. Rogue somehow still able to defend. I swear, if he didn't micro those Spore Crawlers to shoo away the Warp Prism and then snipe it with a Queen, he doesn't win. But instead, we're going to a game number 7. Classic whipped out one of the most infamous PvZ builds on the Korean server. We call this one the Farmy. It is... There's one Protoss player who's been destroying Zergs on the ladder with this for years. Classic tried to use it to seal a GSL victory. He wasn't able to get it, and now Rogue has tied everything up. We're going to one final map to settle the score. Who will be your GSL Season 2 Kodas champion, Rogue or Classic? We're about to find out. The final map is loading in. Let's go!
This is it. Rogue in the top left and Classic in the bottom right. And I love what Classic did back there. I think strategically it was very sound. And you kind of think with a guy that can execute a much more complex build in the other games, it's really kind of tragic to see him bungle the all-in. I don't know why the Warp Prism was near the Queens after the Spore Crawler died.
Would have to see the replay.
I don't know if he had grabbed the Zealots in the back and A-clicked it in there, and then that was because it's probably better to just keep it back. I mean, the number one way Protoss lose in all-ins like that is the Warp Prism's kill. That's that's the origin of the entire rush. When you kill that, then the rest of the game's easy. So, you know, someone like Rogue's going to have a lot of practice with fighting stuff like that.
I don't think I've ever seen the Farmy thwarted by Spore Crawler movement.
Yeah, it's interesting. You just sort of run right up underneath it.
Because they don't want to pull the Zealots back, and they only have one Immortal to kill the Spore Crawlers while Roaches, Queens, and Lings are attacking away at them. It was such a brilliant move by Rogue in the heat of the moment. If he hadn't advanced those Spore Crawlers, effectively sacrificed them to delay the warp in by maybe 15 seconds, I feel like Classic right now is the GSL champion.
Yeah.
That one move, I feel like above everything else.
It's interesting because it didn't occur to me either. Like in my head, I'm thinking of rushes where I see Adepts. But you're right, the Zealots can't go run and chase the Spore.
It's so awkward.
The Zealots have to be in the front, and that's how they're supposed to overpower that position. But yeah, the Spore kind of like ignores it. And it looks almost like it's, oh, like your micro is so good, but really it's like, oh, I just know this interaction. I know what I'm trying to do here. And when I see this specific rush, it's just to run my, like basically kamikaze my Spore under there. Even if you don't kill the Warp Prism, you force the cancel warp in, which is buying a lot of time.
Yeah, bought him a ton of time.
And in that case, in the end, it has damage enough. He just killed it. So we've got a Stargate here. So I assume we're going to go back into the Oracle play.
I think so.
For some of our last cast in the last game, we kind of assumed it was Oracle play 2 before we realized it was a Robo, but this time it definitely is a Stargate. So let's see if it's going to be the same formula at play here. And don't forget, he won the last time he'd used this formula, just going into super late game.
I feel like the times where Classic hasn't been blindsided, he's been winning more often than he's been losing with this. As long as the early game isn't downright tragic, it feels like Classic is a very, very difficult opponent to break through that mid and late game. No matter how hard Rogue tries. I mean, that was, thinking back to game number 5, one of the strongest layer all-ins I think I have seen. Classic just knows where he can expand, where he can fight. He knows exactly how to thread the needle between greed in terms of economy, in terms of tech, and in terms of having just enough to be able to stop multiple maxed armies of Ling, Hydra, Baneling just raining down on him.
Okay. Oh, he actually finished it.
Yeah. Only gonna get. Oh, he gets the third. I think you don't
that
mind
was
that
actually
too
not
much.
bad. Yeah, I thought there was no way he'd get that pulled off.
It was very close.
So the Oracle's gonna roam here. Just keeping an eye to make sure he keeps that alive. I mean, I have to imagine every atom inside of Classic's body is focusing on having that not get picked off, you know?
Absolutely.
I mean, especially after kind of a, I don't know if it's a misclick or you know, miscontrol or just raw nerves, but losing that last fight due to micro. You want to make sure that you keep your clicks and your play very clean. It's interesting, the, I don't mean this in a negative way, but the repetitiveness of interactions here in these games. The fact that it's been a lot of the same stuff from Protoss and Zerg, and trying to find different ways to interact with it and see what's the most valuable approach. It also makes me wonder what would happen if this was a best of 9, right?
Right. I feel like for Classic, just he knows that he is one of the best, if not the best, defensive PvZ players in the world right now.
Right.
So why would he change what doesn't seem broken? By the way, Rogue cutting right now at 49 drones, ton of Lings, +1 melee, Baneling's Nest also being produced again.
And he might want to try to hit before that blink finishes. We saw this work.
I think he should be able to.
Yeah, we saw this beat Hero. And, you know, the thing with Oracles is, like, they can help and fight, but if they're not there, then it doesn't really matter, right?
We've seen this twice against Classic as well, to varying degrees of success from Rogue. In one of those maps, I believe, it was the game where Classic had lost multiple Oracles earlier on, and so there was just simply nothing to stop the flood. By the way, definitely good position. Even Classic orbing in some safety stalkers there behind, just in case those Lings were able to shimmy their way on through. I wonder how much of a commitment this will be from Rogue. He is adding in additional drones. There are 36 Lings on the field, which is enough to levy some serious pressure, but I feel like in games in the past, Rogue made a lot more Lings and a lot more Banelings before attacking that third. Here it seems like he's thinking a little bit better of it, pulling back, adding in a ton of drones with this fourth base and the lair. So maybe a little bit of a feign, or maybe just something he is reading with his Ling movements or with the Oracles gathering energy. He's deciding not to go for that attack on the third base. He's not going to try and break down the static defense with the Banelings. He's not going to try and clear out the Lings, or clear out the probes with the Zerglings. Instead, he is just going to say, all right, I have these Lings. They're going to provide me the safety to drone up freely. And now we will go into Lair Tech Hydra.
Yeah.
This time with Overlord drops, I believe. Speed was being researched there a moment ago.
Yeah, which I think is a total telegraphed move to the drops there. Some pinging here onto the units to try to see if there's any movement. Rogue is up on 5 bases here. And, or about to be on 5 bases, but is looking really strong. This is a pretty large map. They're pretty far from each other. You know, some of the other maps we've had, it's been probably a little bit easier for Classic to actually push on, because like you hold the attack and then it's your turn to maneuver into their side of the map to fight. Here I do wonder if counterattacks are going to be almost too much to handle for the Protoss.
Overlord drops, morphing in. Only 2 of them thus far, so it's not the mass drop style that we saw from Rogue in the past, at least not yet. I wonder if this could be for Banelings. We don't have +2 melee, but more Banelings are morphing in, 4 at a time. Baneling drops on the expansions on the mineral lines while the Hydras attack the front is a possibility. Wow, Classic is not playing around with the defense. So many cannons and shield batteries morphing in. All right, it will be those Baneling drops.
Okay, the Overlord's going to come up here.
Classic seems quite well prepared to deal with this with all the static defense.
Is he watching here?
It's only 7 probes of that mineral line, so I think he's not particularly concerned, and he immediately spots this drop.
Okay, and this is just denied fully. 5 probes killed there. And now he's going to go for mass Banes. kind of an interesting move to see him do that. I thought maybe he'd like send some lings to, I don't know, like somewhere else to try to draw the screen away. So much of that's just being a Timmy 2 screens where you like make the screen go somewhere else and then you try to have the Banes hit the workers.
There was a little bit of that where he tried to go in and successfully went in at the 4th base, but unfortunately for Rogue, there were just a handful of probes there, so he got as much damage as he could, but that was it. And it looks like we're going to be having a massive attack from Rogue. But this static defense from Classic is seemingly overwhelming. We have so many cannons warping in. We have so many Archons to absorb the impact of the Banelings. I'm not sure this is a breakable position.
Yeah, it looks a little tough.
This is a
couple
defense
bottlenecks here.
Tailor-made to stop a Lair Tech all in. Here Rogue comes.
And he's going to storm this down right now. The cannon's doing a decent amount of damage. The probes fleeing behind here. No casualties there. The Archons just soaking up those Banelings. And the Nexus doesn't even lose all of its shields.
The unit positioning was just so impeccable there by Classic. The Archons absorbing the brunt of the damage there, creating a wall that the Banelings could not pass. The Storms raining down on them, cleaning them up, and that was an incredibly expensive trade for Rogue. Classic, he might not know if the attack is over or not. Rogue is locking in again. Classic, he is teching up into the 2nd Stargate, into the Fleet Beacon. He is starting additional upgrades. He's getting Immortals. This army isn't quite as potent, and there isn't as much static defense. I feel like if Rogue is going to get damage done, this 4th place is going to happen right now.
Yeah, it's important to deal with this next attack that's come in right now. The Banes are going to spill in. The probes are once again evacuated. The Archons cleaning up those Banes. The Hydra's in the back, but they're kind of stuck focusing on that battery. They're not getting the damage done they need. They're not all fighting together in unison. Some more Storms come down, and Warpins come back in. The Nexus is sniped the last second. And, you know, I think you got to take that, right? But he didn't kill the majority of the workers. We've got Zealots here counterattacking with these Warpins right now. In fact, he's going to pick up and go elsewhere. And the 4th Nexus has been restarted. And so much of this is about Classic continuing to get a more complex and sophisticated army, whereas Rogue is locked into that layer tech. In other words, Hydra, Ling, and Bane.
Classic going to re-expand here to the 4th. I will say this is going much better for Rogue than it was in previous games. He's able to finally make some progress, taking down that expansion. Look at the mini-map. There was another Zealot drop in the main base of Rogue. He was able to deal with that quite quickly, and now he's gunning for another fight. Storm's coming in right here on the front line. Those Banelings already taken 2 ticks of damage. But Classic, he is nearing a maxed army. A maxed army with a ton of Archons again, 8 Templar, adding in the Immortals. The upgrades also for Classic just through the roof right now. +2 shields, I believe, again being started. +3 ground weapons just completed. It feels like Classic's army might have become a little bit too developed for this Lair Tech push to work. Stack defense also loaded up.
Okay.
Once again, Rogue coming in. Storms on the Banelings. They're getting relatively good connections, but the Storms are so good. Oh, the beginning of that engagement, fantastic for Rogue. But the Storm's cleaning up the reinforcing Banes. These traits have been so expensive for our Zerg player.
Yeah, he's super saturated at these patches, so he can just cycle workers over here and immediately just pick up where he left off, drinking up the resources at this base. Zerg is massive, by the way, but Protoss is following all of the necessary steps to eventually have a counter push. Wind up, what is this, number 4 from the Banes. He's going to try to once again just flatten this. The whole plan here from the Zerg is to just, with overwhelming power, trample, flatten this position to where the Protoss is going to be back on 3 bases or back on 2 bases, and from there the game's over. So all Protoss has to keep trying to do is sustaining. Triggering these little traps up here is a great move, but also the Protoss setting Archons out in the front to snipe those Banes. One of the moves from Zerg here is to try to make sure things are sort of spread out enough that the Storms can't be optimized.
Oh, Classic is moving forward. Rogue is going to try and go for a surround. He's attacking it only on one angle. The Storms, again, just fantastic on those Banelings. So many of them getting taken out. Rogue brought a lot of his army back to deal with this Zealot drop. Warp Prism still alive over here at the 1 o'clock position. Oh, not anymore. But Classic, I must say, his army is just getting better and better. He's replacing lost gateway units now with Tempest. The mothership is being built. We still have 4 Archons, 4 Mortals. The weakest units in this army is only 6 Stalkers as Rogue once again wants to move in on this position. Those Storms zoning him away.
He's got to be careful. Those Hydras are going to do full damage to the Archons. The Archons are there to fire at and soak up Baneling hits. The Storm is there to hit everything, but mainly Baneling and Hydra. And again, the unit comp, it's looking eerily familiar to the games that Classic has won. He's just getting enough of a complex army, but is he overextending here? He's going to go back. Not much to defend on the right side. Time Warp goes down.
Oh, there's no Overseer, is there? You can't see much of this army. The Overseer a little bit too late. The connections were not good enough.
Oh my God, and he's got the Zealots down here killing off workers.
Oh no, Rogue hemorrhaging economy over here on the left side. The Overseer was a little bit too late. He was not expecting a mothership to come out in that moment. And that means that Classic, for a couple of crucial seconds, was able to get just uncontested damage done on the Zerg army. And now we're finally reaching a stage where, yes, Classic is only on 4 bases, but at last he has more workers than his opponent. His supply is eclipsing his opponent. His army is more refined. Now carriers are coming in. Rogue, he knows that this attack has run out of steam. He's adding in more drones, trying to replace that lost economy. He's getting additional upgrades. He's going into Hive. But I'm worried it might be a little bit too late. Classic, he's already unlocked the full tech tree. Yes, we have a Spire, a Hive, a Lurker Den all being built now by Rogue. But is Classic going to give him the time?
Yeah, I think this is where the counter push comes in. But I want to go back to an idea we mentioned earlier, which is the counterattack potential from Zerg, right? It's actually pretty long to travel across this map. I mean, the creep spread's pretty good for one, but just to get to the important bases, you could already see on the minimap, Rogue is kind of lining up for angles to come in and counterattack where the army might not be.
In a normal game, I would say yes, but in this situation, Classic braced so hard for a lair-based all-in. These expansions are already fortified with so many cannons, with so many shield batteries. I don't think the counterattacks, at least at the 3rd and the 4th base, are a viable option here for Rogue anymore. It's really all or nothing in terms of the engagement, and you can see he is rushing to try and get these Hive-Tech Lurkers out to get a bit more of a bastion there on the ground, something that can stop this push. But Classic already has the answer. He's already going into Sky Toss. We only have 5 Hydras and 4 Queens. I'm not sure anything else shoots up for Rogue right now. We have Carriers and Tempest for Classic. This Protoss army is so refined.
But did he move too slowly as well? I mean, we're seeing the tech switch happen in real time. The Vipers are here now. The Lurkers are out. The Hydras have been replenished. And no bases have been poked out. The Protoss is, you know, maybe he's wanted to play super safe, and that's why he's going to move now when the cannons are done. But let's see how much damage this can actually do. There is one observer over here.
Wow.
Not for long, though. I was just going to say.
Survived much longer than I would have thought. But for Classic, it's an easy thing to do to start the transition from this because you are already going into Sky Toss. Sky Toss is how you deal with these armies. And so he adds in another Stargate. He continues the air upgrades. +2 air weapons is underway. +3 shields already. By the way, affecting not only the ground units, but of course the structures and the air as well is going to provide a lot of sustainability to this Sky Toss fleet. And we just have a minefield of stasis traps and photon cannons everywhere on Classic side of the map. That gives him the freedom to move around like this. Of course, you need to be careful against those 17 high-tech Lurkers, but there's very little anti-air.
Whoa.
Classic. Maybe
that
a little bit overeager.
Wall of damage you are walking into. Okay, he's going to go into the soft spot. He gets up to the top center. The Lurkers want to push.
They can outrange the static defense, but you got to slowly chip away at it as Rogue. The Lurkers, they have so much damage potential here on the ground, but the anti-air is just lacking.
Yeah.
You can see Rogue, he's losing supply and he's remaxing on Corruptors. He's trying to add in some more Hydras as well. He knows that he desperately needs to advance the anti-air capability of his army. Oh, going for a Nidus Canal in the main base as well. If he can get Lurkers into the main, especially after the recall pops here at this forward expansion, Rogue might be able to take down some very key infrastructure. But Classic, he's able to take it down in the main base. Rogue instead going for a Nidus here on the front.
He's going to clean this up, no problem.
Very defensive time warp there.
Okay, Corruptors are going to be out. He's going to try to move out again. I mean, the Lurkers can be relocated, but, you know, the Tempest can basically sit back and just deal lots of damage. There's not a whole lot you can do. He's got to be careful, though, not to overextend with his Archons, excuse me. At the same time, I mean, it's, you know, not a ton of bases for Protoss. The bottom left and the top right are vacant. Zerg never expanded into there. I can't imagine Protoss can get there very easily, just with the kind of army you have. It's sort of the slow roam death ball.
This is a very low economy late game.
Yeah.
Classic, only just now starting to distance mine. Ooh, good feedback, kills one Viper. Badly injures another.
Okay, he's gonna get the Nidus Worm here. I don't think that Classic knows about this either. By the way, these bases are gonna mine out for Protoss, so like, you do need to get back there and kind of get something done with these, or you are going to be on a nearly drained economy. The resource banking and gas banking is incredible right now for Classic. He's got a lot. Rogue is going to start to spike up here as he's pretty much maxed out. Rogue takes the Nexus out, which may be a bigger deal. We're going to see in the next minute or two here. He is sort of force pushing his way through basically the giant death ball that Zerg has, this big line of defense. He's got to be careful though, don't get harpooned.
That was so much damage on this army. No, Classic, it might feel like he has the better economy because he has 70 workers, but they are not efficiently saturated. It's actually Rogue on 59 drones who's ahead in income at this moment.
Okay, he wipes this again. This base is becoming more insignificant.
Oh,
what am I watching?
So many units get Templar, Archon, Immortal.
It seems like they got fished in there.
This is very bad for Classic. I feel like he's starting to lose a lot of critical momentum. Let's not forget, Rogue was basically all in on layer. The fact that Rogue has been able to convert this into a late game where he is inching closer and closer to an even match is incredible. And for Classic, he's making these plays with the Zealots. He's trying to take down these bases here in the corner. He was able to destroy the hatchery at 12 o'clock. This is very tricky. Oh
my God!
The Archons and the Storms! Every Corruptor just died!
That was insane. They were like double right-click there.
No!
And the Archon just like damaged everything at once.
There's hardly any anti-air left here for Rogue. You can see the frustration on his face in that moment. Every Corruptor lost. Vipers getting picked off by the Tempest. Yes, they're able to abduct one carrier, one Tempest. They are going down, but the lack of anti-air is really painful here for Rogue.
Rogue's supply has plummeted, and he's almost supply blocked a few more Overlords hatch. He has 14 more making.
Those Corruptors, they can't be
That's
replaced.
It. GG.
GG. Classic is your GSL Code S champion.
Man, oh man. That was just an incredible finals. What an incredible ending. Classic sticking with the most conservative, most tech-heavy, most, I guess you could say, well-earned victories there, going all the way to late game, winning with the Tempest, getting the Archons, the Carriers, the Immortals, everything, until at the very end, he just has it all. And Rogue, a former world champion, 4-time GSL champion, was unable to stop him.
Classic, his first GSL Code S victory in over a decade, defeating Sioux 4-2, and now defeating Rogue all the way in game number 7, a well-deserved win. That last map, an absolute nail-biter.
We're going to be going to an interview now.
Wow. How many years has it been? Back in 2014, it was 11 years ago you lifted a GSL trophy. And that was when you were in your prime. And even in the interview, you said that you have to let your ego down. You cannot afford to let your guard down. But this time, after a decade, you finally lifted the GSL trophy. It makes you the 54th winner of GSL.
2014년에 우승하고 이렇게 오래 걸릴 줄 몰랐거든요.
After winning the GSL in 2014, I didn't think it would take this
11년
long.
만에 이렇게 우승을 다시 하게 돼서 너무 좋고.
You know, the 11 years, I feel extremely happy after winning today. And after I finished my military service, my performance was not like before. And I was thinking that I might never be able to lift the trophy again. But then watching the other players lift the trophy has been an inspiration to me. And I tried really hard today. And I'm glad that the efforts bore fruit in the end.
정말 저녁 이후에 다시 선수 생활을 한다는 것 자체가 굉장히 어려운 일인데.
I mean, it's very difficult to come back as a player after finishing your military service. It's an admirable effort.
했을 거라는 생각을 하고요. 그리고 이렇게 우승을 할 수 있을 때까지 좀 도움을 주신 고마운 분들 많이
And I'm sure there are a lot of people who you're thankful for.
11년
Thankful
전에
to.
우승을 했는데 다시 한번 우승하는 걸 좀 바라기 위해서 11년 동안 기다려 주신 거잖아요.
And the fans have stayed as your fans for 11 years, hoping to watch you win the GSL again. They're always there for you. They have your backs. They always support you. So any shout out to the thankful ones.
지금 게임한 지가 한 10몇 년이 됐는데
It's been over a decade since I became a pro gamer.
지금 게임을 하는 동안에 팬분들의 응원이 굉장히 힘이 되었고.
And you know, the fans have been my driving force.
네, 이제 요즘에도 응원들 많이 해주셔가지고
And they're still supporting me. I get a lot of energy from the fans.
응원해주는 팬분들 정말 너무 감사하고.
So I'm extremely thankful to the fans. I want to say thank you.
응원해주시는 만큼 오늘 보답할 수 있게 돼가지고.
And I think today I was able to repay that debt.
정말 이 선수 스타크래프트 2 선수 입장에서는 GSL은 굉장히 의미 있는 대회잖아요.
As a StarCraft 2 pro gamer, the GSL stage means a lot.
도전만에 우승을 차지하게 됐는데요.
And after many challenges, you finally became champion.
대회가 있고요. 그리고 계속해서
And EWC is coming up.
이어나가면서 다시 한번 그 전성기를 좀 맞이할 때가
And you will be able to meet your second prime soon.
부탁드리겠습니다.
So anything you want to say?
네, 지금 거의 군대 갔다 와서는 최고의 폼인 것 같은데.
After coming back from military service, I think this is the best performance I'm putting out right now. In the Esports World Cup, I'll try my best and try to put on a good performance. I look forward to your support. Thank you.
그리고 자, 끝으로 오늘 또 김도우 선수의 우승을 바라는 마음을 가지고 저 멀리
And today, there are so many fans from overseas today in the venue. So anything you want to say to them? Well, I realize a lot of fans are here at the venue today, which is pretty unusual. So, you know, it's been a long time since I last won on the stage, and I wanted to win again in front of many fans. And, you know, you made that dream come true today. So I'm really, really thankful. I want to thank you all.
자, 이병렬 선수도 저 이쪽으로 가운데로 같이
Rogue,
해서 좀
please come here.
또 얘기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
We want to have a word with you as well.
간절함으로 이번 시즌 2 정말 많은 노력을 통해서
You really wanted to hold up the trophy in season 2,
치과까지 가는
and even in that match against Classic, it was a very neck-and-neck one.
오늘 무대가 좀 기억에 많이 남을 것 같아요.
And I think this, the final stage is one to remember.
팬분들에게 좀 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Anything you want to say to the fans?
오늘 즐거운 주말에 이렇게 늦게까지 응원 와주신 팬들 너무 감사드리고.
Well, I want to say thank you to all the fans for coming here on the weekend.
실력에 비해 이렇게까지 올라올 줄 몰랐고.
And honestly, with my current performance, I didn't think I would make it this far.
저는 또 만족스럽습니다.
And you know, I was able to put on a satisfactory performance today against Classic.
여기서 큰 무대, 또 이제 큰 상금이 걸려 있잖아요.
I mean, with the EWC coming up, there's a huge amount of prize on that as well, right?
우승을 했기 때문에 EWC도 제가 막차를.
I mean, even for the BlizzCon, I was the last one to secure a spot, and then I was able to come out on top in that event as well. So likewise for EWC, I'll try to get good results. All right, please give a round of applause to the two players.
자, 선수분들 잠시 자리해 주시기 부탁드리겠습니다.
All right, you may exit the stage.
자리해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 2025년 GSL 올해 결승전 무대도 이렇게 많은
Excellent work, Andy. We're going to go to the awards ceremony now. What a finals, man. All the way to Game 7.
Yeah, 2 seasons in a row.
What is going on?
These gamers have gotten too good.
It's the writers at GSL.
The writers' strike is over.
That's
You thought
right.
it didn't affect us.
We've got the writers back, and these are the finals weekend, guys.
The writers, much like the casters, also Protoss players.
That's right. It's Protoss paradise over here, guys.
Really a terrific set of games.
And I don't know if any words are going to be said here from any of the leadership here at Supernaut. So
2025 GSL 시즌 2.
So they're going to announce the runner-up now. This is Rogue.
주인공 불러보겠습니다. 이병렬.
And the crowd goes wild.
Honestly, this has been one of the more passionate crowds I feel like we've gotten.
Oh man, it's electric in here.
Yeah.
So he gets his 5 million won, not bad. And obviously Rogue will be at EWC, which is some of the big breaking news here today. There was a lot more at stake than just who wins GSL.
Very exciting to have Rogue at EWC. I cannot wait
Yeah,
to
that's going to be
what
cool
he
to see him
delivers
down
there.
and dude, I mean, he could win it, man. He looks to be in great shape.
And for GuMiho too, the story isn't over. He still has that global qualifier. So in a way, it's a nice ending. All 4 players, they still have their shot at that global championship. And for Rogue, I mean, what a stunning season. Just coming back into form in such a strong way after such a strong hiatus in StarCraft 2. It was, what, 10 months almost?
Yeah.
Between GSL seasons.
GSL coming back stronger than ever.
자, 이번 결승전 무대도 이렇게 일요일 날 여러분들과 함께할 수 있도록 항상 고민해 주시고 GSL의 사랑의 주문을 무대로 모시도록 하겠습니다.
And now we're going to go. Oh, we're going to bring Kevin, our CEO. I think he has some words to say, Andy. I'll let you take it from here.
Hello, I'm Kevin, the CEO of Soup.
늦게까지 펼쳐진 결승전에 또 현장을 찾아주시고
Thank you for coming here at such a late hour, Kevin.
한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
I would like to give a short speech. Every time I go to the GSL venue, I can always feel the fans' passion.
참 놀라운 게 젊은 팬들이 많다는 게 전 너무
The surprising thing is I can see a lot of young fans, young StarCraft fans,
이병렬 선수
and that amuses me.
아깝게 주는
And today was a very neck-and-neck match, and Rogue lost by a small margin. But he does have the EWC seeds, so I hope he's not too disappointed.
그리고 김도우 선수는 사실
And for Classic,
GSL 무대에서 제가 시상 무대에서 오늘 처음이에요.
I think it's my first time awarding him with the prize.
너무 기쁜, 너무 멋진 경기를
It's such a happy moment today.
여러분들 큰 응원 덕분이 아닌가 생각합니다.
And I think it's all thanks to the fans, the loud cheers from the fans.
앞달부터 시작된 EWC에서 최고의 성적.
And please look forward to the EWC as the players battle it out for the huge amount of prize. Thank you.
And now we're going to be awarding the first place trophy here. A very well earned victory. Classic, dude. What a crazy finals, man.
Yeah, this guy is just the iron wall. They could not break him.
Yeah.
Defense immaculate against Rogue. A Zerg that was so deadly.
And it goes to show you, man, you become a champion GSL 10 years ago. I think actually 11 years ago on stage. And then come back another 10 years and do it again. And this is the thing about RTS games, guys. They age like a fine wine. The more we learn about them, the more fun they become. People are always nostalgic for the old, but I do feel like we have way better games here in the modern era, and we will have even better ones in the future.
StarCraft just keeps getting better.
It really does.
Keep getting better.
That scares me every time they do that.
I
Every
almost
time I'm like,
jumped.
terrorist attack to the GSL.
Yeah,
guys.
big congratulations for Classic.
Yeah. Shout outs to Classic. Shout outs to everybody. Thank you guys for being patient, waiting. We had this long period of time off, trying to figure out what is going on with StarCraft 2 and EWC. But hey, man, we showed up, and I'll tell you what, GSL delivered 2 amazing seasons. Finally, 2 Protosses.
And some of the best finals we've had in a long time, too.
Yeah.
Happy day.
Happy day. Happy night. I mean, the whole evening was great. We've gotten very lucky, too. The fact that we had 2 finals that went to the very last game is wild. The fact that, the games were as interesting as they were. I mean, I'd never really been able to cast a finals where one guy's doing one kind of end game play over and over and over, and just most of the time getting there and making it work. He only had 1 deviation, which I loved. On some note, I almost wanted to end on that because it was like so, what I mean? It was so perfect. But then to see him kind of come back and once again do it, Interested to see Rogue kind of lock into this layer tech and try to end the game as quickly, not as quickly as possible, but in a very specific kind of Zergy way was cool to see as well. I wonder how much of that we're going to see at EWC. There will be a little bit of downtime here before we're actually in Riyadh, but
for us, but for StarCraft too, there is still
there's
so
a lot more going
much action ahead. I mean, it is really a jam-packed schedule all the way from now until EWC too.
It is. You're going to be busy if you're a StarCraft fan. There's a lot of stuff to watch, a lot of stuff to keep up with.
Yeah, but another great season of the GSL.
Yeah. I want to end the show, but I guess we can't. The Greencasters still talking. I'm like, we summed it up. We did. So, yeah, we'll see what the announcements are going to be after EWC. I'm hopeful for the future.
Yeah,
Join us for RSL. We'll be casting that as well in the next couple days here. And everything else StarCraft that's going on, keep up with it. We'll see you at the World Cup Finals. And we love you. Thanks again for joining. Bye-bye.
You can lose trust in a million people, but I promise not everybody's the same. I'll show you love even if all you see is evil.